The Beast Master banished from the hero's party is on a journey to meet Beast Girls. Volume 6, by Miyama Suzu, audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 1, Their Everyday Lives. The sun had just begun to rise when I slowly opened my eyes and made my way to the kitchen. I was on breakfast duty this morning, so I needed to wake up a little earlier and start prepping. Now then, what should I make today? Should I go with rice? Or maybe bread? Heavy meals are a bit much first thing in the morning, so it usually comes down to those two options. I'd like to try something different every now and then, but unfortunately, my cooking skills aren't quite up to that level. If I tried something too ambitious, I might end up creating some unknown substance in the shape of food, like the stuff Sora makes. So I've got to be careful. As I was thinking through the menu, while entertaining some rather rude thoughts. Good morning, Tania. Tania walked in, looking a bit unsteady, probably just woke up. She gave me a curious look. Huh. Was it your turn today, Rain? Yeah, it's still gonna take a while, so maybe you should wait in your room. No, I'll stay here. You sure? Yeah, Hafu. Tania sat down in a nearby chair, letting out oddly warm, labored breaths. Looking closer, her cheeks were flushed. She looked clearly unwell, resting her arms on the table as she leaned forward heavily. Worried about her, I stopped what I was doing and spoke up. Are you okay? You don't look so good. It's nothing, really. Doesn't look that way to me. Hold still for a second. Foi. I pressed a hand to her forehead. Maybe it was because my hand was cold, but Tania let out a strange little yelp. W8 Rain, what are you doing all of a sudden? Just hold still. Yeah, you've got a fever. That's ridiculous. You think someone like me, a dragonkin, could catch a cold. Even someone from the strongest race can catch a cold. You should rest in your room. Can you walk? Don't treat me like a child. Walking's no big deal, huh? Tania tried to stand like it was nothing, but immediately staggered. Her fever might be worse than she realized. I couldn't just leave her like this. Tania, hold still. Wait. I slipped one hand behind her back and the other behind her knees, lifting her up. What are you doing? This is just stay quiet. You're sick, remember. Still, this is just, it's embarrassing. Tania struggled a little, but she seemed to be out of strength and quickly settled down. Seeing Tania so quiet was a rare sight, but also concerning. I hurried her to her room and gently laid her on the bed. Hiya. Even though she'd been trying to act tough, she let out a deep breath the moment she lay down. Her expression was strained, and sweat clung to her skin. Wait here for a bit. I left the room, headed to the kitchen, and quickly returned with water and a towel. I soaked the towel in water, wrung it out, wiped her sweat, then placed it on her forehead. How's that? A little better, maybe. That's good to hear. Think you can eat something? If it's something light. Got it. I'll make you some rice porridge, then we'll get you some medicine. I hate medicine, it's bitter. Don't be such a baby. I let out a small laugh. If she still had the energy to pout and be picky, she'd be fine. I was just about to leave the room to start making the porridge, and everyone else's breakfast when, a voice called out to me, soft, almost lonely, like she didn't want me to leave. Yeah. Something wrong? It's just. You want something? Why, yeah, I want some apple. Grated. Sure, I'll make that too. Anything else? No, that's it. All right, just wait here, okay. Tania's caught a cold. That's worrying. While I was in the middle of making porridge and breakfast, Sora and Luna showed up, so I explained the situation. If that's the case, leave it to Sora. I'll whip up a nutrient-packed meal and cure her cold in no time. Why, you really shouldn't. If you do that, you might end up finishing her off. Finishing her off? Are you implying my cooking is a weapon, Luna? It's not far off. Smile. Eek. I feel bad for Sora, but deep down I agree with Luna. I couldn't let Tania eat her cooking. Rain, in that case I'll help. It must be tough to handle everything on your own. Thanks, I really appreciate it. Then, Luna, could I ask you to handle breakfast for everyone? I want to focus on getting warm food ready for Tania. Understood. Leave it to me. Yes, leave it to us. Sora will handle everyone's breakfast with care. Wait, I meant me. My sister wasn't part of that plan. I can't just stand around doing nothing. I'll take care of breakfast today. Please have mercy. Luna looked so desperate. She completely dropped her usual speech style and pleaded from the heart. Sora, maybe you could just assist Luna instead. Rain, are you doubting my cooking skills too? It's not that I'm doubting them. I already know them. Well, right. This is the perfect chance for sisters to work together, don't you think? So instead of one person doing everything, I think you should both cooperate. I see. That does make sense. Phew, I'm saved. Well then, I'll leave the rest to you too. I quickly finished making the porridge. Of course, I didn't forget the grated apple. I also added some warm milk with sugar. Carrying the 3-part set, porridge, fruit, and milk, I returned to Tania's room. Sorry to keep you waiting. Me took you long enough. As soon as she saw me, Tania sat up. You feeling okay? I made you some porridge. Think you can eat? I got some rest, so I'm feeling a bit better, I'll be fine. That's good, alright then say ah. I scooped some porridge with a spoon and brought it to Tania's mouth. W8W, what are you doing? What do you mean? Oh, right, my bad. Why yeah, treating me like a kid like that. Oh right, I forgot to blow on it. It's probably still hot. You completely missed the point. Foo, okay that should do it. Here say ah. Here. When I held the spoon out again, Tania's face flushed bright red. Did her fever go up? You okay? I am fine. Getting flustered over something like this, and you, acting like it's no big deal. Rain, you're seriously clueless sometimes, you know. Somehow, I feel like I'm being insulted here. Still, Tania's health comes first. I didn't let it bother me and held the spoon out again. Come on, say ah. You if you don't eat soon, it'll get cold. I know, I'll eat okay. I'll eat, ah. Clearly embarrassed, Tania timidly opened her mouth and took the spoon. She chewed and swallowed the porridge. How is it? It's okay, I guess. Glad to hear it. I was worried it might not suit your taste. Want some more? I guess. Then say ah. Again. Yeah. Fine whatever, I'll eat all right. Sounding almost desperate, Tania took another bite. Turns out she was hungrier than she let on. She kept eating, scooping up the porridge, the grated apple, and finally sipping the warm milk. After that, she took her medicine and lay down again. Make sure you rest, okay? Don't sneak off or anything. I'm not a child, I'll behave, geez. If you need anything, just call me. Even if it's for something silly. Go ahead. You're sick, you should lean on someone when you're like this. I see. You gonna sleep now? I kinda feel like talking a little. Is that okay? Sure, what should we talk about? Anything, really. You know, Rain, you're always so kind. You listen to all my selfishness with a smile. That's because you're sick. You're the same even when I'm not. Do you ever get mad? I think I do maybe, not sure. Why does that sound like a question? Now that she mentions it, I can't really remember the last time I got mad. Was it when Arios insulted Canaid and Tania? Or when Edgar tried to confine Nina? Or maybe when I found out about Tina's past? I remember feeling real anger, but would I call any of those moments furious? I'm not so sure. I wonder what it'd take to really make you angry. I honestly don't know myself. If you ever did get mad, I bet it'd be terrifying. Why? They say the calm ones are the scariest when they snap. Now that she mentions it, though I'm not sure if that really applies to me. Maybe I'd go totally wild if I ever lost it. I kind of want to see that, but also really don't. Still, if that ever happens, I'll stop you. You will. It's not like there's any deep meaning behind it, okay? You're always helping me, so think of it as my way of returning the favor. I see. Thank you, And also, I just think you look better when you're smiling. That smile of yours, When I asked, Tania blinked blankly. A beat later, her face went bright red with a poof. What was I even trying to say just now? What's wrong? Don't tell me your fever's getting worse. And no, it's not that I'm fine. I'm totally fine, so just don't look at me. Seriously, don't look. You absolutely must not look. Gee, got it. I quickly turned my gaze away as told. She looked embarrassed, but was there something to be embarrassed about? I'm okay now. I waited a few minutes, still puzzled, until she finally spoke in a small voice. When I turned around, Tania was back to her usual self. Sorry, I said something weird. It's fine, I didn't think anything of it. I'm more worried about whether your fever's gotten worse. You're so ridiculously kind, always worrying, always gentle. Tania gave a small, warm smile. Yawned. Getting sleepy. Maybe I'm going to nap again. All right, I'll come check on you later, sleep well. Wait. Just as I turned to leave, Tania grabbed my hand. What is it? Going back a bit, you said I could ask for silly things, right? Yeah, of course. Is there something you want? Well. Tania glanced around for some reason, her cheeks still flushed. Was her fever acting up again? Then in a quiet voice, she murmured, Stay with me. Stay with you. Yeah, just until I fall asleep. It's lonely, being alone at times like this. All right, got it. How about this? Hee hee. When I gently stroked her cheek, Tania smiled happily. Section. Thanks to the medicine, Tania's fever had gone down quite a bit by early afternoon. It didn't look like it would linger long. Relieved, I headed to the living room and was met with, Do. Sora and Luna locked in an intense stare-down, sparks practically flying between them. Sora, Luna. Oh, Rain. How is Tania doing? She's much better now. You don't need to worry, but are you two fighting? Yes. Indeed. What happened? Sora will not forgive this. She ate the pudding I had been saving so carefully. I did not. And if we're going there, what about when you ate my honey sandwich? Sora would never eat someone else's food. And stop trying to change the subject. I am not changing the subject. You're the one at fault. Grrr. Listening to them argue, I more or less got the picture. A fight over food, very typical of these two. All right, that's enough. I get the gist of it, but don't you think it's kind of ridiculous to fight over food? What do you mean, just food? Exactly, what do you mean by that? Even at a time like this, they were perfectly in sync. Whether that meant they were close or not, well, they were twins after all. Now that I'd seen this, I couldn't just leave them be. I didn't know how much I could do, but I had to try and mediate somehow. Sora, Luna. Would you two come for a walk with me? Hoping to help them make up, I invited them out for a walk. If we spent time together, maybe they'd eventually fall back into their usual rhythm as loving sisters. I guess, but with Luna. Sora's coming too. I want to walk with both of you. Is that a problem? Well, if you say so, Rain. Fine, I'll tolerate it and come along. Once I had their agreement, we stepped outside together. Just walking around the house felt a bit dull, so I figured we could go all the way to town. We descended the hill and passed through the residential area. Eventually, we came out into the town square. A warm breeze and pleasant sunlight greeted us. What a warm and comfy day, Sora said with a relaxed expression, stretching contentedly. Seeing that, Luna also started to stretch, but then quickly caught herself and raised her voice sharply. It really is, no, it's not comfy at all. The air today is totally stagnant. That's why Sora is acting weird. Isn't Luna the weird one? This weather is clearly pleasant. That's just like you. Your sense of things is as twisted as your personality. What did you say? You wanna go. All right, that's enough. Good grief, if I took my eyes off them for even a second, they'd start fighting again. The wrath of sweets, truly terrifying. I still wanted to help them make up, but it clearly wasn't going to be easy. Rain, let's head over that way next. I bet the view's beautiful. Forget that, I want a snack. Something smells good from that direction. Do you only think about food, Sora? How shameful. You're one to talk, you eat like a horse every day. What did you say? You wanna go. This walk's been nice, I guess. Well, aside from the extra baggage. Are you talking about me? Oh no, I never said that. But if that's what you thought, maybe that says something. Grrr, you're the extra baggage. Rain would much rather be alone with me. Not true. Rain would obviously prefer to be alone with me. You're wrong, the nuisance here is you. No, it's you. What did you say? You wanna go. The wind's picking up. It's getting kind of cold, Rain. May I lean on you for warmth? Hey, that's not fair. I want to cuddle with Rain too. Hee, first come, first served. You can go shiver in the corner, Luna. I won't allow that. Sora, you're always hogging him. Rain, come over here. No, Rain, come to me. Over here, Rain. No, this way. Ow, don't pull me from both sides. And so, the bickering continued the entire walk. I tried multiple times to mediate, but nothing worked. It seemed their grudge over snacks ran deep. HMPH indeed. I'd brought them out on this walk to help them make up, but I might have just made things worse. Now what? What did you say? You wanna go. As I racked my brain for solutions, yet another fight broke out. Sparks flew as Sora and Luna locked eyes in their umpteenth glare-off of the day. That's when a thought struck me, something Tania had said. If I, someone who almost never gets angry, were to actually raise my voice, maybe that would finally make them reflect. Yeah, maybe it's time to try it. You too, that's enough. I raised my voice and Sora and Luna both flinched, freezing in place. You two have been fighting nonstop. How does that make you feel right now? How we feel. Just answer. Are you enjoying this endless bickering? Still having fun clashing like this? Want to keep going? Hey WLs. They both lowered their eyes as if I'd struck a nerve. It might seem harsh, but I pushed a little further. You both know this isn't getting you anywhere, don't you? But Luna. But Sora. If you both keep being stubborn, it'll only get worse. And then making up will just get harder. You'll end up staying mad at each other forever. Even though you two are always together, you'll have to stay apart. Is that what you want? Well, unless you actually hate each other so much you don't even want to see each other's faces. I'd never feel that way. The moment I said that on purpose, Luna immediately snapped back. I am mad, but there's no way I could ever hate Sora that much. I'd never not want to see her face. Luna, no matter what, I don't hate Sora. I never could, I like her. Sora couldn't possibly hate Luna either. We're twins, we feel like two halves of the same being, but it's not just that. I always want to be with her. Because I like her too. Then let's make up. I'd finally gotten their true feelings out. Now that it was out in the open, they didn't need me anymore. Luna. Sora. The two looked at each other, I'm sorry, and bowed their heads at the exact same time. And so, the twins' quarrel came to an end. By the way, in the end, who did eat the snack Sora was saving? It's a mystery. Neither of us has any idea. Because of that, Rain yelled at us. I wasn't really angry, you know. Just trying to give you a little wake-up call. Really? I totally freaked out, thinking you were actually mad. With that mystery unsolved, we returned home. Meow, that pudding and honey sandwich I ate earlier was so tasty. I wonder if there's any left. It was you. Naya. Driven by righteous snack vengeance, Sora and Luna unleashed a barrage of attack spells, and Canade ended up facing a painful punishment. Conclusion: fighting is bad. Also, always check who a snack belongs to before eating it. Section: since I left breakfast to Sora and Luna this morning, I decided to handle dinner myself. Thankfully, Nina offered to help, so we ended up cooking together. However, halfway through we realized we were missing ingredients, so we went into town to do some shopping. Nina, you okay? Is that too heavy? Nina walked beside me, holding a shopping bag with both hands. She'd insisted on helping, so I gave her the smaller bag, but even that was big enough to block her view, given her petite frame. I'm fine. This much is okay. She smiled, trying to act like it was no big deal. It couldn't be easy, but she didn't show it at all. She probably just wanted to do her part in her own way. I see. If it gets too tough, just let me know, okay? Matthias, thank you. The two of us walked side by side, making our way back. Come on, I'm begging you. The guild isn't a daycare, now go home. As we passed by the Adventurers Guild, we saw a boy arguing with a guild staff member. What's going on? Oh, Rain Shroudson. I didn't recognize the face. Then again, Natalie isn't the only one working at the guild. There are plenty of others, so it's only natural to see people I don't know. Still, the staffer gave me a warm smile, clearly recognizing me. Hello. Out shopping. Just finished, actually, but what's all this about? It's not fair, the guild won't take my request. They won't, what do you mean by that? It's not what it sounds like. We're not doing anything shady, I swear. As I turned a questioning look his way, the guild staffer panicked and waved his hands in denial. He sighed and cast an exasperated look at the boy. This kid here's making an unreasonable demand. Says he lost something and wants help finding it. I see, it's a small request, but that doesn't sound like a reason to reject it. The guild's basic policy is for the good of people and the world, right? As long as it's not criminal, it should be accepted. You're not wrong, but the problem is the reward. It's way too low. Just a single copper coin, no one's gonna take it, and it ends up classified as a debt request. Now I understood. For the boy, that coin was probably all he had, but a single copper wasn't enough for anyone to take the job. Requests like that get labeled as debt requests and sink to the bottom of the list. Left unresolved indefinitely. The staffer likely didn't want to accept something that would never be fulfilled and was trying to get the boy to give up. Sorry, kid, that's how it is. We can't take it here. See you. Clearly feeling guilty about turning down a child, the staffer quickly ducked back inside the building. The boy was left standing there, shoulders slumped. Hey, Rain. Suddenly, Nina tugged on my sleeve. I'd like to take that kid's request. I didn't expect that from Nina. Honestly, I was surprised. I thought she was a lot more reserved than that, but maybe not. Why? Because he's in trouble. And I was helped by you two, so now I want to help someone else. I see, yeah. If that's how you feel, I've got no reason to say no. Thank you. Nina smiled brightly. It was a bit of a detour, but that didn't matter. More than that, I was happy she'd spoken up on her own. She was growing, no doubt about it. As I looked at her warmly, Nina stepped toward the boy. Excuse me. What is it? Would you like us to take your request? Wait, seriously. Yeah. Really? But I can only pay a single copper. Is that okay? May just leave it to us. Awesome, that's such a huge help, thanks, big sis. Big sis, hee. Nina looked a little proud, as she was called that. The boy had apparently dropped a ring he'd made as a birthday gift for his mother. It wasn't a store-bought ring, it was handmade. He'd gone to a craftsperson, begged them to teach him, and somehow managed to finish it this morning after working really hard. But in the relief that it was done, he let his guard down. On the way home, he lost it, that's what happened. He'd already searched all the places he could think of, but it was nowhere to be found. Maybe someone picked it up, or maybe he lost it somewhere unexpected. Either way, he couldn't find it and didn't know what else to do. What does the ring look like? It's simple, about this big. No real decorations or anything, but I did set a pretty stone in it. The boy described the ring's features using hand gestures. If it had been a plain, undecorated ring, it would have been tough to locate. But the pretty stone made things a bit easier. I focused and tried calling out to nearby animals when, Rain. I turned to find Nina handing me the shopping bags. I'll try searching. You will. Can you do it? I'll try my best. I can't always rely on you for everything. I see. All right then, Nina, I'll leave it to you. But if there's anything I can do to help, just say so. Don't carry it all alone, okay? Roger that. Nina gave a crisp salute. It wasn't so much cool as it was adorably endearing. It made me smile. Just wait a moment, okay? She said this to the boy, then closed her eyes and began to focus. Watching her, I couldn't help but wonder. She said she'd look for the ring, but how exactly? Would she use her ability? But did Nina even have an ability suited for locating objects? Found it. She muttered quietly then. Here we go. With a soft voice, the air around her rippled. Without hesitation, Nina reached into the shimmering space. Nina's ability, subspace storage. She could store and retrieve objects freely from an alternate dimension, but here. Now, as I puzzled over it, she moved her arm around, feeling through the space, then Pop pulled her hand back out. In her hand was a simple ring with a delicate design. That's it, that's the ring I made. Here I found it. Nina handed the ring to the boy. Whoa, that was amazing, how'd you do that? The subspace connects to all sorts of places. So I thought maybe I could search through it. Then I linked 2 points of space together. I didn't get any of that, but you're awesome, big sis. Hee. Nina wiggled her tail happily at the praise. Thanks, big sis. You really saved me. Don't lose it again, okay? Yeah, seriously, thank you. Beaming from ear to ear, the boy waved repeatedly as he ran off. Nina watched him go with a gentle smile. She didn't look like a little girl in that moment, but more like a dependable big sister. Here. After the boy left, Nina held out her hand to me. Oh, right, she's asking for the shopping bags. Understanding her silent request, I handed them over. Let's go home. Yeah, but first. I gave her a light pat on the head. Fwa Rain. You were really cool just now, helping that boy like that. Was I cool? Yeah. Super cool. Hee, hearing that from you makes me really happy. It makes my heart feel all warm and fuzzy. Nina smiled sweetly, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. Section. The next day, I visited Gantz's shop. Hello. Oh, Rain, long time no see. Gantz looked up from the book he was reading and gave me a warm, familiar smile. It had been a while since I'd stopped by, and the place had changed quite a bit. First, the inventory had improved. Where the store used to be full of flashy but useless-looking weapons, It was now stocked only with items that clearly bore the mark of quality craftsmanship. Even Gantz's demeanor seemed softer somehow, more approachable than before. He must have gone through a lot since that incident, and it really changed him for the better. What brings you here today? Need something. I've got 2 requests, actually. First, I'd like you to service Narukami and Kamui. I haven't had them looked at since I got them, and I've been putting them through a lot. Do you think you could check them out? Got it. Leave it to me. Here they are. Let's see, oh boy. I handed him Kamui and Narukami, and he immediately pulled a sour face. Something wrong. Plenty wrong. I made these to be tough, but even they're badly worn down. Just what have you been doing to end up like this? I didn't think I'd been that rough with them. I mean, I've fought demons, Suzu, Iris, yeah, I guess I have been pretty rough on them. Sorry, I might have pushed them harder than I thought. Bah, better that than gathering dust. If you've been using them that much, it just means you like my weapons. That's more than enough to make a craftsman happy. That's good to hear. So, can you fix them? Of course I can, but it'll take about a week. Does that work for you? Yeah, no problem. Please take care of it. Leave it to me. I'll tune them up good as new. Now then. Gantz's gaze shifted to the kettle I was holding. What's with that kettle? Oh, this is. Just as I started to explain, poof, a puff of smoke erupted and Tina appeared. This here's my cozy little home. Wah, a G-ghost. Howdy, old man. First time meetin', huh? I'm Tina Holly. Been stayin' with Rain here. Pleased to make your acquaintance. You've got ghosts under your wing now too. Not just the strongest races. Well, it's a long story. I gave a wry smile in response to Gantz's dumbfounded stare. After giving him a quick rundown on Tina, I got to the second reason for coming. The other thing I wanted to ask, is it possible to make a proper body for Tina? A body for the ghost girl. Tina's a ghost, so she can't go out during the day unless she possesses something. Up to now, she's been using the kettles, but I figured she deserves something a little better, you know. That makes sense. So, do you think you could make something? Harem, I would like to help, but I'm a weaponsmith. I don't normally work on anything else. I trust your skills, Gantz. Now that's a line that puts a craftsman on the spot. Hard to say no when you put it that way. He rubbed his beard as he pondered, clearly sketching out ideas in his head. After a short pause, he finally spoke. Come back in a week, would you? I'll see what I can do by then. Thanks, that means a lot. No trouble at all. For Horizon's hero, this much is easy. Please don't call me that. I frowned at Gantz, who'd obviously said it on purpose. Tina chuckled at the exchange. You two get along real well, huh? Well, we've been through a lot. He's even done me a favor or two. Sounds like a story worth hearing. Let's sit down and chat sometime. Sure. I think you're an interesting one, ghost girl. I'd love to talk more. Tina, with her usual lack of shyness, got along with the typically gruff Gantz in no time. 1 week later. Hello. Excuse the intrusion. Tina and I visited Gantz's shop once more. He wasn't visible at first, but quickly appeared from the back once he noticed us. Oh, Rain and company. Right on time. He was holding Kamui and Narukami. Here, I've got them both tuned up like new. Thanks, that really helps. No problem. If anything else comes up, bring it in right away. I'll service them proper, or if you want, I'll even make you something new. Clearly fired up as a craftsman, Gantz flashed a confident grin. And this is for the ghost girl. He pulled something else out. Oh, a doll. It was a small doll, just a bit larger than a person's palm. Exquisitely crafted, clearly not something made for a child's toy box. The kind you'd see nobility buy for display, just one glance was enough to tell this was no ordinary doll. And come to think of it, it looked familiar. Wait, is this supposed to be me? Now that she mentioned it, it was. Dressed in a maid outfit with a matching face, it was a mini-sized Tina. I figured this could be your new body. What do you think? Whoa, this is my new body. I poured every bit of my craftsmanship into this, the latest model of a combat doll. It's not just for show, either. It's packed with tricks and can fight if needed. Ew. Tina's eyes sparkled at the mention of built-in gimmicks. Yeah, that kind of thing really does seem right up her alley. I can't believe you made something like this for her, thanks. Wasn't too much trouble, was it? Bah, every now and then, making something like this ain't bad. Besides, it felt like a real test of my skills as a craftsman. It fired me up. Yeah, that sounds just like you, Gantz. Hey. Mind if I try it out right now? Of course, I made it just for you after all. Go ahead and use it. Much obliged. Tina's form shimmered like mist and then flowed into the doll. Oh. Ew. The doll, which had been sitting on the table, suddenly stood up straight. She moved her arms and legs, testing the sensation of her new body. Then she started jumping in place, throwing little punches, trying out her voice. Clearly thrilled, Tina played around with glee. This is amazing. Feels just like usual. My arms and legs move exactly how I want. This is really nice. Seriously, I love it. Tina was beaming, clearly thrilled with her new body. Watching her like that made me feel a little guilty. Even if we didn't have any other options, I'd made her possess a kettle all this time. I really should have given her something better from the start. Thanks a bunch, old man. Think nothing of it. Rain's one of my best customers after all. This thing looks like a real masterpiece. I'm guessing it wasn't cheap. How about this for a price? Could you knock a little off? Now. This was for the young lady, wasn't it? You're really gonna get stingy now. Yeah, fair enough. All right, I'll take it. The price Gantz named wasn't exactly low, but once he said it was for Tina, I couldn't argue. Knowing him, it wasn't like he was trying to rip me off. If anything, he'd probably already given me a discount. Besides, he'd made something incredible for Tina. I was nothing but grateful. Ooh, this body really is the best. Hey, Rain, what do you think of me like this? What do I think? That's not how you answer, you know. You're supposed to say you're cute. I mean, I'd like to say that, but she's literally a doll right now. Saying you're cute to a walking, talking doll feels, I don't know, visually questionable. Hey, Rain. Yeah. Thanks for everything you've done for me. And with that warm smile of hers, Tina brought a little peace to my heart. Chapter 2, The Dragon Tribe Arrives. We took a break for about 2 weeks, and now we've decided to resume our activities. The damage and fatigue we suffered during the incident with Iris have healed, and we've regained our strength. Besides, if we stayed idle any longer, our bodies would probably start to get sluggish. Everyone else seems eager for the next adventure, itching to get moving. Time to get back to work as adventurers. Hello. Oh, Shroud-san. And Tania too. Welcome to the Adventurers Guild. When we visited the guild, Natalie greeted us with a smile. It felt like it had been a while since I'd seen that smile. During the Iris incident, she had been away in the south for a long time. Even after that, we didn't have the chance to meet. She'd been tied up with post-incident work, and then we were on break. Rejoice. Starting today, we're back in action. Tania puffed out her chest, sounding quite full of herself. Natalie's smile deepened at her words. Really? That's wonderful news. I'm so relieved. Without your team, it's been difficult to get requests resolved. That can't be true. There are plenty of other adventurers besides us. That may be so, but adventurers with your level of skill are few and far between. You think so? It's true. Honestly, your party is now one of the flagship adventurer groups representing this city. When you said you were taking a break, I nearly lost hope. Natalie gazed off into the distance with a dry smile. It didn't seem like an act, it came from the heart. Apparently, we'd become famous without realizing it. That's surprising. Still, knowing that it's the result of everything we've built up together bit by bit fills me with pride. That said, got any good requests for us? Something flashy and bold to mark our return would be perfect. Hey now, don't go deciding that on your own. Ouch. I gave Tania a light bop on the head. What was that for Rain? No diving into flashy requests right off the bat. But we haven't moved around much lately. Wouldn't it feel great to go all out for once? I don't entirely disagree, but if we go full throttle out of nowhere, our bodies might not be able to keep up and we could end up in trouble. Think of it like a warm-up. We should start with something lighter. You've got a point. So, do you have any requests? Preferably something not too strenuous. Let me see. Natalie pulled a file off the shelf and began flipping through the pages. In that case, how about taking out a pack of hunter wolves? Hunter wolves? Didn't we face something similar before? You're thinking of horn wolves. The names are alike, but they're completely different species. Hunter wolves are monsters. They frequently attack livestock and sometimes even people. They're nothing but trouble. A bunch of nuisance wolves, got it. This request is from a group of farmers. Lately, the wolves have been moving in packs and their livestock is being harmed. The objectives are protect the livestock and eliminate the pack. As a way to get your bodies back in shape, I'd say it's a pretty suitable job. It's lacking a bit in flair, but I guess we can't be picky. I'm fine with it. Tania seemed on board. As for me, roughly how many are in the pack? The exact number's unknown, but reports say it might be close to 50. That's made it a fairly high difficulty job, and no one's been willing to take it on. Natalie looked at us with a hopeful gaze. I gave a wry smile and nodded. 50 is quite a lot, but with our team, it shouldn't be a problem. Got it. We'll take that request. Understood. Thank you so much, Shroud-san. I'll get the paperwork started right away. And with that, we accepted our first request in a while. Section. The damage caused by the hunter wolves had reportedly been increasing day by day. It seemed that the entire pack was breeding, and their numbers were steadily growing. Livestock had been attacked repeatedly, making it a serious issue for the farmers. So we decided to take action that very day. We came up with a plan. Canaid, Sora, and Luna would protect the livestock, while the rest of us would focus on defeating the hunter wolves. The finer details would be handled on site. We'd stay flexible and adapt as needed. If we're just dealing with hunter wolves, this kind of strategy should be more than enough. I trust our teamwork completely, and I don't doubt anyone's strength in the slightest. And so, Tania, Nina, Tina, and I were walking through a forest some distance away from town. Our group was the assault team. According to the client, the hunter wolves seemed to have made their den deep in the woods. Phew. Just thinking about finally getting to cut loose again gets my blood pumping. Don't overdo it, all right? Let's not burn the forest down or anything like that. What do you take me for? Tania gave me a sharp side-eye. But honestly, Tania does have a tendency to say dangerous things. Stuff like burn it all down, or scorch it clean, or obliterate everything. I swear she says things like that pretty often. Back when we first met, she even tried to incinerate the Forest of Confusion, knowing that, I can't help but worry that someday she might actually go through with it. Ah, this is great. It's the middle of the day and I'm out and about, moving freely, feels super fresh. On top of Nina's head, Tina, now with a puppet body, was humming cheerfully. Seeing how happy she looked made me smile a little too. Still, whether it's a kettle or a puppet, Tina always ends up on Nina's head. Is that just her preference? Maybe it's extra comfy up there. Monsters that bully the cows and goats, bad. I'll do my best, okay. Nina spoke with determination. Her reason for fighting was kind of adorable. That said, Nina doesn't have much combat power, so I hope she doesn't push herself too hard. Is that too overprotective of me? If she heard that, she'd probably pout and say, I can fight too, you know. Hey, Rain. Suddenly, Tania started talking to me. Aren't you gonna worry about me? How do you know what I was thinking? Foo, you're easy to read, Rain. I just have to look at your face. Yikes, I guess I can't think anything weird around Tania from now on. Well, that's one of your good points too, so don't go changing, all right. Can't tell if that was praise or just teasing. Oh my, how rude. I was genuinely complimenting you. You say that, but it's hard to believe. I let out a dry laugh, then shifted my expression to something more serious. Anyway, enough chatting. Yes, you're right, time to get to work. Tania and I took a ready stance. Nina and Tina's expressions also sharpened. Soon after, an intense wave of bloodlust slammed into us. One by one, hunter wolves began to emerge from between the trees, baring their vicious fangs and growling low in their throats. Just like they said, there's quite a few of them. Phew, this is nothing. If they want to take me on, they'll need 100 times this number. Yeah, that's a bit much. I could handle it. Where does that confidence even come from? Then again, with Tania, it's not entirely baseless. That's the scary and reliable part of her. All right then, here we go. Tania raised her voice, and with that as the signal, we all charged in at once. Ha! With a vertical slash from Kamui, a hunter wolf was cleaved in two and crashed to the ground. Must have been that maintenance Gantz did, its edge was flawless. Hup! Nearby, Nina had teleported above a hunter wolf and came down hard with a kick from overhead. Tina followed up by crushing it with telekinesis, a perfect combo. And Tania. This is the end. Our ace, Tania, whipped her tail like a lash, mowing down 3 hunter wolves in a single swing. The ones hit by the devastating blow couldn't even get back up, they simply turned into magic stones. Well, I'd say that's that. Don't let your guard down, there might still be stragglers. I don't sense any, but wait, what is this? Tania was scanning the area, but her expression suddenly tensed. What is it? What did she sense? Just as I was about to ask. K-I-S-H-A-I-I. A sharp roar split through the air like it was tearing the sky apart. I rushed toward the sound, only to stop in stunned disbelief at what I saw. Wings large enough to blot out the sky. Scales harder than steel. Fangs sharp as spears. The ruler of the heavens, the pinnacle of all living things. A king that surpasses even the strong, a dragon. Also known as the strongest race, the dragon tribe. Why is a member of the dragon tribe in a place like this? The shock made me freeze on the spot, but when I caught sight of something, I snapped back to my senses. Aya. A man dressed like an adventurer was locked in the dragon's glare. It wasn't just hostility, there was outright killing intent directed at him. He couldn't move. This is bad. I didn't know what was going on, but I couldn't just stand by and do nothing. I drew Kamui and dashed forward. Over here. Gra. I slashed at the dragon's head, but clang. A high-pitched metallic ring echoed as my blade was deflected. As expected, it's tough. Still, I managed to draw its attention. The dragon let out a low growl and fixed its glare on me. It was like it was saying, if you want to interfere, then I'll eat you first. The killing intent was so dense, so heavy, so overwhelming that it felt like it had physical form. I nearly collapsed under its pressure. Rain, are you okay? Tania came running toward me. Did something about her presence throw it off? The dragon looked shaken. It suddenly beat its massive wings and launched into the sky. Then, with a swift turn, it flew off into the distance. Tania looked at me. Rain, what do we do? I can still catch up if we go now. No, let it go. It's too dangerous to go alone, even for you. Besides, we still don't know what's going on, and more importantly, this person needs help. Well, if that's what you think, I'll let it go. Got it. Tania seemed reluctant, clearly wanting to give chase. Maybe because it was one of her own kind, she couldn't just ignore it. Are you all right? Why, yeah, you saved me. I reached out a hand. The man gratefully took it and stood up. Man, that was close. I was this close to getting eaten. Hey. When he caught sight of Tania, he let out a small shriek. Looks like he'd only just noticed the horns and tail, realizing she was dragon tribe. Don't worry, Tania's not like that one. She doesn't attack people. How rude, screaming at someone's face after they saved you. Well, I am magnanimous, so I'll forgive you. Fufun. Tania is a good girl, okay. Dunno how much it helps hearing it from me, but Tania doesn't do bad stuff. You've got my word. Nina and Tina had caught up and were now backing Tania up. The man looked even more confused now. Wait, are you guys Celestial Tribe? And a doll. Tania included, they're all my companions. The strongest race is your companion. What, are you kidding? He stood there dumbfounded, but then his eyes lit up with realization. Don't tell me you're the hero of Horizon. That's what people call me, I guess. So it was you, makes sense now. If you're that guy, then yeah, I can see how the strongest race would be with you. Being called a hero always makes me feel awkward, but I guess this time it helped. It seemed to convince him we weren't dangerous. The tension faded from his face. Anyway, can I ask what happened? What was that about? I should be asking you. I don't even know what's going on myself. From what we gathered, the man was a D-rank adventurer. He didn't specialize in monster hunting, but in gathering herbs and ores. Today was just another ordinary day. He'd come to the forest to collect materials. Something was off about the monsters. They seemed frightened of something, tense and agitated. Even normally docile monsters had become aggressive and attacked him. Though uneasy, he prioritized his work. As a result, he was attacked out of nowhere by a dragon that flew in from parts unknown. It nearly ended in tragedy. He had accepted death when we arrived just in time to save him. I see. After hearing his story, I frowned. It wasn't as if he had done anything to provoke it. The dragon had clearly approached him. But that didn't make any sense. Unless he was lying and actually did something to set the dragon off, but he didn't seem like it. Why would a dragon show up here of all places? Given what happened with Tania, it might have just been a coincidence, but even so, there's no clear reason it would attack a person. It's not like dragons and humans have especially close ties, but they're not enemies either. Attacking someone on sight is unheard of. It's no use. There just isn't enough information to draw a conclusion. That dragon had clearly attacked with the intent to kill. That was no accident. This might turn into something big. I had a really bad feeling. Section. Just to be safe, Tania and I escorted the man back to the city. There was no telling if the dragon might return, and it was better to be cautious. Meanwhile, I asked Nina and Tina to report back to Canaid and the others. I had them relay that the request was complete and explain what happened. Few finally made it back. As we entered the city, the man let out a sigh of relief. After being attacked by a dragon, he probably couldn't relax until he was home. He turned to us with a smile. "Thanks again, you really saved me. Don't mention it. Just make sure you stay alert, this could happen again. You think another dragon will show up. Haha, come on, that'd be pretty unlikely. If only it were just a joke. Anyway, really, thank you. You guys are lifesavers. I owe you one. It's fine, we're fellow adventurers after all. I can't just let it go. Not that I can do much, but if you ever need something, don't hesitate. I'll do whatever I can." The man bowed his head repeatedly, then finally left. "Think that guy'll be all right?" Tania asked, looking doubtful. "What do you mean?" "He's way too optimistic, isn't he? He was attacked by a dragon, and he's just brushing it off. Normally, you'd be a lot more shaken up. Not that I'm the best person to say that. No, I agree. Being attacked by a dragon is not normal. By the way, are there any other dragons in the area besides you?" "There shouldn't be, but I can't say for sure." Tania wore a troubled expression. She paused in thought before continuing slowly. "Our dragon tribe village is pretty far from here, but not all of us stay in the village. Some wander around, like me." "Why do they wander?" "Training journeys like mine. Some are just traveling freely. Others go around testing their strength or fighting evil, it varies. We're a free-spirited race, really." "Do they attack people?" "Normally, no. At least they're not supposed to, but even that's not a guarantee." Tania gave a weary shrug. "There are some in the dragon tribe who hold extreme views like humans are evil and must be destroyed. Of course, they're the minority, but they do exist. And there are others with similar warped ideologies." "That sounds bad." "Yeah, it really is." I sighed alongside her. If one of those extremist dragons was behind this, we might have a serious problem on our hands. We should try to resolve it before it becomes a full-blown crisis. But how? As I was thinking things through, I noticed a familiar face. It was Stella. She was approaching with 2 knights behind her, probably subordinates. Her eyes weren't on me, though. They were fixed on Tania. "Oh, if it isn't Stella. Hello. What brings you here?" Tania greeted her casually, but Stella's expression was stern. She didn't return the greeting. Instead, she drew her sword. "Tania, I'm sorry, but I'm placing you under arrest." "Huh?" Tania's eyes widened in shock at the sudden declaration. I probably wore the same expression. Could this be Stella's idea of a joke? That thought crossed my mind, but her face was completely serious. The 2 knights behind her, clearly subordinates, had their hands on their hilts, ready to draw their swords. They were surrounding Tania from both sides. Wait, are you serious? Why would I be under arrest?" Tania's voice took on a sharp edge, clearly annoyed by the abrupt announcement. Her anger was palpable. The 2 knights flinched at the pressure she gave off, but Stella, to her credit, held her ground and didn't lower her sword. "I am serious. I'd like you to come quietly to the Orders branch." "HMPH, I don't get it, but it sounds like you mean it." Tania's gaze sharpened, like a predatory bird of prey. "But you really ought to pick your opponents more wisely. Thinking you can handle me by force? That's sheer folly. I'll beat that arrogance right out of." Whoa. I rushed in to stop her before she entered full combat mode. "Why are you stopping me? Don't start a fight in the middle of the city. And besides, we should hear them out first. Why should I listen to someone spouting nonsense about arresting me?" Tania turned away with a huff, clearly still irritated. I couldn't really blame her, but I wished she'd calm down. If she lost control here, there'd be serious collateral damage. Of course, I wasn't exactly on board with her being arrested either. If push came to shove, I wouldn't hesitate to use force to protect her, but this was Stella we were dealing with. Someone I could trust. We should hear her out first. "I'll come with you. Is that all right? And I'd like to hear what this is all about. If you can promise me that much, we won't resist." "Of course. I was planning to explain everything properly, and I was hoping you'd come too." "HMPH, could have fooled me. You sure didn't sound like you planned to explain anything." "Come on, don't be difficult. MRRGH? I managed to soothe the pouting Tania somehow, and the group of us headed to the Order's branch. Once inside, we were shown to a private room. It was furnished modestly, more like a guest room than an interrogation room. That alone told me Stella didn't see us as enemies. Tania and I sat side by side on a sofa, with Stella seated across from us at the table. Her two subordinates stood guard by the door. So, what's going on? It's not easy to say, but there have been several dragon sightings recently. And not just sightings, there have also been attacks. Tania and I looked at each other. That sounded like it could be directly related to what we just encountered, but something didn't add up. I haven't heard anything about that at the guild. We're currently coordinating our response with the guild. We've asked them to keep things quiet for now. It's a delicate matter. If word spreads that dragons are attacking people, it could cause widespread panic. We have to proceed carefully. I get that makes sense. Just recently, a decision was made on how we'd move forward. The Knights and the Adventurers Guild have agreed. We'll apprehend the culprit before more damage is done. Wait a second, what does that have to do with arresting me? I truly am sorry. The only dragon tribe, confirmed near Horizon is you. That's all the higher-ups in the Knights and the Guild needed to hear. They issued an order for your arrest based on that alone. You've got to be kidding me. They pinned it on me just because I'm Dragon Tribe without even checking the facts? That's insane. Are your superiors even competent? Tania was furious, and understandably so. But I could also understand where Stella was coming from. We'd solved the Edgar issue together. Stella clearly didn't believe Tania would ever attack anyone. But the higher-ups who didn't know her had simply assumed she was guilty. It was likely an attempt to quickly resolve the situation and gain support from the public. It was outrageous, but for someone in Stella's position, bound by duty to the crown, defying orders wasn't an option. She probably had no choice but to comply and bring Tania in. I'm sorry, I'm truly ashamed. Now you're making it sound like I did something wrong. You couldn't defy orders, right? But you still thought it was off, so you didn't force me into a cell, and you explained everything. For that much, well, I do appreciate it. Thank you, that means a lot. Stella bowed her head. I was grateful, too, for her restraint and transparency. In that case, solving this might be easier than we thought. How do you mean? There was another dragon, one that tried to attack an adventurer. Stella looked puzzled, so I gave her a detailed explanation of everything that had happened. I see, in other words, there's another dragon besides Tania, and one that actually attacked a person. There's no doubt that's our real culprit. If we know who it is, there's plenty we can do. Yes, that makes sense. All right. That clears me of suspicion, right? I'm free to go now. Tania grinned as she spoke, but Stella shook her head. I'm sorry, but I can't allow that. What? Your testimony alone, Rain, won't be enough as evidence. Of course, I believe without a doubt that Tania wouldn't do something like this, but the higher-ups are incredibly rigid. What if we ask the adventurer we saved to give a statement? That still won't be enough to convince them. You're Tania's companion. They'll just say you coaxed him into lying to protect her. What kind of logic is that? False testimony is a serious crime, right? And yet they think I'd make someone do it anyway. To be honest, yes, they do. You've gotta be kidding me. Your higher-ups aren't just stubborn, they're downright dense. Tania snapped, but Stella just looked more apologetic. Still, I could somewhat understand where the upper echelons were coming from. The order held significant power, which also meant the weight of their responsibilities was immense. A single misstep could lead to catastrophic consequences. That's why those in command can't afford mistakes. They have to examine every possibility, act with caution, and pursue the truth. Relying solely on my account just won't cut it. There's another problem, and it's hard to say. What now? There's more. The dragon in question reportedly called itself Tania of the Dragon Tribe. What? I know Tania personally, so I can tell they're clearly different individuals. But to someone who doesn't know her, there's no way to distinguish between them. People in this city might recognize her, but the ones in charge, who are further away, definitely wouldn't. They had the nerve to impersonate me. Wow, they've got guts. This is seriously infuriating, but I guess yelling at Stella won't help. I get it now. With that kind of situation, I can't really blame them for suspecting me. Though fuming, Tania seemed to accept Stella's explanation. I can't just ignore my orders. So please, at least until the investigation is complete, don't leave this place. I'm not arresting you. I couldn't even if I wanted to, and I don't. But until we catch the real culprit, I need you to stay out of sight. You want to fake my arrest, buy some time, and catch the real culprit while I lie low. Exactly. It amounts to house arrest, so you won't be allowed outside, but if there's anything you need, I'll do what I can. That sounds super annoying. Tania pouted. I could sympathize with her frustration. But I also understood Stella's position. The higher-ups didn't have enough proof to let Tania roam free, and their reasoning did make some sense. In the end, there's only one way to solve this. Then I'll go catch the real culprit. Rain. Tania looked over in surprise. This is my problem, and now I'm dragging you into it. Tania's problem is my problem. We're comrades, aren't we? Rain. If a friend is being falsely accused, of course I'm going to help. And honestly, I won't be satisfied until I punch the dragon that dared to use Tania's name. If I can prove there's another dragon out there responsible for the attack, that'll settle everything, right? So I just need to catch the real one. Well, yes, that would solve things, but are you sure? The Order was planning to handle this. The culprit is a dangerous dragon. We didn't want to burden you with this. Tania's involved. That makes it my concern. If proving her innocence means taking this on, I'll do whatever it takes. Thank you, Rain. Tania looked at me with a warm expression. And her cheeks were a little red. Was she blushing? Though honestly, I don't think I said anything that would make someone blush. Anyway, Tania, I need you to stay here, okay? It might be inconvenient, but it'll only be for a little while. I promise I'll catch the real culprit. Tania. Why yeah. If you're going that far then, well, I'll leave it to you. Or ask you, I guess. Either way, just do your best, okay? If you fail, I won't forgive you. I'm not gonna fail. This is for you, so I will succeed. F for me, hoa. You really say the most heart-throbbing things sometimes, Rain. You're full of surprises. Tania. No, it's nothing. Anyway, I'm counting on you, all right? Go catch that idiot of a fellow dragon and clear my name. Yeah. Leave it to me. I nodded firmly at Tania's words. Section. After leaving the Night Order's branch, I got in touch with everyone and met up with them at the town plaza. Then, I explained the situation with Tania. Nyahu, I can't forgive that fake Tania. Doing bad things and trying to pin it on her, how dare they? Whatever their intent, that's still unclear. Understanding the motive is important, but more than that, I agree, the act itself is unforgivable. We're gonna find the real culprit and beat him into next week. For Tania, I'll do my best, okay? They'll regret ever making enemies out of us. We'll make 'em pay. Everyone was angry, as if this were their own problem. It was reassuring, but at the same time, I worried they might go overboard. All right, let's go. With a raised fist, Canaid led the charge like a commander starting a march. I hurriedly grabbed her shoulder to stop her. Hold on, go where exactly? We look around near the town and punch any dragons we see. That's way too reckless. We don't even have a lead. Wandering around without a clue is just a waste of time. Naya, now that you say it, maybe. Then what's the plan? Tina asked, tilting her head. Now that she had a puppet body instead of a kettle, she could make more expressive gestures like that. We'll go talk to the victims and eyewitnesses. We might be able to get some useful information. I'd ask Stella to prepare a list of the people involved. Since it was still early in the investigation, there were only about 10 names on the list. That might not seem like much, but if we gather and compile all their statements, we might be able to piece something together. I don't want this to drag out, so let's split into 3 groups and conduct interviews. Oh, me. I want to go with Rain. Canaid raised her hand first, without hesitation. Sara and Luna looked at her curiously. That was quite the enthusiastic volunteering. It's suspicious. Now that you mention it, Canaid's been trying to hang around Rain a lot lately. I'm jealous, so I'll pout. And no, that's not it. I don't have any special reason or anything. I just, thought maybe I could be helpful to Rain. That's all. Suspicious. Canaid flailed, and Sara and Luna stared at her with flat gazes. Flustered under their looks, Canaid grew even more nervous. Okay, let's not get sidetracked. I managed to get everyone focused again. For groupings, let's go with me and Canaid, Sara and Luna. Nina and Tina. Same old combo, huh? I'll do my best. Nina clenched her tiny fist, steeling herself. On top of her head, Tina mimicked a fighting pose in support. We'll meet back here in an hour. I'm sure it'll be fine, but just be careful, all right? Understood. If anything happens, I'll use Luna as a shield. You're using me as a shield. Gonna head off now. Time to show off my smooth-talking skills. Everyone scattered, leaving just me and Canaid behind. Well then, let's head out too. Right, let's Canaid suddenly stopped in her tracks with a look of realization. Just the two of us, me and Rain. This chance doesn't come around often, right? Alright. So then maybe this is the time to make a move. Canaid. Naya, Her eyes darted everywhere before finally settling on me. Her face had gone red, and she looked up at me with dewy eyes full of anticipation. Hey, would it be okay if we held hands? Our hands? Was it because she was worried we might get separated? It's true that the streets were fairly crowded today, and we had gotten separated once before. Sure. Here. Really? Why are you so surprised? It's just holding hands, it's fine. Naya. Canaid happily took my hand, her tail swaying side to side in excitement. Sorry, Tania, but I'm really happy right now. I don't really get it, but let's go. Yeah. With an absolutely delighted Canaid, we set out for our round of questioning. 1 hour later, we regrouped at the meeting spot after finishing our interviews. According to what Sora and the others heard, the dragon was seen flying off toward the northern mountains. We got the same, lots of sightings near the mountains. Same here. Apparently someone saw it flying down from the mountains. We exchanged the information we'd gathered and began to piece things together. So basically, the fake using Tania's name is living in the northern mountains. Yeah, that seems pretty certain. Ain't no doubt about it. We didn't hear anything else that pointed to a different location. No one had any objections. All right then, let's head. Stop. Canaid shouted energetically again, but I had to stop her once more. Nyan, if we're going to the mountains, we need to prepare. It could take several days if we're not careful. Naya, yeah, that's true. But it's so frustrating having to spend more time on this when we want to solve it quickly. We can't help it. If we rush in and mess up, that would defeat the purpose. It's okay, we're fine, Nina said, wearing a confident little smile. We're already ready. Huh, what do you mean? When we heard that the fake Tania might be in the mountains, I went ahead and bought a bunch of stuff just in case. Nina opened the entrance to her subspace storage. Inside, not only food and water, but a full set of mountain climbing gear was packed and ready. Wow, when did you even? Phew fun, Nina's growing every day, you know. Tina puffed up with pride, as if talking about herself. They were always together, so Tina probably thought of Nina as her partner. They really seemed close, it was nice to see. Huh, but what about the money? I was the one managing the finances. They said I could pay later. You put it on a tab. Well, if the shopkeeper was okay with it, then I guess it's fine. Nina was well-liked by a lot of people. That must be why they trusted her enough to allow it. Once the case is resolved, I'll make sure to thank them properly. All right then, let's head out. Even if the enemy's one of the strongest races, we're more than ready. Let's take care of this fast and not keep Tania waiting. Ayahi. Chapter 3. Find the real culprit. We arrived at the northern mountains after about half a day of travel. Canaid and I could have shortened that time significantly by carrying everyone and using physical enhancement magic to dash through it all at once, but doing that would have drawn way too much attention. The fake Tania was reportedly attacking people without hesitation, but aside from Tina and me, the rest of us are members of the strongest races. If we were too conspicuous, we might alert her and let her escape. So we opted to proceed on foot to keep a low profile. Just a short way into the mountain trail, I turned to check behind me. Naya. Canaid was humming cheerfully, looking completely energized. To her, this probably felt like a leisurely stroll. She seemed to be enjoying the hike. But, huffs. Pant wheeze here. Sora and Luna were totally winded, looking like they might collapse at any moment. Hang in there, Nina, just a bit more. Nina was also exhausted, sweat glistening on her forehead. Tina, riding on her head, was enthusiastically cheering her on. Because Tina's strides were far smaller than everyone else's, she would have been left behind otherwise. Let's rest here for today. We found a nice clearing, so we set down our gear and began preparing camp. Judging by how everyone looked, this was pretty much the limit for the day. Rain, we don't have time to rest. Cough. We have to find the culprit quickly. Night's falling. I do want to catch the imposter as soon as possible, but pushing ourselves won't help. We've been walking for half a day. If we want to be ready when we find her, we need proper rest. Nina, sorry to ask when you're so tired, but could you get out the sheet and cushions? Emma. Nina pulled the sheet and cushions from subspace and spread them out on the ground. I took Sora and Luna by the hand and helped them sit down. Sorry. We're totally dragging everyone down. We're useless. From now on, don't call us the Spirit Tribe, call us the No Stamina Shut-In Tribe. We've been walking for half a day, so it's natural to be tired. I'm tired too. Let's rest here tonight. Harem is too kind. Your kindness is soaking into our bodies and souls. There. Nina gently patted the two of them on the head as they teared up, clearly frustrated by their lack of stamina. Soon the sun set and night fell. In the dark forest, we gathered around a crackling campfire. I feel alive again. So warm and cozy. After eating, resting, and warming up, Sora and Luna looked completely relaxed. Everyone else seemed similarly recharged. Foo. Nina started nodding off, her head bobbing as she dozed. Nina, you sleepy? Yeah, just a little. Even as she spoke, she looked like staying awake was taking all she had. She must have been really tired. With her small body, she probably used up more energy than the rest of us. When I gently picked her up, she clung to me and quickly dozed off, her breathing soft and even. I carried her into the tent we set up earlier and laid her down carefully. Tina floated over and landed beside her. I'm gonna sleep too, FYI. Get a good rest. Thanks, G-Night. Tina might not have felt physically tired, but she had been controlling her doll the whole time, which likely consumed a good bit of magic. Just like Nina, she quickly started snoring softly. I whispered a quiet goodnight and left the tent. Oh, welcome back, Rain. Where are Sora and Luna? When I returned to the fire, only Canade was there. I carried them into the other tent. They were totally out of it. I see, thanks. No problem. Canade and I sat together, watching the flames dance in the night. Canade, aren't you going to sleep? I'm not really that tired. The Nekore tribe never loses when it comes to stamina, so this much is nothing for me. What about you, Rain? I'm fine too. Thanks to our contract, I've gained stamina to match yours. Naya, as expected of Rain. Since we've got the chance, want to chat for a bit? Wait, just the two of us at night, this is. Canade's ears perked straight up, her tail stood at attention too. Canade. And nope, it's nothing. Nothing at all. Are you sure? It definitely doesn't seem like nothing. Seriously, I'm fine. If you say so. Lately, Canade's been acting strangely sometimes, and it's been happening more and more. Is she hiding something? But then again, everyone has secrets, things they can't even tell their friends. She doesn't seem deeply troubled, so for now, I'll just keep an eye on it. By the way, Canade. Why yeah? What is it? What do you think about this whole incident? Canade's expression turned unexpectedly crestfallen. Canade. I should have known. Of course you'd bring up a topic like that at a time like this. That's just so you, Rain. I kind of got my hopes up for something else, but nope, Nyafu. Oh, what? It's nothing, just talking to myself, really, don't mind it. Right, the incident, yeah. Yeah. What do you think about the fake Tania showing up? It's kind of strange, don't you think? Canade tilted her head, her tail curling into a question mark. Looks like she's just as puzzled as I am. Someone pretending to be Tania has been committing crimes all over. At a glance, it seems like they're trying to frame her. The real question is, why go to all that trouble? From what I've heard, the strongest races treasure their own kind. Some say it's because of their noble spirits and values, but more than that, it's due to how few of them there are. They have to work together to survive. If they fought amongst themselves, they'd be on a fast track to extinction. That's why they have a strict taboo against internal conflict and always try to help one another. Everyone told me as much, so I'm pretty sure it's accurate. Minor spats might happen, but they'd never go as far as seriously trying to kill each other. That's how strong their bonds are. And yet, in this case, someone's trying to pin crimes on Tania. They're actively trying to drag down one of their own. Why? I try to think about it, but I can't come up with an answer. What do you think, Canade? There's definitely another dragon around, no doubt about that. Maybe it's some kind of falling out? It's hard to imagine, but I guess it's possible. Still, for the strongest races, Something this serious is just too extreme. If this keeps up, humans might even try to take Tania down. Exactly, that's what's so weird. Framing her, knowing it might lead to her being hunted down, that's unthinkable for us strongest races. Either there's some hidden agenda behind it, or the culprit really, really hates Tania. Either way, we're still just guessing. This might turn out to be a huge incident. Yeah, we need to stay alert and be ready for anything. I've been through my share of tough spots, but I can't afford to get careless. I have to clear Tania's name. Failure isn't an option. No letting my guard down. I'll face this properly and see it through. Naya. Canide's ears drooped flat. What's wrong? Since Tania joined us, this is the first time we've spent the night apart. It's making me kind of anxious. I see. Sorry. I know saying stuff like that might make you worry too, Rain. It's okay. Naya. I reached over and gently patted Canide's head. She let out a surprised yelp, and then her tail and ears stood straight up, bristling slightly. If you're feeling uneasy, it's okay to just say so. But I'd really appreciate it if you didn't keep secrets like that. We're teammates after all. Rain. Canide's eyes shimmered with emotion as she gazed at me. Maybe it was the glow of the campfire, but her cheeks were flushed, and she wore an expression sweeter than I'd ever seen from her before. Then, maybe I'll lean on you a little. Yeah, bring it on. Here I go. Despite her bold words, Canide gently leaned against me. Our shoulders touched, and her silky hair brushed against my cheek. Is it okay if I stay like this, just a little longer? This is all you need. Yeah, this is more than enough. Canide began to softly purr. A quiet, peaceful moment settled over us. Naya. With her pleasant weight leaning against me and the gentle sound of her voice like soft music, we sat together for a while, watching the flickering flames of the campfire. Section. The next morning, after a full night of rest, all traces of fatigue from yesterday had vanished. Everyone looked refreshed, showing no signs of exhaustion. All right, let's start searching for the dragon. Sora Luna, I'm counting on you. Understood. Leave it to us. The two began chanting a spell, and waves of light rippled out around them. It was the same magic they used at Edgar's mansion, detecting magical signatures in the area. If a dragon was nearby, it should give off a strong magical response. Ahem. Luna's face grew troubled. Sora followed with a small shake of her head. No good, there's no response. Looks like there aren't any dragons nearby. What's the detection range? This time, it's about a 300-meter radius around us. They'd scanned a fairly wide area, but the mountain was far broader than that. To cover the entire region, they'd have to cast the spell repeatedly. Shall we try again? I don't mind. I still have plenty of magic power left. Well, you were sleeping belly up and snoring like a baby, so of course your mana's fully restored. I wasn't sleeping like that at all. She stole my catchphrase. What a lively bunch. I'll take a turn now. I couldn't just let the two of them do all the work. And when it comes to searching, I'm better suited for it anyway. I called over a bird perched on a nearby branch and formed a temporary contract with it. Then I had it call more birds, forming the same kind of contracts with them. With a dozen or so birds under command, I gave them orders. Report back if they find a dragon, then sent them off in all directions. With aerial scouting, we could cover far more ground. It might be hard to spot something small from above, but we were looking for a dragon. Even on the ground, a creature that massive should be easy to locate. At least, that's what I thought. Naya, still nothing, huh? Yeah, nothing. 30 minutes passed. Canide and Tina, clearly growing bored from waiting, muttered to themselves. Did we fail? Nina tilted her head and said it with uncertainty. Was she right? Did we fail? With over 10 birds searching, slipping past them should have been nearly impossible. It's possible the dragon is hiding in a huge cave or something, but even then, there should be signs, like footprints or crushed trees nearby. But we weren't seeing any of that either. Suddenly realizing something we'd completely overlooked, I let out a voice. Nyan, what's wrong? Now that I think about it, I might have made a wrong assumption. Wrong assumption. We're looking for a dragon, right? Another member of the dragon tribe like Tania, right? Yeah, that's right. Then wouldn't it be totally possible for them to take human form, just like Tania? Oh. Canide let out a cry as she caught on to what I meant. We'd been searching for a dragon, assuming it would remain in dragon form. But that wasn't guaranteed at all. If the target had shifted into a human form, then scouting from above using birds would be pointless. The foliage would block the view, making it much harder to spot a person. That was a mistake. Seeing them in dragon form the first time left such a strong impression that I'd unconsciously assumed they'd always appear that way. There was always the possibility that, like Tania, the dragon had taken human form, or perhaps they'd transformed to hide from pursuers. Either way, using birds to search wouldn't work. I released the temporary contracts. That means we'll have to rely on our magic then. Even if they've taken human form, they can't hide their magical energy. With Sora and Luna's spell, we should still be able to detect them. The problem is the range. This wasn't a mountain famous enough to be marked on world maps, but it was still large enough. Scouring it piece by piece would take a huge amount of time and be incredibly inefficient. And there was no guarantee the enemy would stay in one place. If they were on the move, we could miss them entirely and waste even more time. Isn't there some better way? Hoi! From atop Nina's head, Tina raised her hand. If that's the case, I've got an idea. Let's hear it. When you're stuck like this, you set a trap. Another side. A lone woman was walking through the northern mountains. With a pack strapped to her back, she slowly made her way along the slightly rugged path. Maybe she was headed to a town beyond the mountains. Breathing heavily, she paused now and then to rest, but still pushed forward, step by determined step. If someone else had seen her, they might have said a woman traveling alone was too dangerous. Bandits could attack her. Monsters could appear. But right now, there was something even more dangerous than bandits or monsters in these mountains. Gruah. Out of nowhere, a dragon came swooping down from the sky. With massive wings beating the air, it landed in front of the woman. A D-dragon. I am the mighty Tania of the dragon tribe. Foolish human, you shall die for our sake. If you must resent something, then resent your own stupidity for wandering alone through such a place. The dragon roared and raised a massive foreleg, slamming it down toward the woman. Resistance was futile, her body should have been crushed, but it wasn't. What? The dragon let out a voice full of shock, and no wonder. The woman had caught the strike with her slender arms. Impossible, my attack stopped by a mere human. Who are you? Who am I, you ask? The answer is a member of the Nekore tribe. With a soft poof, her body was enveloped in smoke. When it cleared, Kanade stood where the woman had been. Tina's plan was simple. If the dragon targeted humans and avoided powerful enemies, then all they needed to do was disguise someone as a normal person to lure it out. First, Sora used magic to transform Kanade into a stranger, an ordinary woman. Then Luna used her magic to suppress any detectable aura. Nekore tribe members don't have inherent magical power, but trained eyes can sometimes spot combat aura, so it needed to be concealed. With that, Kanade became a normal person and walked alone through the mountains, acting as bait. The rest of us watched from a distance, staying out of sight so as not to alert the dragon. And then, Tina's plan worked perfectly. The dragon appeared. You fake trying to be Tania, time for a punishment. Kanade knocked aside the dragon's raised claw with raw strength. Only someone from the Nekore tribe, with their physical prowess, could pull that off. Then she leapt into the air and kicked the dragon square in the face. Gruah. The blow landed with a deafening crack, and the dragon howled in pain. Even with its tough scales, it couldn't negate the full force of a Nekore tribe's strength. The impact must have shaken it to its core. Let's go. At my signal, we charged in, dragoon howling. Sora and Luna cast their spell in unison. A shockwave burst forth and engulfed the dragon. It was a magical attack from 2 spirit tribe members. Normally, that would have been enough to finish it off. Guwug, don't underestimate me. The enemy was one of the strongest races too, so it wasn't going to be a quick victory. Though clearly injured, the dragon still refused to go down. It spread its massive wings in a display of intimidation, opened its jaws lined with blade-like fangs, and fired a barrage of fireballs. Too easy. Tina pulled out a rod-like object and wrapped it in magical energy, standing her ground in front of the oncoming fireballs. Take this, Yaa. She batted them right back. Apparently, this was not something the dragon had anticipated. It flinched and took the reflected fireball directly. That said, it wasn't clumsy enough to fall to its own attack. It staggered a few steps, but that was all. I'm not letting you show me up. I fired a wire from Narukami, wrapping it around the dragon's neck. Once I confirmed it was secure, I started reeling it in. I couldn't pull the dragon toward me, of course. The size difference was too great. But I didn't need to. Using the momentum of being pulled toward the dragon, I closed the distance in a flash, dodged its descending foreleg, and vaulted onto its back. GRRGH, get off me. No chance. This was an opening I couldn't afford to waste. The dragon thrashed to shake me off, but I clung tight and secured my position. Then, steadying my stance, I slashed down with Kamui. Clang. As expected, the blade couldn't pierce its steel-like scales. Without backup, Kamui was just a slightly upgraded dagger. It wasn't going to deal meaningful damage on its own. In that case, fireball multi-shot. I aimed for the wings and launched a flurry of fireballs. When the flames scorched its wings, the dragon shrieked and thrashed more violently than ever. I couldn't hang on any longer. Before I could be thrown off, I leapt high and dismounted on my own. I won't forgive you, I'll kill you all. Its bloodshot eyes locked onto us. It was finally serious, but we couldn't go all out. To prove Tania's innocence, we needed this thing to confess. Killing it would ruin everything. That meant we had to hold back, and that made this fight a lot harder. Begone from this world. The dragon opened its mouth wide, particles of light gathering inside. This is bad. I tried to run, but I was a second too late. Too slow, eat this. A dragon's ultimate attack, its breath. No time to dodge, nowhere to hide. Should I try to intercept it? Maybe if I fought alongside Canade. But before I could act, a small figure stepped forward. Nina. Her face calm and composed, she stood between us and the incoming breath. HMPH. With a graceful swipe of her hand through the air, a crack opened in the scenery, connecting to subspace. The dragon's breath was sucked into it and vanished. Why you? What did you just do? I tossed your breath into, the void. In no way. You blocked my ultimate attack with something like that. The dragon was clearly rattled. So was I when did Nina learn something like that? Was it an extension of the technique she used to retrieve that lost ring the other day? To just dump an enemy's attack into subspace without a trace, that might actually be the most broken ability we've seen yet. Lightning Strike. Tempest Strike. Sora seized the opportunity, casting 2 spells in rapid succession. Lightning and wind stormed the battlefield, engulfing the dragon's massive body. And now, Freeze Strike. It's over. Luna followed up without hesitation, her spell chaining seamlessly into Sora's. A massive prison of ice formed around the dragon. It struggled, trying to smash its way free, but the magically reinforced ice regenerated endlessly. It had no escape, completely trapped inside the frozen cage. Rain. Got it. I instantly understood what Canade wanted. Without delay, I cast my spell. Boost. Using magic, I enhanced her physical abilities. Naya. Canade soared high into the air, spinning rapidly on her descent. This is the end. With all that speed and momentum behind her fist, she slammed a devastating blow straight into the dragon's forehead. Duh. The dragon, unable to even cry out, swayed unsteadily and collapsed. Blood trickled from its forehead, but it was still alive, just unconscious. Its limbs twitched slightly as it lay there. That's our win. Victory! Canade beamed as she struck a triumphant pose. Section, Earth Bind. Sora and Luna cast their spell in unison. The ground surged upward and engulfed the fallen dragon, wrapping around its legs, arms, and wings. 1 minute later, the dragon was fully restrained, buried in the earth like it had been swallowed whole. Their spell was infused with immense magical power. Even for a dragon, breaking free wouldn't be easy. Phew, it's interrogation time now. Luna smirked devilishly. The expression suited her way too well. What are you even planning to do with torture? We're interrogating, not torturing. Really? She sounded genuinely confused by Sora's sharp correction. Apparently, she wasn't joking, this was her being serious. She really wanted to torture it? That's kinda terrifying. Tina. What's torture? Nina, honey, that ain't something you need to know. Don't worry about it now. Deciding I couldn't leave Nina's moral education to Luna, I stepped in. I gently shook the dragon's head. Hey, wake up. Zahi. After a few shakes, the dragon slowly opened its eyes. Where am I? Wahaha, your life is now in our hands. Whether you live or die depends on my mood. Tremble in fear and chew, ow. Please don't interrupt Rain. It was a real punch that hurt sniff. Luna sulked off after being scolded by Sora. I felt a little sorry for her, but we had to keep things moving. Just ignore that, I've got a few questions for you. HMPH, I've nothing to say to a human. The dragon glared at me with fierce, hostile eyes. I'd never done anything to earn a dragon's hatred, so it must just hate humans by default. Its gaze was razor-sharp, full of hatred. Then would you talk to me instead? Nekore tribe, huh? Its tone softened slightly. Apparently, the hatred was only directed at humans. You've been using Tania's name to commit crimes, right? Why would you do something like that? For justice. Naya, justice. Pretending to be Tania and committing crimes. How does that qualify as justice? Canade tilted her head, clearly baffled. Seeing this, the dragon began to speak, radiating an air of righteous conviction. Girl of the Nekore tribe, you, of all people, should understand. You should see the justice in our cause. So, what is your justice? Pride. The dragon's answer was firm, and its eyes gleamed with a self-satisfied light. We dragons are one of the strongest races. We possess unmatched power and reign at the top of the food chain. Well, yeah, technically. Clearly proud of being one of the strongest. The dragon went on and on about its superiority and how noble its kind was. Meanwhile, Canade gave indifferent, casual responses. She didn't seem impressed. That wasn't unusual. The Nekore tribe, in general, didn't have inflated pride. They were easygoing and friendly with others. Whether someone was superior or not didn't matter to them. Dragons must be revered by humans. Standing as equals is unacceptable. But that girl, Tania, she humbled herself to humans, disgracing our pride. Tania's pretty proud, though. Very dragon-like, really. Luna and Sora chimed in from behind, but the dragon didn't seem to hear them. It continued, undeterred. That foolish girl mingled with pathetic humans and tarnished the pride of our race. That's unforgivable, completely unacceptable. Its eyes burned with fury. Now I was starting to understand what this dragon's goal was. And so, we decided to deliver punishment. So this punishment of yours was pretending to be Tania and doing bad things. Exactly, that girl seems fond of humans. So I sullied her name to drive a wedge between them. If things went well, maybe she'd even reclaim her pride as a dragon, but that doesn't matter. All that matters is that she suffers. That's her punishment. Naya, you were thinking about something that stupid. Besides, Tania hasn't done anything wrong in the first place. Getting friendly with humans is the crime. We are of the strongest race. We should be revered, and it is humans who should lower themselves before us. That's how it should be. Rain, can I hit him? I get the feeling, but don't. Canade's temple twitched as she glared, clearly annoyed. The others were all wearing similar scowls. I understood how Canade felt, but hitting the dragon wouldn't change anything. There's a lot I could say, but whatever. Punching him wasn't going to make him change his mind. It'd just be pointless. Canade seemed to realize that too, and with a conflicted expression, she lowered her fist. Anyway, this little scheme of yours ends here. We'll be turning you over to the knights. HMPH. Do as you please. That's odd. For someone who hates humans so much, he's being way too compliant. You'd think he'd be putting up more of a fight at the thought of being handed over. I had a bad feeling. His goal was to tarnish Tania's name and reputation. He called that punishment, but was that really all? It wouldn't be surprising if he had other objectives too, like attacking people he hates or targeting the town itself. It almost felt like he was planning to step into the spotlight himself, make a show of punishing arrogant humans. That would be the ultimate goal, and wait. He said, Damn it, we need to get back to town now. Naya. Rain, what's going on? Cuckoo, so you figured it out. Sharp for a human. Wait, what does that mean? He's not alone. What? He said we. He's not the only one behind this. There's someone else. No way. The dragon laughed mockingly, as if savoring our panic. That's right, I have a partner, all this chatter. Just a way to buy time, Where is your partner? By now, probably already reached the town. In my place, they'll be delivering punishment to that foolish girl and all the pathetic humans. We let our guard down. We assumed there was only one enemy and fell right into their trap. We should have been more thorough, collected more information, but it was too late for regrets. We had to act. Now, Chapter 4, The Dragon Tribe's Assault. Aya, I'm so bored. Tania, confined to a guest room at the Horizon Knights branch, snapped the book shut and set it on the table. She let out a yawn. She had tried passing the time by reading something random, but none of it truly resonated with her. In fact, the sea of text only left her eyes fatigued. Leaning back against the sofa, she gazed into space. How long do I have to sit here like this? Until tomorrow, the day after, next week maybe. With no idea when the incident would be resolved, it felt like being thrown into a maze with no exit. It was frustrating, but not frightening. Hurry up already, Rain. If you take too long, I'm going to be mad, okay. Tania muttered to herself. There was a quiet but unmistakable note of trust in her voice. What if Rain failed? That thought never even crossed her mind. She had complete faith that he would resolve things. She rarely said it aloud, but Tania trusted her master more than anyone in the world. Of course, she trusted their companions, too. Canaid could be a little airheaded at times, but she was strong and dependable. Sora and Luna had vast magical knowledge and would prove useful in all sorts of situations. Nina might be young, but she had a strong will. Tina was the reliable type. Suddenly, Tania found her own feelings puzzling. She believed, without question, that Rain would figure things out, that their friends would handle it. But before she met Rain and the others, that kind of thinking would have been unthinkable. Dragons were the strongest race, the ones who stood at the top. Trusting humans or anyone else had been out of the question. That was how she'd always thought, or so she believed. And yet somehow, she had come to trust Rain, to value her companions. She didn't know how that change had come about. She tried digging into her memories for the answer, but came up empty. The only conclusion she could reach was that, somewhere along the way, after spending time with Rain and the others, she'd changed without even realizing it. It was hard to explain, but, well, this isn't so bad, I guess. Because she had people she could trust, she could wait in peace. It didn't feel bad at all. Smiling faintly, Tania laid down on the sofa. She closed her eyes, intending to take a nap when, what now, so noisy? The clamor from outside had grown loud. Screams, crashing, a full-blown uproar. Something was clearly happening, and it wasn't minor. Didn't their parents teach them to keep it down when people are trying to sleep? Seriously, so rude. Who's causing all this chaos anyway? Grumbling, Tania rose from the sofa and walked over to the window. Grahh. A dragon. The sight was so unexpected, it made her mind go blank for a moment. Wait, what? Snapping back to her senses, Tania stared at the scene, confused. A dragon rampaging through the city. Was that the imposter they'd heard about? If so, had Rain missed it? She considered a number of possibilities, but quickly decided now wasn't the time to dwell on them. Whoever you are, rampaging in the middle of my nap like this, looks like I'll have to teach you some manners. With that conclusion, she prepared to leap out the window. Tania. The door to the guest room slammed open, and Stella burst in. Oh, what is it? Thank goodness you're okay. Clearly, Stella knew about the commotion and had come to check on her. Seeing Tania unharmed, she let out a sigh of relief. Worrying about someone else in a time like this, humans, honestly. Though she didn't realize it, Tania's expression had softened. Hey, what's the deal with that dragon? Why's it going wild in the middle of town? So you've heard the noise. Good, that saves some explaining. It's dangerous here. We need to evacuate underground. Wait, why are you opening the window? Just thought I'd go shut up that rampaging idiot real quick. Don't be ridiculous. That's a dragon out there. I'm a dragon too, you know. WL, yes, but still, it's too dangerous to go alone. With all this chaos, I'm sure Rain and the others will be back soon. So for now, if we just wait, the city's going to get more and more wrecked. I may not be able to take it down alone, but I can stop it from doing more damage. Still, Tania is under suspicion right now. If you act out, the higher-ups might get an even worse impression of you. If things go badly, they might end up pinning this entire incident on you. Thanks. Hi. You're worried about me, aren't you? That's why you said all that. So thanks. While Stella was still blinking in surprise, Tania placed one foot on the window ledge. I know I should probably do what you say, but I just don't think I can sit here and do nothing. Sure, it'd be easier. I could avoid a lot of trouble that way, but I don't know. Maybe it's because I've been with Rain. When stuff like this happens, my body just moves on its own.
Sheesh.
Stella let out a wry chuckle. She understood there was no stopping Tania, but more than that, she resonated with her feelings. The urge to rush out and protect the city, Stella felt the same. Just wait a little, would you? We'll head out soon too. Aren't you supposed to keep me locked up? I'll take full responsibility, so let's fight together. Hess, you're more reasonable than I thought. I kinda like that about you. Tania grinned. Stella smiled in return. But I'm heading out first. If I don't stop that thing now, the damage is going to be massive. MMH still. We don't have time to argue here. You get that right. All right, sorry, but I'm counting on you. We'll prep fast and catch up. I'll be waiting for backup. With a sharp wink, Tania leapt out the window. Section. The sudden appearance of a dragon had plunged the entire city into chaos. It was a member of the strongest race, possessing overwhelming power, impossible to defeat. If it saw humans as enemies, then they would be helpless, crushed without mercy. People understood that. Screaming, they fled in all directions. The fact that it was daytime only made things worse, as the streets were crowded. In their panic, people collided and fell. Others tripped over them, piling up in the chaos. Fearful, sobbing, praying for help, people turned their eyes to the heavens. The dragon watched it all with a strangely amused expression. Then, almost lazily, it swatted at buildings as if playing with toys. Its massive claws gouged into walls, sending debris flying like rain. The people's screams only grew louder. Ayatha. A young girl, separated from her parents, had collapsed on the ground, too frightened to move. The dragon noticed her and grinned. Deliberately slow, it began to approach, showing off its towering form. It raised a massive arm, intending to strike and instill the deepest possible fear. Don't you dare. Grah. A blur crashed into the dragon's face from the side with immense force. The massive beast staggered, then collapsed to the ground. Who the hell are you? Targeting a child, have you no shame? As a fellow dragon tribe, I'm disgusted. Learn what shame is. Tania landed in front of the fallen dragon, eyes blazing with fury. Still alert, she offered a hand to the girl. You okay? Can you stand? Why, yeah. The girl blinked up at her, wide-eyed, and nodded timidly. Thankfully, aside from being separated from her parents, she appeared uninjured. Can you run on your own? Will you be all right? Why, yeah, but what about you, Oni-chan? I'll be fine, don't worry about me. Tania gave her a gentle smile. Reassured by that smile, the girl looked back a few times, but eventually ran off to safety. All right then. Once the child had reached a safe distance, Tania turned her gaze back to the dragon. It was a bit larger than Tania in her dragon form. Its scales were red, just like hers. A fellow red dragon. Dragons were beings that continued to grow stronger with age. The longer they lived, the more powerful they became. Judging by the pressure it exuded, its aura of dominance, its strength and magical power, Tania estimated the dragon was around 200 years old. Over 10 times her age. In normal terms, it was like comparing a child to an adult. But Tania didn't flinch. She glared sharply, like a blade piercing through, pointing directly at the dragon as she demanded answers. Hey, you. What the hell were you doing going after a little kid like that? What happened to your pride as a dragon tribe member? I acted out of pride. Huh, that makes zero sense. Wait, don't tell me. You're the imposter who's been using my name. Ugh. The dragon gave no reply. It simply returned her glare with a piercing gaze of its own. Hello, are you just going to ignore me? Say something already. HMPH. I have no words to waste on a fool who fraternizes with pathetic humans. What the hell are you even talking about? Wait a second. That way of talking, I've heard it before. No way, gosses. Oh, so you remembered me. Took me a while since I completely forgot about you, but yeah, it just came back. Gosses, the raging human hater. You were convinced the dragon tribe was the strongest of the strong and always looked down on humans as worthless. What are you even doing here? Where's your partner, Alsa's? I'm here to punish you for forgetting your dragon pride and cozying up to humans. With that single sentence, Tania understood the general outline of Goss's plan. She sighed deeply, again with this nonsense. Ah, I get it now. So the one using my name and doing whatever they pleased, it was you guys all along. Indeed. So this whole thing was your little warning to me. A stay away from humans message, Something like, "We dragons shouldn't associate with them, we're not supposed to be equals." That sort of thing. You understand perfectly. Of course I do. You and Alsa's never shut up about that back in the village. You were so annoying I eventually just started tuning you out. Tania let out another weary sigh, recalling those old memories. The dragon before her, Gossa's, and his partner Alsa's were familiar faces. They had once lived together in the same red dragon village, but the two were extreme human haters. Not only that, they fully believed they were the ultimate beings. Tania had always found them painfully annoying to deal with, and now, here they were, reunited in the worst way possible. Not only that, they'd been using her name to commit crimes. It was disgraceful, especially coming from fellow dragons. Tania let out yet another sigh. She had lost count of how many today. "So, what's your excuse for rampaging through the city like this?" Alsa's failed and was captured by the humans. Hi. So Rain and the others handled it. Good. They'd lived up to her expectations and kept their promise. That made Tania smile. Now that Alsa's is caught, punishing you has become more difficult. Then why not just head back to the village? That is not an option. Because of you, the humans in this city have forgotten their fear of dragons. They mistakenly believe we stand as equals. That false perception has stained the honor of our kind. Which is why I must show them the power and pride of the dragon tribe. Tania let out an exaggerated sigh. Sure, she'd grown close to the townspeople. And yes, they'd become friendly with her in return. But that didn't mean they looked down on her. They always treated her with respect. No one besides a few idiots like Edgar ever treated her as anything less. And yet, Gossa's went on about fear, reverence, who was really the foolish one here. Who decided that dragons were superior in the first place? Sure, as the strongest race, dragons possessed overwhelming strength. But that didn't automatically make them better than humans. Every race had strengths and weaknesses. Humans and dragons alike had their good points and flaws. They were all living beings, and in that sense, stood on equal footing. Without understanding this simple truth, Gossa's arrogantly declared himself superior. His warped pride let him hurt others so easily. To Tania, it was the height of idiocy. My head hurts. Watching a fellow dragon throw a tantrum like a spoiled child, blinded by self-centered delusions, it made Tania want to clutch her head on the spot. At the same time, she felt the urge to curl up and writhe in embarrassment. Because, in a way, Gossa's mindset resembled her own from the past. She hadn't been as extreme as him, but before she left the village, she'd held similar beliefs. That dragons were the strongest, that humans couldn't possibly compare. She never hated humans, but she certainly underestimated them. Looking back now, it was a cringeworthy part of her past. It was Rain who had changed those twisted views. Humans were strong, not in terms of power or magic, but in spirit. No matter the adversity, they didn't give up. They showed compassion, kindness, and an unshakable will to protect and care for others. That was the true strength of humans. Tania had learned all of that from spending time with Rain. Sure, the dragon tribe was powerful, but that power was purely physical. Power without heart was empty. What good was strength if it lacked meaning? Taking pride in something like that, wasn't it completely pointless? Hey, why don't you just stop with this nonsense already? To Tania, Gossa's looked like nothing more than a child throwing a tantrum. Still, he was a fellow dragon. If possible, she didn't want to hurt him. So she tried reasoning with him. Even if you go through with this, do you really think it'll restore the pride you talk about? Honestly, it just looks like your angry things didn't go your way, and now you're throwing a fit. You're still too young to understand the pride of the dragon tribe. I think I've got a better grip on reality than you do. And seriously, rampaging through a city like this. Are you actually trying to pick a fight with the humans? You know they'll come after you, right? Ridiculous, as if I'd ever be defeated by mere humans. Gossa's eyes were deadly serious. It was clear he didn't even consider the possibility of losing to a human. At this point, persuasion was unlikely to work. Having lived in the same village as him, Tania knew exactly how stubborn Gossa's could be. If you hate humans so much, why not just leave them alone? Why go out of your way to get involved? I'm not doing this by choice. It's because humans have grown arrogant and because you foolishly encouraged them. So what? You'd leave if I walked away from this town? Not a chance. Even without you, Humans must eventually be punished for their arrogance. You always have a comeback, huh? Just to be clear, you're serious about all this. Of course. So nothing I say is going to change your mind. Great. Tania shrugged. Is this guy really one of us? Maybe he's some offshoot of the Stonehead dragon tribe or something. He refused to listen. Just forced his own beliefs, ignored anything else. Is this what they call an old geezer syndrome? Tania thought, exasperated. I wanted to settle this peacefully, but if you're this far gone, then I don't have much of a choice. She gave up trying to reason with him, then spoke, cold and direct. Gosses, what you're doing is pathetic. It's nothing but a spoiled child's tantrum. Try understanding that. I don't expect a brat like you to understand anything. You stone-headed idiot, fine. If words won't work, I'll beat it into you. You think a brat who hasn't even lived 20 years can take me on. That's what I said, isn't it? What, going deaf? Want me to recommend a good healer? You insolent whelp, very well. I accept your challenge. Tania clenched her fists and lowered her stance, ready to move at a moment's notice. Gosses spread his wings and let out a thunderous roar that echoed across the city. It was the signal. The fight had begun. Gosses charged forward, using his massive body like a battering ram. He tore through stone pavement, leveled buildings in his path, and lunged at Tania. Should she block or dodge? Tania hesitated. Behind her was a residential district filled with tightly packed homes. With the amount of chaos already caused, the residents had likely evacuated. Still, if their houses were destroyed, the consequences wouldn't just be inconvenient, they'd be devastating. You bastard! Tania braced herself and met Gosses's charge head-on, pouring every ounce of strength into her stance. Boom! The impact sounded like a siege weapon exploding. Ugh! She somehow managed to endure the charge from the towering Gosses, who was several times her size. Her feet dug into the ground like stakes as she stood her ground without being thrown back. But she didn't just take it. Yow little. Who. In the split second of an opening, Tania slipped behind Gosses with incredible speed. Wrapping her arms around his tail, she hurled him toward the plaza. He clearly hadn't expected to be thrown. Gosses was sent flying through the air, unable to recover, and crashed hard into the plaza without so much as a breakfall. Seriously, you're ridiculously heavy, maybe try a diet or something. Tania was breathing heavily, winded from the massive exertion of that single throw. Still, Tania had managed to force Gosses back into the plaza. Fighting here meant the residential district wouldn't take further damage. The fountain and benches in the square were already destroyed, but that couldn't be helped at this point. Here I go. Tania focused her magic and launched a fireball. It arced through the air and landed squarely on Gosses. Flames engulfed him, but his thick scales withstood the blast without a scratch. Tania had expected that. As a fellow dragon tribe member, she knew this level of attack wouldn't harm him. It was just a smokescreen. Using the cover of the explosion, Tania charged in and closed the distance. She slipped into his blind spot and drove a punch into the unarmored flesh of his abdomen. Gah! Her fist sank deep, and Gosses doubled over in pain. Tania followed up with a sharp uppercut to his jaw, an upward, scything blow. Gosses, who had been readying a counterattack through gritted teeth, was thrown off completely and stumbled back. But he wasn't just any dragon, he had lived for 2 centuries. The thought of losing to someone like Tania, who hadn't even lived 20 years, was unthinkable. His pride wouldn't allow it. Ignoring the pain, Gosses twisted his body and slammed his tail into her. Tania was sent flying. She crashed into a nearby building, embedding into the wall. The impact knocked the air from her lungs. For a moment, she couldn't breathe, completely incapacitated. Gosses didn't miss the opening. He raised a massive foreleg and slammed it down, ripping through the building's wall. Tania had no time to react and was buried beneath the wreckage. You really don't know how to treat a lady. Tania struggled with all her strength against the force, trying to crush her. But in a raw contest of power, she was clearly at a disadvantage. Gradually, she began to lose ground. 200 years of strength was simply too much. His power far surpassed hers. What now? She thought. Should I transform too? While their strength wouldn't differ much, the size difference would be gone. That alone could turn the tide. But if she did that, it would turn into a full-blown kaiju showdown. The destruction would be catastrophic. While she hesitated, Dragoon howling. A voice rang out from nowhere as a magic attack struck Goss's massive body. Caught completely off guard, Goss staggered. Tania seized the moment to escape and put distance between them. That spell just now. You okay? We're here to back you up. Adventurers from Horizon had arrived. They'd evacuated earlier, believing they stood no chance against a dragon. But watching Tania fight so desperately, they couldn't just run away. We're with you too. Everyone charge. Knights from the Order rushed in as well. They had prioritized civilian evacuation until now, but with that complete, they joined the fray. Weapons in hand, they struck at Goss's. His scales were too tough for their attacks to do much, but no one relented. They couldn't let Tania fight alone. They would stand with her. Their determination was unmistakable. Fools. No matter how many humans gather, none of you can defeat me. You really feel nothing seeing this. Everyone coming together to fight, offering their strength, doesn't that mean anything to you? You're the real fool here. Tania had taken some damage. She wasn't at full strength. But strangely, energy surged through her. She wasn't alone. The people of this city were with her. That thought alone made the pain fade. Tania smiled naturally, ready to strike back. My turn now. She partially transformed, dragon wings sprouting from her back. She shot into the sky, soaring high. And then, with the sun at her back, she dove like a thunderbolt. Her attack was divine fury, a blow meant to punish the arrogance of one who believed himself supreme. Cutting through the air, she struck down with a crushing kick from above. Grahhh. Her kick shattered the steel-hard scales, the shockwave driving into Goss's very core. She could feel the impact reverberate, his bones cracking beneath the force. What is this power? How can a clueless brat like you possess such strength? Goss barely managed to stay on his feet, avoiding a complete collapse, but his legs wobbled beneath him. He was visibly shaken, eyes wide in disbelief. This shouldn't be happening. Tania glanced at the adventurers behind her, then gave a fearless smirk. As for the source of my strength, yeah, that's something you'll never understand. Still want to keep going. I mean, sure, we could keep at it, but if we do, I won't be able to hold back anymore. We're both dragon tribe, so if we can end this now, I'd really prefer that. Don't mock me. You think I would retreat in a place like this? Being pitied by a child, my pride would never allow it. Goss roared in rage. To him, this was a battle for the pride of the dragon tribe. Backing down would mean admitting he was wrong, admitting that Tania was right. And that was something he could never allow. Even if he collapsed, he'd keep charging forward. He had no other path left. He wouldn't allow himself to fall, not before punishing Tania for siding with humans. Until then, not even death could stop him. What burned in Goss's heart was no longer pride. It was obsession. Desperate for a way to turn the tide, he scanned the area, analyzing the situation. And he found it. Don't move. Abe. Goss lashed out his tail and snatched the young girl who had been watching quietly from the shadows. It was the same girl Tania had saved earlier. Why? I was just worried about you, Oni-chan, I'm sorry, hic. Coiled in Goss's tail, the girl trembled, her voice shaking in fear. Try anything, and you know what'll happen. How cliché. And where's that so-called pride you're always preaching about? Is taking a child hostage what it means to be a proud dragon now? Say whatever you like. All that matters is winning. You bastard. I said don't move. Aya. The girl whimpered in pain, and Tania, who had begun to move, immediately froze. In that moment, Goss raised his foreleg and slammed it down on her. Gah! Tania let out a strangled cry as the blow landed squarely on her. Tania! You piece of... The knights and adventurers cried out in fury, weapons at the ready. But Goss twisted his tail, deliberately squeezing the child to make his point. They couldn't move, they couldn't abandon Tania, but they couldn't risk the girl's life either, their feet locked in place. Damn it. It's dragons like you, pathetic and blind, that make humans think they can rise above us. Goss pressed his foreleg down harder. Tania, pinned beneath, felt the pressure intensify, unbearable. She could hear it, bones creaking under the strain. I could crush you right now. Why, you bastard? But, as you said, it pains me to kill one of my own. So I'll give you one last chance. Abandon your foolish ideas and submit to me. Do that, and I'll spare your life. Not a chance. Without hesitation, without even a flicker of doubt, Tania spat back her answer. You think I'd ever follow you? I'm not like you stubborn old lizard. I actually like humans, all right. So don't lump me in with someone who just rants about how pathetic and foolish they are. I'll stay with humans. That is my pride. Even as she coughed blood, Tania glared up at Gosses with unwavering resolve. In her eyes burned a light far stronger than anything Gosses had ever shown. Unconsciously, he felt himself step back. A dragon who had lived for 200 years was being overwhelmed by the will of a girl barely 20. In that moment, it was clear Tania's pride stood taller than Gosses's ever could. Enough. If you're so eager to die, then die alongside your precious humans. Gosses roared, murder in his voice. He raised his leg to crush her completely, ready to end it. In that instant, "You're the one who's going to die." A voice colder than death itself echoed across the square, and Gosses's tail was severed in a single clean strike. The one who had sliced off Gosses's tail was Rain. Another sighed. Whoops. Abe. With its tail severed, the girl who'd been bound was sent flying. Canaid, who had been holding Rain's hand to activate Kamui, immediately dashed out and caught the girl midair. Arrow cannoned. Right after, Sora and Luna suddenly appeared from seemingly nowhere and unleashed their magic. Highly compressed air bullets struck the dragon's upper body. With a thunderous boom, the massive creature was blasted backward. NGH. Next, Nina leapt forward and opened a rift in space. The hole appeared right beside Tania and swallowed her whole like a gulping mouth. People nearby flinched in shock, but moments later, another rift opened near Nina, and Tania emerged from within. The rescue was a success. GRRRGH, what did you just do? The dragon, having regained its balance, glared at Rain. Its eyes were bloodshot with rage over its precious tail being severed. The sheer pressure of the dragon's wrath could easily knock out an ordinary person in an instant, but Rain remained completely unfazed. It was as if he were just standing in a gentle breeze. Instead, he glared right back at the dragon. His eyes were burning with fierce anger. Rain briefly glanced over at Tania. Her body was in tatters. She was so weakened she couldn't even stand on her own, with Sora and Luna supporting her on either side and casting healing magic. Seeing her like that, a flicker of fear passed through Rain's eyes. It wasn't just Canaid. Meeting Tania had helped save Rain's heart. He was no longer alone. He'd come to know the bond of true companions. He found peace. But in just a moment, that peace had nearly been taken away. Lose Tania? The thought hit him, and a crushing fear overwhelmed him. Just imagining it filled him with despair, as if his heart were about to shatter. That's how deeply Rain cherished his companions now, and this dragon had hurt them. Hurt Tania until she was barely recognizable. A memory flashed through Rain's mind. One was of his hometown. It had been attacked by monsters and burned to the ground. He lost his parents, his friends, everyone. The other memory was recent of Iris. He had wanted to save her, but he couldn't. He had reached out, just one step too late, and she had vanished into the abyss. The pain of losing someone dear gnawed at Rain's heart. And now, once again, another precious companion had almost been lost. All because of the dragon's selfishness, Tania had been subjected to senseless violence. She could have died. I won't forgive you. Something snapped inside Rain. The immense fear he'd just experienced turned into pure rage, igniting flames within him once more. A blade-sharp killing intent pierced straight through the dragon. Though it faltered for a moment, as if sensing the danger, the dragon roared, as if to shake off a mistaken fear. Why, you filthy human? How dare you take my tail? Boost! Ignoring the dragon's howling fury, Rain cast a physical enhancement spell on himself. His body felt light as a feather. Testing the sensation in his limbs, he took a light step forward, and with an inhale, he charged. Igwa! In an instant, he slipped into the dragon's blind spot and delivered a powerful kick to its jaw. The underside of the mouth wasn't covered in scales, so even a regular strike dealt damage. Riding that momentum, he slammed his elbow into the dragon's belly. There were no scales, but the flesh was still tough, like striking thick rubber. Even so, Rain didn't hold back. He kept attacking with everything he had. Punch, kick, strike. Slash, thrust, sweep. Rain attacked in every way imaginable, inflicting every kind of damage he could. It was as if he were saying, I'll return the pain and suffering Tania endured 1,000-fold. So amazing. Even if he's contracted with us, I never thought Rain alone could overwhelm a member of the dragon tribe. The twin sisters watched in stunned silence at Rain's godlike display of power. But why? Rain taking control of the battle should be a welcome development. So why couldn't they feel happy about it? Why did watching him fill them with unease? Sora and Luna felt a vague anxiety gnawing at them, but they couldn't understand why, nor could they do anything about it. Meanwhile, the battle between Rain and the dragon only intensified. You filthy lower life form. Enraged, the dragon attempted to crush Rain under its enormous body. It was like having a massive building collapse on you. Normally, there'd be no way to dodge or defend, but Rain didn't panic. He stared coldly back at the dragon. Material creation. Rain conjured a massive wall that stopped the dragon's charge. Gravity control. Inversion. What? Next, using the power he'd gained through his contract with Tina, he inverted the gravity acting on the dragon. The massive body floated into the air and began rising toward the sky. Though it flailed its limbs in protest, there was no escape. Once it had risen far above. Gravity control, inversion double strength. He returned gravity to normal while doubling its pull. It was as if an invisible giant had slammed the dragon back down. It plummeted and smashed into the ground with such force that the earth trembled like an earthquake. What is this power? How can a mere human possess something like GH? From within the massive crater, the dragon groaned in frustration. Blood trickled from its mouth. The impact had likely damaged its internal organs. It tried to rise, desperate to counterattack, but the wounds were too severe. It couldn't move freely anymore. Damn it, to think I, a proud dragon, would be brought low by a human? This is impossible. The dragon tribe is the strongest. Humans should grovel in the dirt. That disgrace of a dragon girl who defiled our pride, she should die too. Should die, huh? That careless remark was what finally ignited Rain's full-blown rage. He recalled his hometown. He remembered Iris. The people who had wanted to live but couldn't, those memories exploded inside him. Don't screw with me, don't screw with me. There's no excuse, none, for taking someone's life on such a selfish whim. There never could be. It's because of monsters like you. His fury began to darken his heart. Darker, darker, blacker, until it was stained pitch black, deeper than the night. Kill. Gwa. Rain once again kicked the dragon's jaw. In the blink of an eye, he jumped onto its head and plunged Kamui into its eye. He thought he could pierce it with boost active, but the blade was deflected. He couldn't blind it. The dragon's defense was absurd. Rain clicked his tongue in frustration. But he didn't stop. Then I'll just target what can't be trained. No matter what it was, dragon or not, every living creature had a weakness. With icy eyes, he seemed to ask, "Your eyes are tough. But what about your insides? What are you?" Fireball multi-shot. Rain shoved his hand into the dragon's mouth and cast the spell. GGGGGHHHH. Countless fireballs exploded inside its mouth. Even the mighty dragon couldn't endure the unimaginable pain of having its insides scorched. Its eyes bulged, foam frothed from its mouth, and it writhed in agony. Its throat was likely charred too. Unable to even scream, it could only emit disturbing, wet noises that echoed all around. Fireball multi-shot. GIHH. If it was still thrashing around, that meant it still had energy left. So Rain detonated another volley of fireballs inside it, determined to drain every last bit. The dragon screamed in pain, while Rain's hand, caught in the explosion, burned with agony. But he didn't care, nor did he show it mercy. He chased down the fleeing dragon, shoving his hand back into its mouth again. And again, and again. And again, please stop. After around 10 repetitions, the dragon finally stopped moving. This was its limit. It twitched weakly, its limbs spasming. It couldn't get back up, and it seemed to have lost the will to resist. Help me. That's rich coming from you. You said Tania deserved to die, actually tried to kill her, and beat her until she was in shreds. And now that it's your turn, you're scared and begging for your life. Don't screw with me. If you're not prepared to be killed, then don't try to kill someone else. Rain, that's enough. Any more than that, and it really will be bad. Canade and Luna spoke up hesitantly, trying to stop Rain. The rest of the group watched with worried, anxious faces, unsure what to do. But right now, their words couldn't reach Rain. He was consumed by deep, searing anger, and he was completely out of control. He had finally found companions he could truly cherish, and the possibility of losing one for the first time had thrown his heart into absolute turmoil. Rain's heart was usually calm, like a warm, gentle sea. But now it was as if a violent storm had arrived, turning everything into a raging force of destruction. That's how much Tania, how much his companions, meant to him. The dragon had enraged someone it should never have provoked. It had crossed an untouchable line, a forbidden boundary that should never have been breached. It's over. If it meant protecting his companions, Rain would become a demon, or worse. He was about to make a cold, merciless decision. It was at that very moment. Rain. Tania, now recovered enough to move on her own, threw her arms around Rain from behind. She held him tightly, as if saying she would never let go. Tania, are you okay? Yeah, somehow. I still hurt a little all over, but Sora and Luna healed me with magic. I'm feeling a bit better now. I see, I'm really glad. Truly. With deep relief, Rain let out a small smile, but the killing intent surrounding him had not disappeared. Tania, step back. The fight isn't over yet. It is over. There's no need to go any further. Look at him, he can't even move anymore. But he's still alive. Rain. He hurt you, Tania. Beat you until you were nearly destroyed. I can't forgive that. I have to end him here to make sure he never does anything like this again. Hey, Rain. Tania stepped in front of him. She looked like she was on the verge of tears. Remember, when I caught that cold, I asked what kind of face you'd make if you ever got really angry. Is that what I'm seeing now? Did I bring this out by saying something like that? He hurt you. Of course I'm angry. Something like that, I'll never forgive it. Gently, Tania embraced Rain again. Her warmth spread through him, soft, gentle, strangely comforting, like a mother's embrace. But Rain rejected it. He didn't want comfort right now. What he needed was anger. He needed strength and the resolve to punish the one who had hurt Tania. I want this to be over. I can't stop until I finish him. It's okay now, there's no need to go that far. No, I have to go that far. Tania, you could have died. After everything he's done, I can't just let it go. I won't accept it. I won't forgive it. You're angry for my sake, right? That makes me really happy. But I don't want to see that look on your face. My face. At her words, Rain touched his own cheek. He didn't know what kind of expression he was making. There was no mirror. But Tania's pained, sorrowful eyes said it all. He didn't know what to say. He was at a loss for words. That's when Canade came over. She must have already gotten the girl to safety. Naya, hey, I agree with Tania. I'd really like it if we could end it here. Even you, Canade. I don't want to say this either, but Rain, you've got a really scary look on your face right now. Canade, too, looked heartbroken. And when Rain looked around, the others wore the same expression. These were his companions, usually so bright like the sun, and now he was the one making them look like this. It was all his fault. Realizing that, Rain didn't know what to do anymore. Hey. Tania gently pulled him around to face her. Now eye to eye, she embraced him again. With a soft expression, she quietly spoke. There was something else I told you back then, remember? That was... You forgot, huh? Geez, you really are hopeless. Sorry. I said if you ever lost control, I'd stop you. That's what I promised. Tania, I have to keep that promise now, don't I? This time, she hugged him tighter. She wrapped her arms around his neck, pressing close as if to pour her warmth into him completely, as if to help him remember that people are meant to be warm. Thank you for saving me, Rain, but this has to stop. If it goes any further, I won't be able to thank you anymore. I might not even be able to smile again. But I'm happy you care about me that much. I really am. But you need to think about yourself too, okay? Don't let yourself be swept away by emotion. Control your heart. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Because you're not the kind of person who would kill someone who can't even move. Not the kind of person I am. I'm okay now, see. Thump. Thump. Rain could feel the steady rhythm of her heartbeat. It was the sound of Tania's life. By listening to that sound, Rain could feel Tania's presence more closely than ever. With each steady thump of her heartbeat, warmth slowly returned to his soul. Go back to being the kind, gentle Rain. That's. Come on, give me a smile. Tania reached out and poked at Rain's cheeks, trying to force a smile onto his face. She didn't seem to know the meaning of restraint, and Rain winced slightly in pain, but even that felt like something that was so unmistakably Tania. I like it better when you're smiling. Tania gave a serene, beautiful smile. Just seeing that expression helped break apart the dark emotions swirling within Rain. Her kindness and affection slowly purified him. The murky emotions that had been churning deep inside his chest began to vanish, replaced by something warm and gentle. And then, I gently wrapped my arms around Tania in return. Rain. I'm sorry. What was I even doing? Blinded by anger, I scared everyone and made Tania worry so much. I'm really sorry, I'm so pathetic. No, there's nothing for you to apologize for. Didn't I say it already? I was a little surprised, sure, but knowing you got angry for my sake, that made me happy. But still, don't be so hard on yourself. You're back to being the usual Rain. That's more than enough. Yeah, Tania was kind, but that didn't mean I could just brush everything off like nothing happened. I needed to reflect on how far I'd let myself spiral and make sure it never happens again. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to face Tania. Hey, Rain. Yeah. Don't try to handle everything on your own, okay? Hi. Even if something like this happens again, that's okay. I'll be here. Everyone will be here. So if it happens, we'll stop you again. It's going to be fine. You're not alone, I'm here. We're all here. Yeah, you're right. Tania's words were so warm. Like sunlight, it made me want to keep her by my side forever. I've lost a lot, but not everything. I've gained something precious, too. People like Tania, wonderful companions like her. I can't ever forget that. I'll stop you as many times as it takes. Because we promised, remember. Thank you. You're welcome. Tania gave me another bright smile, and I found myself holding her close once more. Chapter 5. The young mother arrives. There were a number of injuries, but thankfully, if you can call it that, no one died. Some buildings were damaged, but no homes were destroyed. From what I heard, the broken structures and the fountain can apparently be repaired fairly quickly. To think that, even after a dragon attack, the damage was kept to this level, it's almost a miracle. And it's all thanks to Tania's efforts. Also, since we managed to capture the imposter, the suspicions surrounding Tania have been cleared. Stella immediately reported the matter to the higher-ups, and Tania was officially declared innocent. I'd say we were able to achieve the best possible outcome, wouldn't you agree? That said, one issue still remains. But what do we do with them? Stella stood outside the holding cells of the Horizon Knights branch with a troubled expression. Her gaze was fixed on the 2 dragon tribe members we had captured. Since keeping them in their dragon forms would have caused all sorts of issues, they were forced to take human form. On top of that, Sora and Luna had used their magic to restrain them. Regular ropes and handcuffs would have been torn apart instantly, so we had to rely on their power. Just in case, we were also on standby nearby. What do we do with them? I mean, wouldn't you just put them on trial? If they were human, yes, but these are members of the strongest race. Handling them isn't so simple. Stella sighed at Canade's question. Whether human or not, anyone who commits a crime should be punished. Stella probably wanted to bring the dragon tribe to trial, but whether or not the 2 would accept the verdict is a big question mark. Even if they were sentenced to forced labor, they'd likely break out using their power and repeat the same offense. There are apparently magic tools that conceal the power of the strongest races, but unfortunately, we don't have any of those on hand. So then, how should we punish them? What could we do to get them to quietly accept their sentence? Everyone racked their brains, but no one could come up with a clear answer. Should we just take them out? Are we doing it? The twins casually tossed out a terrifying suggestion. Well, I'm not really in a position to judge after I nearly lost control and did the same thing. Toss them into subspace. W8, isn't that a little cruel? Tina, sitting atop Nina's head, recoiled slightly. Hasn't a member of the strongest race ever committed a crime before? There have been some cases. When I asked Stella, she frowned deeply. There were times they escaped during transport, or had to be bound and sealed with magic tools, or were even sentenced to death outright. Not exactly useful precedents. I see. Sealing a member of the strongest race must require an immense amount of effort. With half-baked measures, they'd break free easily. And sentencing them to death is a difficult proposition too. In this incident, while the damage was extensive, no one died, so it's hard to say their crimes warrant execution. It's no wonder Stella doesn't know what to do. Since this isn't just her problem, we all put our heads together to try and figure it out. But no one could come up with a viable compromise. If I'm being honest, I don't want to forgive the ones who hurt Tania. But that part's already over. Tania taught me that excessive revenge only darkens the heart. I haven't fully sorted through my emotions yet, but I want to avoid retaliating too much. About these two, would you let me handle it? Tania, who had been watching quietly, suddenly spoke up. Canade's eyes widened in alarm. W8, Tania. Don't tell me you're planning to use this as an excuse for revenge. Of course not. Rain already made them pay, so I'm not going to do anything more. Tania's saying stuff like that. Wait, are you a fake? What do you think I'm like inside your head, Canade? Like a terrifying kaiju when she gets mad. If that's how you see me, why would you say something to make me angry? Want me to wrap your tail up tight so it never comes undone again? Naya, I honestly can't tell if those two are best friends or not. All right, enough. Let's get back on topic. Oh my, sorry about that. So, what do you mean by leave it to you? Do you have a solution? Yes, I've got something special in mind. It should be arriving any minute now. Arriving? What's she talking about? Just as I wondered that. Bang, the door leading to the holding cells burst open. From beyond it, a small figure came flying out. Tania-chan. Ju, the girl leapt into Tania's arms with a tight hug. She looked about the same age as Nina, maybe. Her face still held a youthful innocence, and there was a clear resemblance to Tania. She looked like a much smaller, scaled-down version of her. Very cute, honestly. Despite her petite frame, her figure had clearly defined curves, what people might call a transistor glamour body. Two horns sat firmly on top of her head. A tail covered in scales extended from near her waist. There was no mistaking it, she was a member of the dragon tribe, and judging from how things had gone up to now. Tania-chan, are you okay? I heard you were badly hurt, and your mother was just so worried. Your mother's? Everyone shouted in shock. I had kind of seen it coming, so I managed to hold back my voice. Still, I was surprised enough that I couldn't say anything right away. Tania gently pulled the girl off her in a slightly flustered way. Geez, calm down already. See? I'm perfectly fine, just like you can see. You getting all worked up is going to embarrass me. But hearing you were hurt. Sob, Mommy was really worried, you know. I'm sorry. I do feel bad for making you worry. Are you really okay? You're okay, right? You're sure you're okay? I'm fine, really. Ah, geez, don't cry, come on now. Hick sniffle. I was just so worried, and now that I know you're all right, it's like, all the tears just burst out at once. I'm sorry, Tania-chan. With a wry smile, Tania dabbed at her mother's eyes with a handkerchief. From her behavior alone, she absolutely didn't come across as Tania's mother. If anything, she seemed like a much younger sister. But the way she looked at Tania was so gentle, so full of maternal affection. Despite her childlike appearance, her actions were undeniably motherly in a very natural way. After seeing Suzu and Al, I'd come to understand that the mothers of the strongest race didn't exactly follow normal logic. So it wasn't that hard for me to accept that she really was Tania's mother. Tania, mind introducing her now? I took a moment when there was a break in the conversation to speak up. Sorry. I'm sure you've already figured it out, but this is my mom. Nice to meet Yao. I'm Milua, Tania-chan's mommy. Thank you all so much for taking care of her. Milua bowed her head with a cheerful smile. Not just her appearance, her gestures also had that childlike feel to them. It really was like watching a little kid. Tina stared at Milua with an intense gaze. She's the youngest-looking one yet, and this is a mom? That's cheating. Are all the strongest race moms lowlies or what? Kinda jealous, honestly. Milua noticed Tina's gaze and lit up with delight. It's a doll, so cute, so cute. Wah hey, stop it already. Milua grabbed hold of Tina with both hands, and Tina immediately started to panic. But Milua paid no mind to her flailing, inspecting her with fascination. Ooh, it talks. That's amazing. I'm not a doll, I've got a real soul inside. Hey, wait, don't shake me there, not that spot. Rain's right here, so watch the skirt. Mother, can you stop playing around and get to the point already? Right. I thought I was gonna die. Now free from Milua's grasp, Tina was practically gasping for breath. Clearly wary, she backed away to keep some distance. Well, let's introduce ourselves first. We all took turns giving our names and introductions. After that, I turned to Milua with a question. So, what brings you here, Milua-san? I came to take back the bad kids who bullied Tanya-chan. Section. Apparently, Milua held quite a high position within the dragon tribe, second only to the chief, both in power and authority. The fate of the culprits was left in Milua-san's hands. Since humans would have trouble managing members of the dragon tribe, it made sense to leave them to someone of the same strongest race who could properly judge them. Despite her childlike appearance and personality, Milua-san was a capable adult with sound judgment. She showed no favoritism toward her fellow dragon tribe members and promised to deliver fair and strict punishment. Why had Milua-san come all this way? It was thanks to Tanya. Anticipating that handling dragon tribe criminals would be problematic, Tanya had apparently contacted her in advance. Upon receiving the message, and learning that her precious daughter had been hurt, Milua-san had rushed over without a second thought. She hadn't come to Horizon alone. 2 other members of the dragon tribe had accompanied her. They seemed to be her subordinates, and they were the ones who took the culprits back to the dragon tribe's village. What kind of punishment awaited them? Curious, I asked Milua-san, and she gave me an enormous, dazzling smile as she replied. As punishment for bullying Tanya-chan, they'll be sentenced to an eternity of never mind. Whatever it was, it would likely be far harsher than anything I could imagine. Despite her innocent looks, her heart might be darker than it seems, terrifying, and thus the incident was safely resolved. Or at least it should have been. Piwa sweet milk is so good. Luna-chan, can I have another cup? Why you're still drinking? I think that's your 10th cup already. 10 isn't nearly enough, so please gimme more. I mean, you're Tanya's mother. As a host, I suppose we must treat you well. I shall prepare it right away. Yes, thank you. Milua-san was now relaxing in our home. We couldn't exactly just leave things at, thanks for taking care of the cleanup, see you later. She was Tanya's mother, after all. It only felt right to show her some hospitality. That said, watching her chug milk like this was a bit much. This wasn't an all-you-can-drink cafe. Mother, seriously. What's the matter, Tanya-chan? Why are you raising your voice all of a sudden? Don't give me that, this isn't a cafe. Could you stop guzzling down milk like that? It's not free, you know. But Luna-chan's milk is so tasty. It has just the right touch of sugar to make it sweet, but it's still light and refreshing and easy to drink, and... Oh, come on. Who asked you for a review? Tanya scratched at her head in frustration, clearly exasperated with Milua-san's carefree attitude. Milua-san had a relaxed, intelligent, and composed air about her, but at the same time, her heart seemed very childlike. That didn't quite mesh well with someone like Tanya, which is probably why they clashed so easily. Still, I didn't think they had a bad relationship. After all, Tanya had contacted Milua-san right away, and Milua-san had rushed over the very same day. They must have had a strong bond. It was just, I couldn't understand how someone raised by Milua-san ended up like Tanya. That part remained a mystery I didn't dare ask about. Tanya-chan, do you want some too? It's really good. Sai, all right, I guess I'll have some too. Luna, could I? Of course, leave it to me. Rain, do you want one as well? Sure, I'll take one. Consider it done. Luna began preparing the milk like a seasoned server, efficiently handling the request. Meanwhile, the rest of the group peeked their heads out from the hallway, watching from afar. They were clearly trying to sneak a look, but with Kanade and Nina's animal ears sticking out, they weren't exactly being subtle. Hiding your head but not your ears, huh? Once again, I'm Rain Shroud. I work as an adventurer alongside Tanya, and I'm also the leader of our party. It's nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too. Things had been a bit hectic back at the Knight's branch, so I figured this was a good time to give a proper introduction. We bowed to each other politely. Thank you again for everything. No, I should be the one thanking you. Milua-san's expression grew serious as she looked directly at me. Her eyes shone with the wisdom and intelligence of an adult. Tanya-chan told me, she said you worked really hard for her, that you fought for her. As Tanya-chan's mother, I'm truly grateful. Thank you. No, really, it was the right thing to do. Tanya is always helping me, so if I was able to return the favor this time, I'm genuinely glad. Even if that weren't the case, if she were ever in trouble, I'd still help her without hesitation, because she's an important companion. And Fufu. For some reason, Milua-san smiled warmly. What is it? I was just thinking, Tania-chan found herself a good person. Rain-kun, was it? Please take good care of Tania-chan, okay? She may not look like it, but she's pretty shy. So feel free to really take the lead, no matter what it is, just keep pushing forward. Mom, you're making it sound like I'm in love with Rain or something. What's wrong? Seriously, Mom, you really need to start realizing how your careless comments throw everyone into chaos, ha. Tania looked completely worn out, clearly being dragged around by Miluasan's pace. Even so, for some reason, she seemed more alive than usual. Maybe it was just my imagination. It's been over a year since she left the dragon tribe's village, so maybe she was just happy to reunite with her mom again after so long. Of course, knowing Tania's personality, she wouldn't exactly show it on her face. So, what are you still doing here, Mom? Don't you need to go back to the village? It's been so long, I want to stay with Tania-chan for a bit. The village'll be fine without me. There are plenty of other people who can handle things. That sounded dangerously close to saying she was dumping all her work on someone else. Or, am I a bother to you, Tania-chan? Sniff. Tears welled up in Miluasan's eyes. Tania flinched like she'd just been hit. That's not what It's just been so long. I want to spend more time with you, Tania-chan. I want to talk with you about all sorts of things. Fine, do whatever you want. Yeah, I love you, Tania-chan. Watching Miluasan cheer so innocently, I honestly couldn't tell who was the daughter here. Not just her appearance, her gestures were just as childish. Wait, we kinda just decided that on the spot. Is it okay? I don't mind. Everyone else is okay with it too, right? I called out to the group that had been peeking at us, and Kanade and Nina's beast ears twitched straight up. That seemed to be a yes. Please stay with us for a while. We've got a few spare rooms, so it's no problem. Thank you, Rain-kun. That means it's party time. With a snap of her fingers, Luna beamed. I'm in favor, a voice called from the hallway. All right, then tonight will be Milua's welcome party. I'll cook up a feast to show off my skills. Ooh, I can't wait. Fuahaha, my cooking is magnificent. Prepare yourselves. That's something you say when you're picking a fight, you know. Well then, Sora will assist. Please don't. And that evening, we held a welcome party for Miluasan. Luna's food was served, and everyone dug in with big smiles. Kanade ate so much she couldn't move. Some of Sora's cooking made it in, and Nina suffered some light trauma. Even with incidents like those, the night passed in high spirits. Phew. While the celebration continued, I stepped outside alone. I had probably drunk a bit too much. My steps felt a little unsteady. Letting the cold night air wash over me helped clear my head a little. Did you overdo it? I turned to find Miluasan standing there. Her cheeks were slightly flushed. She seemed a bit tipsy. She may look young, but no, Miluasan is way older than me, so there's no problem if she drinks. Still, her appearance really makes you forget that. Mind if I sit next to you? Go ahead. When Miluasan sat down beside me, a gentle night breeze drifted past. Somewhere nearby, insects were chirping rin rin rin, filling the air with their soft song. And overhead the moon glowed silently. It was a peaceful, tranquil night. Hey, Rain-kun. Yes. Thank you. As she said that, Miluasan suddenly bowed her head. W8, please raise your head. The sudden gesture caught me off guard. I couldn't think of anything I'd done to warrant such a show of gratitude. But she didn't move. Keeping her head lowered, she softly said it again. Thank you. Then she finally lifted her head and smiled. Thank you for saving Tania-chan. Because of you, she made it through safely, so you're her lifesaver. Truly, thank you. It wasn't just me, besides, we're comrades. Helping her is only natural. But I think it's rare to find someone who actually follows through on what's natural. She reached out and gently patted my head, treating me like a child. And yet, strangely, I didn't dislike it. If anything, it made me feel calm, comforted somehow, a curious feeling. Suddenly, a distant memory of my mother surfaced. Miluasan might look young, but without a doubt she's a mother. I could feel that clearly now. Oh, and can I say thank you one more time? Hi. Another thank you? For what? Aside from saving Tania from those prideful dragons, I hadn't done anything else worth mentioning. Thank you for staying with Tania-chan. That second thank you caught me off guard. For staying with her? I didn't quite understand. Was she just worried about Tania traveling alone all this time? Maybe she was relieved to know someone had been with her all along. But if that were the case, she'd be thanking the others too, not just me. Sorry, that probably didn't make sense, huh? Yeah, sorry. I decided not to pretend and just nodded honestly. I've always had this habit of skipping steps when I talk. Tania-chan used to get mad at me for it all the time. Mom, no one can follow what you're saying when you skip everything. I see. I could picture it vividly. Tania scolding her sternly while Miluasan sulked like a scolded child, honestly, kind of adorable. Tania-chan's been traveling on her own, right? I was really worried. She's capable, yes, but she can be a little rough around the edges. And there's always the risk she could get caught up in something dangerous like this incident. So I always hoped there'd be someone by her side. And that someone ended up being me. Yeah, she told me all about you, that ever since you met, you've stayed with her, so thank you. Even hearing that, it still didn't feel like I'd done anything special. We're comrades, it's only natural to stick together, right? Sensing my doubts, Miluasan looked up at the sky, her expression distant. We're part of the strongest race, right? And among us, the dragon tribe tends to be really prideful. Like those culprits from earlier, there are plenty of dragons who look down on humans. I guess that kind of comes with the territory. Compared to them, we humans are weak, both physically and magically. It's hard to expect them to see us as equals. That's why I think it must be hard to stay with Tania-chan. She's not as bad as those criminals, but she's still got her pride. Well, you can't really deny it, right? Heh, yeah. I chuckled and nodded. She's not like that anymore, but when we first met, she was absurdly confident and confrontational. She even challenged me to a duel out of nowhere. It was shocking at the time. Feels nostalgic now. But still, that kind of attitude won't do. Pride's one thing, but you've got to get along with others. You can't just look down on people like those dragons did. Back when we were still in the village, I told Tania that a lot, but she didn't listen. Nope. Then she left on her journey, following our tribe's customs, and I just couldn't help worrying. I was scared she'd cause trouble somewhere, like what happened today. Can't blame you for that. But nothing like that happened. She met you, stayed by your side, and grew so much. Not just in strength, but emotionally too. I think I understood what Miluasan was getting at. It might be a bit presumptuous, but Tania did grow a lot in how she understands people. That wasn't just me, it was thanks to everyone. But maybe I was one of the sparks that helped start that change. That's probably why she said, "Thank you for being with her." It's thanks to you, Rain-kun. Having someone beside her made all the difference. Being alone is lonely, and it's hard to grow that way. So, thank you for being there for her. You're welcome. Then I added, if that's how you feel, then I'd like to say thank you too. F-way. I lost my comrades once. After that, I was all alone, but then Tania joined me. As I talked about those days, warmth filled my chest. The words just flowed out naturally. Like you said, having someone with you is important. If Tania's grown, then I have too because she was with me. I am who I am now because of her. That's what I believe. I see. And when I lost control in that fight against those two dragons, I completely snapped. But Tania stopped me. I'm so grateful for that, so I'd like to say thank you to her. Fufu, then you'd better tell that to Tania-chan, not me. You're right. She'll be so happy to hear it. You really think so? She definitely will. I hesitated. I've said similar things before, but every time, she either gets all prickly or ends up in a bad mood. Hand. Miluasan gave me a knowing, wicked smile. That smile had mischief written all over it. Tania-chan's just shy. Fufu, I get it now. Makes total sense. Miluasan. Nope, nothing, it's nothing. You fufu. She definitely realized something, but she wasn't going to tell me. Guess I'm supposed to figure it out myself? Hey, Rain-kun. You're still up, right? I am. Then how about we talk a little more? I want to hear all about Tania-chan. Sure. Yay, then in return, I'll tell you everything you don't know about her, especially about little Tania. Like, for example, how old she was when she stopped wetting the bed, and how she used to try to cover it up. Are you really allowed to tell me that? If Tania were here, her face would be red as a tomato, and I'd definitely get caught in the crossfire too. It's fine, I'm her mother after all. Milua puffed her chest out proudly. I had no idea how that made it okay, but somehow, it was weirdly convincing. Well, let's put Tania's past aside and just talk about stuff. Yeah, let's do that. Under the starry sky, Milwisan and I chatted, smiling all the while. Tanya sighed. Ugh, Mom, you idiot. I just happened to catch a glimpse of Rain and Mom talking. And then ended up eavesdropping. Somehow, I got overwhelmed with all kinds of feelings, and thinking it was wrong to keep listening, I quietly left. He's thankful to be with me, haha. That's so like Rain. Smiling to myself, I headed somewhere else. Not back to the house, though. I still wanted a little time alone, so I walked to the hill behind the house, the opposite side of where Rain and Mom were. So pretty. I could see the entire town from here, and above it all, the stars sparkled in the sky. It was like something out of a book, each star scattered across the night like glittering jewels. Their brilliance captivated the soul. I reached a hand quietly toward the sky, just a little more, almost there. It felt like I could touch the stars. Still, foo-foo. Thinking back on the conversation between Rain and Mom made me grin. Eavesdropping was definitely wrong, but thanks to it, I got to learn how Rain really feels about me. He wasn't just watching the surface, he was looking deeper, trying to understand me. Realizing that made me incredibly happy. Speaking of happy, there's something else too. I told him to stop, but Rain was kinda cool back then. I remembered the moment he saved me. When he saw me beaten and battered, he was furious. I'd never seen such an angry expression on his face. I do feel bad for making him look like that, but at the same time I was glad. It's selfish, I know. But for him to be that angry meant he really cared about me. He cared enough to lose control. That made me happy. Even if the feelings contradict each other, I couldn't stop smiling. A maiden's heart is complicated after all. Rain. Once I started thinking about him, I couldn't stop. His angry face, his smiling face, his confused face, his everything. I didn't know why, but I just couldn't get him out of my head. I felt something similar before, but never this strongly. What is this feeling? Not like I need to ask. I sat down on the ground, pulling my knees to my chest and burying my face between them. I knew no one was around, but I still didn't want anyone seeing my face all flushed like this. Just in case. And then, in a voice only I could hear, I whispered, I like Rain's. Saying it aloud made it all hit me at once. Warmth bloomed in my chest, my face grew even hotter, and my heart pounded wildly, thump thump, thump thump. Ah geez, I never thought it'd come to this. When we first met, he was just some weird human. I thought he seemed fun to follow around. Then we started traveling together, and I became more curious about him. I started thinking about him more and more. Eventually, I found my eyes following him without even realizing it. And now, after what happened, he went that far for me, got that angry for me. How could anyone resist after that? He shot straight through my heart, it couldn't be helped. Foo-foo. Just thinking about him brought a dumb smile to my face. I probably looked like a total goof right now. Definitely a face I couldn't let anyone else see, but if it was Rain, maybe that'd be okay. Wait, what am I even thinking? Seriously, how obsessed am I? I laughed at myself for being so overwhelmed by my feelings. But really, it couldn't be helped, because he's the most precious person in the world to me. I wonder how Rain feels about me. He got that angry, so he must care, right? But does he like me? That's the tricky part. He's such a good guy, almost too good. Maybe everything he's done was just out of principle. If that's the case, maybe he doesn't have romantic feelings for me at all. Oh no. Now that I'm thinking about it, I'm starting to feel down. He doesn't have a girlfriend, right? I haven't seen any signs of one, so I'm pretty sure about that. But does he like anyone? That's the real mystery. If we're talking about girls he's close to, it's probably us. Canaid, Sora, Luna, Nina, Tina. Nina's still a kid, so definitely not her. Sora and Luna may be a bit too young, too. That leaves Canaid and Tina as my main rivals. But Tina hasn't been with us long, so it's probably too soon for that. Canaid feels more like a best friend than a love interest. I haven't seen any sweet vibes between them so far, which means I'm the most likely candidate, aren't I? My face went red instantly. Embarrassment surged through me as I pressed both hands over my cheeks. I was just imagining what it'd be like if Rain and I ended up together, smiling to myself like an idiot. Ugh. I thrashed around where I sat. If anyone saw me, they'd definitely be wondering what was wrong. Love is seriously such a pain. It's like I'm not even myself anymore, but it feels so warm and floaty, so comforting. I'm in love. Rain, I love you. Still unable to say those feelings aloud to him, I let them drift out into the starlit sky, while I sat in the night breeze, thinking only of him. Section, so sleepy. The next morning, getting out of bed, I let out a huge yawn. In the end, I stayed up late thinking and thinking and thinking about Rain. I barely got any sleep. My head was bobbing as I walked. If it were up to me, I'd sleep until noon, but if I did that, everyone would think something was wrong. Voilà. Yawning again, I stepped out of my room. Good morning. Gee, good morning. As soon as I stepped into the living room, I ran into Rain. All of yesterday's thoughts came rushing back, and my voice shot up half an octave. So embarrassing. I thought I'd calmed down. I swore I was ready to face him like normal, but no good. The second I saw him, I got flustered all over again. My heart went wild, and I could feel my cheeks heating up fast. Something wrong. And nothing, it's nothing. Really? You seem a little different today. Why is he only sharp in times like this? Why you're imagining things? I'm totally normal. Is that so? But. What? Your face is red. Are you getting a cold again? Hiya. Rain's hand on my forehead. It felt cool and kind of nice. And he was looking right at me, so intently. Don't look at me like that. When you stare at me like that, I get even more self-conscious. I'm already barely holding it together, and now this. I'm going to explode from embarrassment. I'm a dragon tribe member. How did I end up like this? Love, you're terrifying. You're a little warm, but it doesn't seem like a cold. What could it be? I told you, didn't I? I'm fine. You worry too much, Rain. Of course I worry. You're important to me, Tania. He says things like that so casually. Does he have any idea how much a line like that can make a girl's heart skip? Geez, at this rate, Rain's going to be a heartbreaker in the future, isn't he? I found myself seriously thinking that. Meow. I suddenly noticed Canade staring straight at us. Oh, morning, Canade. Yeah, morning, Rain. Morning, Tania. Good morning. Inaya. What's wrong? That's a weird face. Nothing, it's nothing. After breakfast, I headed back to my room. I really couldn't handle facing Rain right now. I needed time alone to cool off. Hey, Tania. On the way back, Canade called out to me. She wasn't wearing her usual carefree smile. Instead, she looked oddly serious. What is it? Can we talk for a bit? There's something I want to ask you. Sure. Want to do it in my room? Yeah, thanks. What could this be about? Curious, I invited Canade into my room. Want some tea? You can make tea. Why are you so surprised? I thought you were like Sora. Excuse you. Don't lump me in with that disaster cooking spirit. Yeah, sorry, that would be an insult. Even calling her a catastrophic culinary producing sprite might be too nice. Honestly, the rudest ones here are probably the two of us for having this conversation. Anyway, I sat down on the bed while Canade took the chair. So, what did you want to talk about? Well, Naya. Canade's expression shifted uncertainly as she hesitated, her gaze wandering. Is it something hard to talk about? But I haven't done anything wrong, so I couldn't think of any reason to be nervous. What is it? If something's bothering you, just say it. Otherwise, it'll keep bugging me. Okay. Then I'll just ask. She took a deep breath, looking serious, though her cheeks were faintly pink as she softly asked, Tania, did you fall for Rain? Igwa. That came completely out of nowhere, and I let out a ridiculous sound as I flopped backwards on the bed. WWHwa. And that reaction confirms it. Even if I wanted to dodge the question, I was too caught off guard. I couldn't calm down at all. Canade saw right through me, her eyes warming as she smiled. So, you love Rain too, huh? And no, wait, too. Naya, haha. Canade laughed bashfully, scratching her cheek with one finger. The gesture, yeah, totally a girl in love. Wait, you're in love with Rain too? Yeah. She nodded shyly, cheeks still flushed. Don't tell me you're already dating. And no way, not even close. Oh, thank goodness. I felt bad, but I couldn't help feeling relieved. This is my first experience with romance. I have zero resistance. Just imagining being rejected makes my chest hurt. Thinking about that scene makes me feel sick. Who would have thought someone like me would be caught up in something like this? Life really is unpredictable. When did you start having feelings for Rain? Remember when my mom visited? Rain overdid it back then, and I took care of him. During that time, I realized I really liked him. Yeah, I get it. It's frustrating when he pushes himself too far, but it also makes you really happy that he'd go that far. Exactly, that's exactly it. Seeing Rain like that made my heart squeeze, and I just knew I liked him. Is it the same for you, Tania? Pretty much. After the incident, I felt the same way. I see. Yeah. Zai. We fell into silence, but it wasn't awkward. There was this unspoken bond, something only people in love with the same person could understand. What are you going to do? Doubly, what do you mean? Are you going to confess? Kuh. She hit me with something I hadn't even considered, and I let out a noise like a startled chicken. Confess to Rain. The second I imagined it, I squirmed on the spot. Too embarrassing, like unbelievably embarrassing. I'm not afraid of fighting. Even when I faced that 200-year-old goddess, I never once felt scared. In fact, I was fired up. But confessing? That's terrifying, absolutely terrifying. If I messed it up, I don't think I'd recover for weeks. Naya, judging from that, you're like me. There's no way you could confess right now. Shut up. It's embarrassing when it actually comes down to it. Wait, you too. Yeah, I really like Rain, but when I think about confessing, I just can't do it. Naya, maybe I'm just a coward. I don't think so. I'm the same, so I get how you feel. Thanks, Tania. Still, it's kinda wild, huh? Falling for the same guy in the same party. Feels like it could get messy. Maybe we don't need to do anything about it. What do you mean? I mean, you can't help who you fall for. And once you do, it is what it is. So I don't want to overthink it or tiptoe around it. Just be honest with myself, Naya. She tilted her head, looking a little lost in her own explanation. Seeing that made me realize how silly I was for worrying about things getting awkward. Yeah, I think Canaid and I can handle this just fine. Even if someone else falls for Rain, I think we'd still be okay. If Rain ever found out about our feelings, sure, there might be some drama, but somehow I feel like we'd make it through. I don't have proof, but I just feel that we'll be okay. If I had to borrow Rain's words, maybe it's what he'd call a bond. Then, starting now, I guess we're rivals. Naya, rivals, huh? I like the sound of that. Whoever wins or loses, no hard feelings. Let's keep things fair. Deal. I won't lose. Neither will I. We smiled at each other and shook hands. Chapter 6. Clear skies, occasionally clearer. When I looked up at the sky, white clouds drifted slowly across the bright blue expanse. The sun peeked out from between them, casting down a gentle, warm light. It's a nice day today. Why, yeah, it is. A perfect day for a leisurely stroll. Why, yeah, totally. Still, going on an adventure wouldn't be bad either. I feel like I could give it my all today. Why, yep, me too. Canaid, walking beside me, repeated the same response each time. Her tail was standing straight up, and for some reason, her right arm and right leg were moving at the same time. It all looked very awkward. Canaid. Nya, what? You seem kind of tense. What's wrong? And no, not at all. I'm totally not nervous or anything. She denied it with everything she had. But no matter how I looked at it, something was off him. Well, she didn't seem sick or anything. Canaid's at that age, there's probably a thing or two she doesn't feel comfortable talking about with a guy like me. I decided to just keep it in mind for now and not press the issue. So, what are we shopping for today? She'd asked me to go into town with her, but hadn't told me where we were going. Well, it's not exactly shopping, it's more like, there's a place I wanted to go to with you, Rain. With me? Naira, I said it. I actually said I wanted to go with you. How bold can I get? Canaid turned bright red and started squirming. This kind of reaction has been happening more often lately. I wasn't sure what she was thinking or why she was acting this way. Noticing my puzzled look, Canaid rushed to keep talking. So. There's a place that serves really good cake. Cake? I don't remember there being a place like that. Naya, it's new. The town's been growing a lot lately, you know. A while ago, a new lord took over Horizon. Unlike the previous one, the current lord is like a saint, upstanding and virtuous, and on top of that, highly skilled in managing the territory. Even though it hasn't been long since they took over, Horizon's already turning into a livelier town. It's probably all thanks to them. Since it's new, I felt kind of nervous about going alone. Like, I'd feel awkward or shy, so I thought it'd be nice to go with you. In that case, wouldn't it have been better to invite the others too? Naya. No, first we need to scout the place. What if the food's bad or something? That'd be a disaster. Okay. I wasn't quite sure what was going on, but I got swept along by Canade's energy. All right, let's go. Canade sighed. It's been a while since I realized I was in love with rain. I want to take the next step soon. I'm not hoping for some big moment where we suddenly become a couple or anything, but I do want to grow closer. I want to feel like I'm someone just a little more special to him. Now that I know Tania loves Rain too, I can't afford to just sit around. Sometimes, you've got to take the lead and push forward. So, I invited Rain on a date. Just so you know, I didn't go behind anyone's back, okay? I talked it over with Tania first, and we agreed to take turns spending time with Rain. I just happened to go first. I can't let this chance slip away. I'm going to deepen our bond, no matter what, even though I said all that. I'm so nervous. As soon as I see Rain's face, I get so embarrassed I can't even talk properly. Did I brush out my bedhead okay? Is my tail fluffy enough today? Am I making a weird face from all this tension? I can't stop worrying about everything, and now I'm all fidgety and awkward. Canade. Naya. Rain, sitting across from me, looked concerned. I'd been lost in thought since we entered the cafe, and now I'd made him worry. And no, really, I'm fine. Nothing's wrong. You don't look fine, though. I promise. I'm just really excited about the cake. That's all. Well, if you say so, but if you ever feel unwell, tell me, okay? I don't want you pushing yourself. Why, yeah. Naya, Rain's worried about me. He's so kind, so cool. My tail started swishing all on its own. Thanks for waiting. A server arrived, placing cake and drinks in front of us. Whoa. The cake was generously topped with fresh whipped cream, with layers of seasonal fruits sandwiched between soft sponge. Powdered sugar had been dusted over the top, like freshly fallen snow. It looked beautiful. Naya, it looks so delicious. Yeah, let's dig in. Yep, itadakimasu. I sliced into the cake with my fork and took a bite. So good. This is nice. It's not overly sweet. The natural flavor of the fruit really stands out. Yeah, even as a guy, I can enjoy this easily. Fufu, I'm glad you like it, Rain. It's our date, after all. I don't want it to be just fun for me, I want him to enjoy it too. That way, we can make lots and lots of good memories together. Just as I went for a second bite, I dropped my fork. I thought about asking for a replacement, but the staff looked too busy at the moment. Naya, what should I do? I want to keep eating right away. If you want, I could feed you. F-way. Did he just? Is he offering to feed me? Oh, but you probably don't want to use a fork I've already had in my mouth, right? And no, I don't mind. Not at all, really. Okay. Rain looked a little taken aback by how fast I responded. I may have jumped at the opportunity too hard. Whoops. I'll reflect on that later. But this is how a girl in love acts, right? Then, open wide. And I nervously opened my mouth. My heart was pounding. Could he hear it? No way, right? If he could, I'd die of embarrassment. I kind of felt like a baby bird. Rain was taking care of me, and honestly, I wanted him to keep spoiling me forever. Would that make me a spoiled kitty? Here. Rain fed me a bite of cake. Sweet, but more than that, so happy. I was filled with joy, so happy. Naya fufufu, Rain fed me. He actually fed me a bite. What's wrong, Canade? You're making a weird face. Nope, nothing at all. I was just basking in the joy of being fed by the guy I love. Calling it a weird face is rude, Naya. Hey, Rain, can I have another bite? Sure. Here. Rain fed me again and again and again, and honestly, I don't even remember what the cake tasted like. That's how nervous I was, but also how incredibly happy I felt. Section. Rain, over here. Tania, walking a bit ahead, waved her hand as if to say, hurry up. Just like with Canny the other day, I was tagging along for Tania's shopping. And just like then, no one else was with us. Everyone's schedules just happened to not line up, at least, that's what I was told. But it almost felt like it had been orchestrated. Then again, I couldn't think of a reason they'd do something like that, so I was probably just overthinking it. So, what are we buying today? Accessories. Accessories? Oh, you mean jewelry. For a second, I didn't understand what she meant. Maybe it's because I'm a guy, but I've never really had any reason to deal with accessories. I've barely even interacted with them, to the point I almost forget they exist. Thinking that, I followed after Tania, and soon we arrived at a street lined with stalls. There's quite a variety. Rings, bracelets, necklaces, earrings, and all sorts of other accessories. Not just jewelry, there were also daily necessities, books, trinkets, a ton of different items laid out like a full-blown marketplace. Oh, this book. I picked up one that caught my eye. It was a fairy tale I used to read as a kid. Man, this brings back memories. I read this one so many times. And the price, hey, not bad. I kinda want this. Hey, Rain. Before I knew it, Tania was glaring at me with narrowed eyes. Yeah, that's fair. I was supposed to be helping her shop and instead I left her hanging. Of course she'd be annoyed. Sorry, I got distracted. Really now? Abandoning a lady like that, you fail as a man. I'll reflect on it, promise. I put the book back and turned to her. So, what kind of accessory are you looking for? I haven't decided yet. I want to see what's here first, and also, I want your opinion. Mine, but I don't know anything about accessories. It doesn't matter if you're knowledgeable. I just want to hear what you think. Whether something suits me or not, based on your instinct. If that's all you need, I'm happy to help. It's not like I care about your tastes or anything. It's just, you're the only guy around who's even remotely decent. That's the only reason I want your opinion. Don't get the wrong idea. Yeah, I get it. When you accept it that easily, it's actually kind of frustrating. You dense tamer. I'd earned another strange title. She didn't seem mad, but was she sulking? Maybe. Still, I couldn't figure out why. So maybe being called dense wasn't entirely wrong. Maybe I really did need to try harder to understand girls' feelings. Anyway, just give me your opinion. What kind of accessory do you think would look good on me? Let's see. Choosing an accessory for Tania felt like a huge responsibility. If I pick something weird, she might get hurt. I wanted to find something she'd really like. I wanted to see her smile. All right, time to do this seriously. Tania sighed. Rain was seriously focused on choosing an accessory. He had the same serious look he wore in battle. It almost made me want to say, you don't have to take it that seriously. But still, it's kind of sweet, honestly. The guy I like was earnestly picking something just for me. What girl wouldn't feel a little fluttery in a moment like that? So this is what Canade felt when she went on a date with Rain the other day. Ugh. Before I knew it, my eyes kept drifting toward Rain. I couldn't stay calm. I kept sneaking glances at him, only to quickly look away in embarrassment. But then I'd end up staring again anyway. I couldn't even explain this behavior. But maybe that's just what love is. Now I'm thinking super embarrassing stuff. If Rain found out I was thinking like this, I might just die of shame. Tania. Hiya. His voice startled me so bad I yelped. What's wrong? And nothing. Absolutely nothing. You really don't seem fine. Are you okay? I'm fine, totally fine. Anyway, what's up? I forcefully redirected the conversation. He must have sensed I didn't want to pursue the topic, because he switched gears. I picked something I think would suit you. What do you think of this? Rain held out a pair of ruby earrings. The red stones shimmered with a clear, crystalline brilliance. Wow, they're beautiful. Looks like you like them. Good. But these must be expensive, right? Let's see the price. Wait, really? Only this much. The earrings cost 30 silver coins. Not exactly cheap, but I'd expected at least 10 gold. So, what do you think? Okay. I'll take them. Got it. Wait, huh? With a gentle smile, Rain handed the money to the stall owner and bought the earrings. But I had brought my own wallet. I'd saved up a fair amount of money from my allowance. So, why? Sensing my confusion, Rain spoke with a bit of a sheepish tone. A guy should be the one to give gifts on occasions like this, right? Rain. Well, I mean, let me look cool once in a while. Consider it a thank you gift. Thank you. I smiled and accepted the earrings. Then I tried them on right away. How do I look? They suit you. You look beautiful. Such a simple compliment, but so very Rain. That made it all the more special. I smiled warmly. I was sure my cheeks were flushed. And also, this is for you. Hi. For some reason, Rain held out another package. It wasn't something he'd just bought, so he must have had it ready in advance, but I had no idea why. What's this about? I wanted to thank you. Thank me for what? For keeping your promise, for stopping me when I was about to go off the deep end. Oh, I didn't get to say it properly back then, but I'm really grateful. Thinking back, I was completely out of it. If you hadn't stopped me, who knows what might have happened. So thank you, truly. I wanted to express that somehow. You didn't have to go that far. I had promised to stop him if anything happened. I just kept that promise, nothing worth making a big deal over. He didn't have to go out of his way to surprise me with a gift. But I was honestly happy. Geez, do something like this, and of course I'm going to melt a little. Thanks again, Tania. Fufu, you're welcome. And I hope we can keep being together. If I ever start to slip again, I want you to stop me. Hi. Depending on how you interpret that, it could almost sound like a proposal. Tania. And nothing. It's nothing. Is that so? Well, okay then. Anyway, even if you don't ask, I'll stay with you. I mean, I'm your companion after all. Am I a coward for not being able to just say it's because I love him? I let out a small chuckle internally, but somehow I felt at peace with things as they were. Section. I went out with Canaid and Tania, but it seems everyone had secretly planned something. Apparently, they'd arranged to take turns spending time with me. I'm not sure what the goal was, but that was the gist of their plan. And today. Rain, please hurry. Our time is limited. Come on, let's go. Going out with everyone, I'm so happy. I got a feelin' this'll be a fun day. Sora, Luna, Nina, Tina, and finally me. The 5 of us headed into town together. I invited Milua too, who had been relaxing at home, but she turned me down. Apparently, she was going to spend some mother-daughter time with Tania today. A bit of a shame, but it couldn't be helped. We headed into town with no specific destination. It seemed like the plan was to just take a relaxing stroll, and so we wandered aimlessly. It's been a while since we set up base in Horizon, but thinking back, we never really took the time to explore properly. There was that one walk with Sora and Luna, but Edgar ended up getting in the way back then. Sometimes, moments like this aren't so bad. By strolling around leisurely, you find all sorts of interesting things. Like a hidden little restaurant with amazing food. Like street stalls selling all kinds of knickknacks at affordable prices. Like unexpectedly beautiful scenery. We found so many things we hadn't known about before. Everyone was smiling, chatting nonstop. Maybe we should start valuing days like this more, instead of just going on adventures all the time. Ooh, something smells real good. Hot dogs. Glance, glance. Luna and Sara were looking at me with hopeful eyes. Not just them, Nina and Tina were also looking over. Nina's tail was swishing back and forth with anticipation. If the others had tails too, I'm sure they'd all be wagging just like hers. I couldn't help but let out a chuckle as I pulled some silver coins from my wallet. Only one each though, we're having a meal later. Yale. Luna took the coins as the group's rep and dashed off to the food stall. The others followed suit. This is really calming. Walking around together, eating the same food, taking it slow. I kind of wish moments like this could last forever, that's what I found myself thinking. After the hot dogs, we found a donut stand. Nina's eyes sparkled as she stared longingly. Still, she said, just hot dogs is enough, I'll hold back. There was no way I could ignore that. I gave in and bought her one. We wandered a bit more, and before I knew it, the sun had started to dip toward the horizon. It was about time to head home. But on the way, Luna looked up at the sky, sensing something. I followed her gaze and saw that the sun had disappeared behind clouds. The sky had turned gray. Soon enough, it began to drizzle. Ah, it's rainin', we gotta hurry home. We're still pretty far from the house. It's okay, I've got this. Nina opened up a subspace portal and reached inside. She fished around for a moment and then pulled out an umbrella. Ooh, nice one, Nina. You prepared that ahead of time. Did you really guess it was going to rain? I just had a feeling. My tail got all tingly. Some kind of animal instinct. Foxes are supposed to be good at sensing the weather, right? Maybe Nina can too. Here, rain. There was only one umbrella, so I, being the tallest, took it. First, I gave Nina a piggyback ride, with Tina sitting on top of her head. Then Sora and Luna clung to me from either side. They were all pretty petite, so they fit perfectly within the umbrella's coverage. The rain wasn't too heavy either, so we probably wouldn't get wet. Still, this is a little cramped. Felt like we were playing that game where everyone squishes together. Kind of hard to walk, honestly. But maybe this kind of thing is fun once in a while. It felt like we were in a game. Oh, sister of mine, could you scoot over a bit? I'm getting wet. You're the one who needs to move, Luna. Clinging like that makes it hard for Rain to walk. Hey, this is on purpose. I'm doing the pressing in thing. I heard guys love this kind of stuff. Luna, even if Sora and I do something like that, it's pointless and hollow. You gain nothing from it. Rain, tell me, even if I hug you like this, you feel nothing. No comment. They're both still growing, so I don't think it's something they need to worry about. Still, it's a sensitive subject, so I kept my mouth shut. Rain. What's up? Nina shifted a little on my back. Am I not too heavy? Not at all. You're super light. Okay, hey, that's good. Is she worried about her weight? Nina isn't fat at all. Actually, I don't think she's even at an age where that's something to worry about. If anything, she's on the slender side. But I guess that's just part of being a girl. Hey, Rain, you've got all the girls clinging to you, it's like a little harem. Bet you're loving it, huh? No comment again. Phew, you're enjoying it, ain't ya? You're blushin'. Even though Sora, Luna, and Nina are all tiny. That's dangerous, you know, practically illegal. Please stop teasing me. It's just my way of showing affection. Try using a more normal method, please. Tina seemed to be having the time of her life. I could easily imagine the smug grin on her face. I'm joinin' in too. Come on, that makes you happy, right? Me too, I wanna hug you tighter. Sora can't fall behind. Hug. Round 1 of the Great Rain Hug Championship, let's go. And just like that, a mysterious competition broke out. Until we made it home, I was bombarded with hugs. I honestly had no idea how to respond. But everyone was smiling and having fun. And if that's the case, maybe it's fine to just let it be. It ended with rain, but all in all, it was a nice change of pace. A slow, peaceful day that made me think, yeah, I want to go on another walk with everyone again sometime. Interlude turning point. The Arios party was en route to an abandoned village near the royal capital. A monster had taken up residence there and was attacking travelers who passed by. Their mission was to defeat it. Ordinarily, Arios wouldn't have given it a second thought and would have continued on his journey. A monster lurking in a ruined village. That's something adventurers should handle. He was a hero. His ultimate goal was to defeat the Demon King. He didn't have time to waste on trivial matters, and frankly, helping others didn't interest him in the slightest. People might get hurt. Not his problem. If they were weak, they should stay quiet and keep to themselves. He'd rather they not stir up trouble and force him to deal with it. All they did was get in the way. That's what he truly believed. Which is why he would normally have ignored a request like this, but this time was different. Come on, Lord Arios, we're almost there. Let's hang in there. The female knight encouraged Arios with a smile. Her golden hair was neatly cut at shoulder length. Even clad in armor, the curves of her figure were unmistakable. When she walked through town, people couldn't help but turn and stare. Her name was Monica Eclair, a knight of the royal capital's Imperial Guard. Why is the Royal Guard accompanying Arios? The answer is surveillance. Lately, Arios's behavior had become intolerable. It wasn't just his tendency to act on his own, he'd even begun committing foolish acts that harmed civilians. That said, they couldn't exactly lock up the hero. But there was no way to fix his personality overnight either. So the king decided to assign someone to monitor him. If someone was watching, surely even Arios wouldn't act so recklessly. With that reasoning, the king sent Monica to keep an eye on him. At first, Arios tried to drive her away, but her assignment was ordered by the king himself. Even Arios couldn't defy a direct royal command, and so, albeit grudgingly, he accepted her. That's how he ended up being dragged into this mission to exterminate monsters that had taken over an abandoned village after Monica brought it to his attention. He wanted to ignore it, but doing so would give her a reason to report his noncompliance, something that would only worsen his standing. Damn it! Arios clicked his tongue softly. Why do I have to do this? Why do I have to be watched? Frustration swelled inside him, and his steps grew heavier and more forceful. It was clearly his own fault, but Arios didn't see it that way. This is so unfair, he grumbled inwardly. Though he didn't say it out loud, he sulked like a child. His sour mood and dissatisfaction with the current mission were plain to see. Yet no one tried to speak to him. Best not to poke the bear. Everyone knew they'd only catch flack if they did, so they chose to pretend not to notice. Instead, they engaged Monica in friendly conversation. I see. So that's a possible tactic too, very insightful. You really think far ahead, Lady Monica. Oh no, I still have a lot to learn. There are knights in the capital who are far more skilled. And Agath-san, please just call me Monica. Adding lady feels too formal and ticklish. Understood, then I'll call you Monica. Hey, Monica. Yes, what is it? Ahem. Leanne stepped in front of Monica and stared at her intently. In her eyes was a glimmer of admiration. Monica, your skin is so smooth and pretty. Do you think so? What's your skincare routine? Can you tell me? Right, Mina, you're curious too, aren't you? No, I'm not particularly interested in. See, Mina's curious too. Come on, tell us. I'd love to help, but I don't really do anything special. Wah, no way, you look like that naturally. Yes, I do. Now I feel bad about myself. Right, Mina? Don't you think Monica's totally unfair? I told you, I'm not that interested. Wait a sec, maybe it's got something to do with her daily routine. Hey, Monica, what do you usually? Leanne, don't trouble Monica-san too much. It's fine, really. Foo-foo. I don't usually talk about this sort of thing, so it's actually kind of refreshing. Is that so? What kind of life do you lead in the capital? Well, I guess I'd describe it as constantly honing my skills. It's a strange twist of fate, but I've ended up in the hero's party, so I have to work even harder now. That's a wonderful mindset. I find you very dependable, Monica-san. Thank you. I'll do my best to live up to those expectations. Agath, Mina, and Leanne welcomed their new party member, Monica, with warm smiles, not the fake kind, but genuine ones that showed they truly liked her. Sure, the king's order made her presence unavoidable. But more than that, it was Monica's earnest, kind, and easygoing nature that made everyone quickly grow fond of her. Though the party had been on the brink of collapse due to Arios's erratic behavior, Monica had acted as a stabilizing presence, helping things return to a more balanced state. Conversations among party members increased. So did their smiles, with one exception, Arios. Watching his companions chat and laugh, Arios clicked his tongue again in annoyance. She's here to monitor us, so why are they getting all chummy with her? By any normal standard, he should have found it annoying, yet with every word his companions exchanged, Arios's irritation deepened. The more he overheard their conversations, the more his expression twisted in frustration. What he felt at that moment was incredibly childish, like a kid sulking because he was left out. But Arios himself wasn't aware of that, and none of his companions pointed it out. So that dark feeling inside him just kept festering. If only she weren't here. Arios glared at Monica's back as she walked ahead. Heh. What? Suddenly their eyes met. They were a fair distance apart. He hadn't called out to her, hadn't made a sound. Yet, as if she had sensed his gaze, Monica turned around and locked eyes with him. And then she smiled. It was a smile as cold as ice. Neither friendly nor hostile, emotionless, mechanical, almost inhuman. Yet it didn't feel like she harbored any ill will. In fact, if anything, it carried a hint of familiarity. It was a kind of smile he'd never seen before, from someone unlike anyone he'd ever met. That strangeness wiped away his frustration, replacing it with a chill, an ominous foreboding. Something big is going to happen. And the one who would trigger it would probably be Monica. What the hell is with that woman? Tearing his eyes away from her, Arios began walking again. Before he knew it, his palms were damp with sweat. Section. Arios and the others defeated the monsters nesting in the abandoned village without much trouble. Afterward, they returned to the capital and rested at the inn provided by the kingdom. That night, in the late hours, long after the streets had fallen silent, a lone figure emerged from the inn. A heavy hood concealed their face. Avoiding the main streets, they slipped quietly through alleyways. Eventually, the figure slipped into an abandoned house. Phew. With a soft sigh, the figure removed their robe. It was Monica. She glanced around the empty home. Then, as if acknowledging someone, she bowed gracefully. Sorry to keep you waiting. Hee, you took your time. A voice echoed from the darkness. The shadows thickened, gaining substance. A woman stepped out. Her crimson eyes and violet hair were breathtaking, almost enough to call her a peerless beauty. But she was no ordinary woman. She was a demon named Reese. Reese curled her lips in an amused smile. What were you doing out this late, I wonder? Don't tell me you were having fun with the hero. You jest. There's nothing like that between Arios-sama and me. Oh, how boring. It would have made things much more interesting if there were. If that is what you desire, Reese-sama, I will obey. Well, I was only teasing, but now that I think about it, perhaps it wouldn't be such a bad idea after all. Reese brought a finger to her chin in a thoughtful pose. Her smile vanished, an unusual seriousness taking its place. After a short pause, she made her decision. A smile returned to her face and she spoke slowly. Grow close to him. There's no harm in that. Yes, I understand. But whether or not it develops into a physical relationship, I'll leave that to you. I won't force such a thing on you. If it's your order, Reese-sama, I have no objections. Even if it's for our mission, I'd rather avoid putting you through something painful. Do you understand? Thank you, just hearing that is more than enough for me. Fufu, you're such a sweet girl, Monica. So really, do as you see fit. I won't push you into anything. Then I'll observe and make a decision. Please do. Monica, who should have been a knight of the royal capital, was kneeling before a demon, addressing her with reverence. Anyone who witnessed this would surely be shocked. They might even accuse Monica of betrayal and demand answers. But from Monica's perspective, she wasn't betraying anyone. Because the one she truly served was not the king. It was the demon before her, Reese. To Monica, Reese was everything, the one to whom she would give her all. Now then, let's hear your report. Yes, allow me to begin. Remove the human known as Rain's Shroud. He's becoming an obstacle. And one more thing, steer the human hero, Arios Orlando, in a direction that suits our purposes. How are those two tasks progressing? I'd like an update. Chapter 7, Promotion Exam. We took breaks when needed and stayed active when we could, and before we knew it, quite a few days had passed since the dragon attack incident. Just the other day, Milua returned to her village. She'd been staying at our place since then, enjoying her time with Tania, but apparently it was getting risky for her work if she didn't go back soon. She also said something like, "Now that I've confirmed Tania-chan's found a good person, I shouldn't get in the way anymore." But what was that about? In any case, we all saw Milua off as she headed back to the Dragon Tribe's village, and once again, our peaceful and pleasant days returned. Everyone had a smile on their face, and every day felt deeply fulfilling. Then one day, "Rain, you've got a letter." "Thanks, Tania." As I relaxed in the living room, Tania handed me a letter. Looking at the sender, I saw it was from Natalie. What could it be? I wondered, opening the envelope. What does it say? Tania leaned in curiously from beside me. I tilted my head slightly as I looked at her. "Hey, Tania." "What?" "Don't you think you're kind of far away?" There was about a person's worth of distance between me and Tania. It wasn't just my imagination, there was definitely some space between us. Lately, there's been this subtle distance all the time. It's not just in my head. Why you're imagining it? I don't think I am. It's not because I'm embarrassed to sit close to you or anything, or that I'm conscious of you or anything like that. So don't get the wrong idea, okay? Her cheeks flushed red, and she nervously averted her gaze left and right. Her tail swayed restlessly behind her. Is she embarrassed? We'd spent so much time together that I could kind of tell what Tania was feeling now, but I still didn't get what exactly she was embarrassed about. I mean, I haven't done anything, right? Rain, could you not stare at me like that? Huh, I can't. Oh, of course not. It's bad manners to stare at a girl like that. Now that she mentioned it, she had a point. Sorry. You were acting kind of weird, so I couldn't help it. She didn't seem sick or anything, so she was probably fine. Besides, if I fussed over her too much, she might just get annoyed. I didn't mean for you to look away just because I said so. I mean, if you want to look at me, you could just say so. What's going on with you, Tania? When I looked at her again, she was muttering something under her breath. I said it's nothing. Okay, sure. Why are you just letting it go? At least react a little. What do you want me to do? So anyway, that letter's from Natalie, right? What does it say? Tania forcefully changed the subject. Better to just go with it, I figured. I remembered something my dad once told me a long time ago, something about girls like this needing careful handling. He'd said that a girl's mood changes like the weather in the mountains, so you have to watch closely and avoid doing anything unnecessary. Maybe that lesson came in handy now. Though thinking about it, what kind of thing is that to teach a kid? Looks like it's something important. She wants me to come to the guild when I have time. What kind of important thing? She didn't say. What the heck? If it's important, you'd normally write it down. If that info got leaked, it'd be a problem. At the guild, we try to handle information sharing face-to-face instead of using letters whenever possible. Hey, that sounds like a hassle. So when are you going? I've got some free time, so I figured I'd head over now. I see, in that case. Since we're at it, want to come along too, Tania? Really? Of course. I'll come. She latched on with incredible enthusiasm. Maybe she's been feeling a bit idle lately and wants to take on a big quest for a change. Well then, let's head out. Yes, Fufu. You seem to be in a good mood. I wonder why. You just felt like going for a walk. Tania. Dummy. Tania pouted slightly, lips jutting out in what seemed like sulking. For some reason, I got scolded, but this must be what Dad was talking about. A girl's heart really is a tricky and complicated thing. It was one of those days that reminded me of that. Section. Congratulations. When we arrived at the guild, we were greeted by Natalie with a bright smile. Congratulations? I had no idea what she was talking about. Actually, this situation felt kind of familiar somehow. As of today, Shroud-san, your adventurer rank has been promoted to B rank. Hi. B rank. Yes, you've resolved multiple major incidents lately. Your achievements have been recognized, and you've been promoted. Natalie spoke with genuine delight, almost as if it had happened to her. Why is she so happy about this? But I don't feel like I've done anything that amazing. Oh, but you have. For starters, the defeat of that demon who appeared in Pagos. That went. Honestly, that memory leaves a bitter taste in my mouth. I hadn't set out to defeat Iris. It just ended up that way. What I really wanted was to help her. But Natalie and the higher-ups at the guild don't know that. They praise me with smiles, thinking it was all thanks to me. It's a complicated feeling, to say the least. I mean, I also went up against Axe and Cell. But that matter is already resolved, isn't it? You realized the demons had set a trap. You made a split-second decision not to waste time explaining and chose to fight, holding the others back. If the expedition team had charged into those ruins as planned, who knows what might have happened? Well, for some reason, that's how the story turned out. The truth is, I acted completely on my own. I wasn't thinking ahead like that, but everything just happened to line up in such a way that people ended up interpreting it that way. And then, there's the recent dragon attack. Thanks to you, Shroud-san, there were no serious casualties, and the incident was resolved. Oh, and of course, we owe our thanks to Tania-san as well. Everyone at the Adventurers Guild is truly grateful. WL, it was just on a whim, okay? You really don't have to thank me that much or anything. Tania looked flustered. She's kind of weak to straightforward praise. Even though she acts a little contrary, it just shows how pure-hearted she really is. Every one of your contributions has been outstanding. Therefore, we at the Adventurers Guild have decided to promote Shroud-san to B rank. Congratulations. You're not happy. This is B rank we're talking about. With a high-level rank like that, you'll be eligible for more prestigious quests and receive all kinds of perks, like waived bridge tolls or even government subsidies. If you're asking whether I'm unhappy, no, that's not it. It's just kind of complicated. The dragon attack is one thing, but with Iris, I didn't get the outcome I was hoping for. And yet here I am, being congratulated. Hey. Ow. Bonk, Tania lightly tapped me on the head. Rain, you're overthinking things again, aren't you? I'm not thinking about anything unnecessary. Yes, you are. Tania stated it flatly. I get why you're having a hard time just feeling happy about it. I've been by your side, hearing what you think, but you know you can't change the past. What's happened can't be undone. Yeah, but that's why you need to face forward. If you keep looking behind you all the time, you'll eventually lose your way and trip. So walk forward instead. I'm not saying to forget, just remember, that's enough, got it? Yeah, you're right. Tania's words gently sank into my heart. The haze that had been weighing down on me seemed to lift just a little. Feeling better now. Yeah, I'm fine. Still, it's kind of pathetic. I thought I'd moved on, but here I am, still getting caught up in this. That's just who you are, Rain. You're the kind of person who still cares about her. And that's exactly why I know, what I mean is, that's why we've all decided to follow you. Thanks, Tania, I feel a little more at ease now. Veh. Just like I do with Canade, I instinctively reached out and patted Tania on the head. She jolted and gave me a face like she'd just seen a ghost. Oh, I did that without thinking. Maybe she thinks I'm treating her like a child? Ah, sorry. I wasn't trying to treat you like a kid or anything. I just meant it as a way to say thanks. Are you mad? And no, not at all. You don't like it? Not really. Tania turned red and looked away, but she didn't pull away. If anything, she leaned her head forward a bit, like she wanted me to keep going. Do whatever you want. Then I will. I gently patted Tania's head again. It brought me a kind of calm, like I could stay like this forever. Could you not flirt right in front of me while we're still in the middle of a conversation? Flirt. Oops, I had completely forgotten about Natalie. She shot us a tired look, and I quickly bowed my head in apology. Sorry, I kind of got carried away. My bad too, we didn't mean anything by it. Good grief, well anyway. Shroud-san, your promotion to B rank is now official. Of course, if you refuse the promotion, we can cancel it. No, I won't do that. Glad to hear it. I was a little worried you might turn it down. Do people actually do that? At Tania's question, Natalie replied with a hint of weariness. Every so often, promotions come with various perks, but they also come with added responsibility. Some people don't want that, so they choose to stay at a lower rank. Wow, there are people like that. I don't really get it. If there's a higher level, I'd want to reach it. If every adventurer thought like you, Tania, our job would be much easier. Still, it's not really fair to blame those people. If they lack confidence, forcing them to level up isn't the right approach either. I, on the other hand, have reliable companions, so I can take the promotion without worry. Suddenly, Natalie seemed to recall something. Oh, that's right. Shroud-san, while we're at it, would you be interested in taking the promotion test for A rank? Promotion test. I'd just been promoted to B rank, and now she was talking about A rank. I've been an adventurer for a while now, but I've never really looked into the system, so there's still a lot I don't know. Sensing my confusion, Natalie went on to explain. Up to B rank, the guild can promote adventurers based on internal decisions. But to reach A rank, you need both significant achievements and to pass a special exam. In your case, Shroud-san, your accomplishments already meet the criteria. So if you take the test and pass, you'll become A rank. I see, so that's how it works. If you're promoted to A rank, you'll receive even more benefits. Like what, for example? Well, there are a lot of things, and it's hard to explain in just one sentence. But to put it simply, you'd gain authority on par with nobility. Seriously, there are some requests that can't be completed by strength alone. That's why A rank adventurers are granted powers equivalent to those of nobles. Of course, they're still just adventurers, so they can't govern cities or be involved in politics. But there have been cases where A rank adventurers actually became real nobles and went on to hold government positions. It sounded outrageous, but not entirely unbelievable. There are times when brute strength alone isn't enough to deal with certain incidents. You occasionally see cases where authority is absolutely necessary to act. The situation with the former lord of this city and his son, Edgar, probably falls into that category too. But is it really that easy to hand out authority? Wouldn't it be a disaster if they just gave it out left and right? The king himself is involved in the certification of A rank adventurers, so there's no issue at all. Hi. So it's something decided by the leader of humanity. Not bad for a human. Tania nodded, seemingly impressed. Now that I think about it, both Axe and Cell were A rank adventurers. To think they showed enough strength and achievements to earn the king's recognition, I'm reminded again of how incredible they were. If I could, I'd really like to talk with them again with a smile. But will that ever happen? When is this exam going to be held? Conveniently enough, very soon. Not here, though, it'll be held in the royal capital. So not in Horizon. We have to travel all the way to the capital. Oh, I get it. Since it requires the king's approval, it has to be held there. Yes, exactly. Sharp as always, Shroud-san. Would we even make it in time if we left for the capital now? Yes, it's not a problem. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any announcement. If you're planning to take the A rank promotion exam, Shroud-san, I'll contact the guild headquarters in the capital right away. I'll also prepare a letter of recommendation. What do you think? Well, I couldn't immediately answer Natalie's question. It sounds like there are plenty of advantages. But of course, it wouldn't be all upside. There'd be more responsibility, and I wouldn't be able to act carelessly anymore. If I pulled something like I did during the Iris incident, this time I'd definitely be punished. If it were just me, it wouldn't be a big deal. But if my actions affect everyone else, then it becomes complicated. What should I do? I seriously began to think it over. Section. After returning home, I sat in my room thinking about what to do next. Should I take the exam or sit this one out? There are definite benefits to becoming A rank. But I also need to consider what could go wrong. I try to imagine all the possibilities, both good and bad, and think through every outcome. Still, I can't seem to reach a decision. It's hard to figure this out on my own. Maybe I should ask everyone for advice. Just as I was thinking that, "Rain, do you have a minute?" A knock at the door, followed by Tania's voice. "Come in," I replied, and the door opened. "Hope I'm not interrupting." "What's up?" "Well, I thought maybe you were having a hard time." "Huh? You're torn about the promotion exam, right?" "Well, since I know what's going on, I guess I just couldn't ignore it." Tania looked away slightly, her cheeks a little flushed. "Is she embarrassed? If you're willing to talk about it, I'd really appreciate the help." "Exactly. Come to me for advice. I'll clear up your worries with a bang." "All right, I'm counting on you." I had already hit my limit, trying to sort everything out alone. If Tania was willing to help, maybe I could finally find my answer. "So, Rain, you're not planning on taking the exam? You're not interested at all?" "No, it's not that. I do want to try." "Then why?" "Natalie mentioned it too, right? That getting promoted means gaining a higher position, more say in things. If something like the Iris incident were to happen again, maybe the outcome would be different this time." "That's true. That might be the case. Thinking about that makes me feel like I should go for the promotion, but are you worried about us maybe?" "Huh? If you get promoted, you'll take on more responsibility. And that means things could get more complicated for us, your party members. Is that what's bothering you?" It was exactly that, so much so that I was stunned. Can Tania read minds or something? She seemed to catch on to even that thought, letting out a wry chuckle. "Just so you know, I can't read minds. You're just really easy to read, that's all." "I'm that obvious?" "Extremely." Not sure if I should be happy or not about that. We've been together for a while. Of course I'd pick up on things. And well, lately, I've been watching you more closely." Why?" It's not like there's any particular reason or anything." "Really?" "Why, yeah, really. Just forget I said that, okay?" "Seriously, forget it." "Okay." She ordered me with such force that I nodded without thinking. I feel like she just said something really important, but if pushing her on it would cause trouble, then I guess I'll do as she asked. "All right, forgot." Anyway, back to the topic. So you're worried about us, right? I don't think you'd be this concerned about responsibility if it only involved you." "Yeah, I guess that's true. There's only one thing I want to say: don't worry about it." That's what Tania told me, but it's not that easy. If I make the wrong call, I could drag everyone down with me. That thought alone makes it hard to commit. "Are you afraid of failing?" "Yeah, I am. Terrified, honestly. I already made one big mistake during the Iris incident. That failure still lingers in my heart, weighing me down." As I sat there hesitating, Tania spoke with a light tone. "So what? It's okay if you fail. That's easy for you to say. Doesn't matter if you're human or one of the strongest races. No matter how careful you are, you'll mess up eventually. But it's through those failures that you grow, right?" "I guess." "You're trying too hard, Rain. You're putting too much pressure on yourself. I think it's okay to take things a bit easier." "You really think so?" "Totally. If you fail, just think of it as a chance to grow. Don't go worrying about us and overthinking everything. Lighten up a little and look forward. You know, you've got this habit of being weirdly pessimistic at times, such a worrywart. It's kind of frustrating. When you put it like that, I can't really argue." What Tania said hit home, and before I realized it, I let out a small chuckle. I had been so conflicted before, but now, the doubt was gone. She was right. There's no point in fearing failure more than necessary. And if I do fail, then I'll treat it as a valuable learning experience. Of course, it's better not to fail at all, but what matters is having the right mindset. That's what Tania taught me. Thanks, Tania. I think I can finally make a decision now. "Oh, think." "Well, I haven't confirmed the conditions or details yet. Once I go over all of that and make sure there's no problem, then I'll commit." "You're so thorough." If it were Luna, she'd probably just go, "Details are meaningless," and totally ignore everything. Ahaha, that impersonation was actually pretty good. Now I'm getting embarrassed. Forget I did that. Can't promise that one. You're such a jerk. Tania puffed out her cheeks and pouted. Is it just my imagination? Lately, Tania's been acting cuter somehow, softer in how she treats me compared to before. I try to figure out why, but nothing obvious comes to mind. Well, right now, I should focus on the promotion exam. Thanks, Tania. I think I've finally got my head straight thanks to you. You're welcome. If there's anything else troubling you, feel free to talk to me, okay? Anything troubling me? Not really. Well, maybe not troubling, but there is something on my mind. What is it? I feel like Canade's been acting a little strange lately. Do you know anything about that? Even though I said it was just a concern, Tania looked genuinely troubled. No comment. So you do know something then. If I had to say something, I'd tell you to start paying more attention to your surroundings, Rain. I didn't quite get what she was trying to say. Seeing me tilt my head in confusion, Tania let out a sigh and muttered. Looks like it's going to be a long road for both me and Canade. So, I've decided I want to take the promotion exam. What do you all think? With Tania's encouragement, I had made up my mind to take the A-rank promotion exam. But I didn't want to make the decision alone. After dinner, I gathered everyone and explained the situation, asking for their opinions. I was ready to go through with it, but if even one person objected, I planned to stop. Call it idealistic, but I think it's important to keep talking it through until everyone is on board. And if we can't all agree, then I won't go through with it. That's what being a party means to me. A-rank, huh? At last my brilliance shall shine on the world stage. Why do you always jump to such conclusions? I'd love to see what's going on inside your head, Luna. Maybe your brain's been replaced with candy. Phew fun, stop it, you're making me blush. I'm seriously worried about my little sister's future. Sora and Luna were, as always, doing their thing. A-rank, I wonder how amazing that is. I guess you could say it's like becoming a king. Whoa, Rain's gonna be a king. Are you gonna wear a crown? That's what stood out to you. As expected, Nina and Tina were their usual selves too. Question. Why do you want to become A-rank in the first place? Canade, ever the responsible one, asked the most practical question. Well, I guess mostly because it comes with a lot of benefits. It'd make things easier going forward. But more than that, the biggest reason is the increased influence. Influence. Natalie said that A-rank adventurers are granted authority equivalent to nobles. At that, both Luna and Sora perked up. Luna's eyes sparkled, clearly up to no good. Wait, does that mean I get to become important too? Phew fun, I shall spread my majesty across the land. More like you'd be spreading embarrassment, not majesty. What did you say? You dare mock me. Did you know? Arguments only occur between people on the same level. And you and Sora are clearly not on the same level. Mukiaya, both of you quiet down. Please. Sorry. Scolded by Nina, both Sora and Luna slumped in defeat. Getting scolded by the youngest party member must really sting. Even I wouldn't be able to argue back if it were me. I just have to hang my head and reflect. Anyway, back to the point. Since A-rank adventurers are granted authority, it also means more say in things. If I were just working alone like before, it wouldn't be a big deal. But when cooperating with others, like during the Iris incident, I'm expected to follow orders from above. And I guess I really don't do well when I can't act on my own judgment. Rain, are you still dwelling on that? No, I'm fine. I smiled at Canade, who looked at me with concern. I got scolded by Tania. I'm facing forward now. That's right, you have to keep looking forward. This sounds like an interesting conversation. Canade narrowed her eyes at Tania. Tania, pretending not to notice, looked away. If I have more influence, I can speak out against unreasonable orders, and I'll probably be allowed to act independently to some extent. Isn't that something you don't really need to worry about? I can't just ignore it. Things happened to work out with Iris last time, but honestly, I could have been punished for disobeying orders. At worst, I might have had my adventurer license revoked. I see. That's why I want to aim for A-rank. So that when the time comes, I can act freely. I paused and looked around at everyone. They all had serious expressions, listening intently to what I had to say. What do you all think? I think it's a good idea. I'm all for it. Same here. If it means you don't have to follow dumb orders, then it's a win in my book. Canade and Tania were the first to voice their support. I have no problem with it either. Phew fun. I want to flaunt my greatness. Just to clarify, it's not like Luna is going to become some big shot. But yes, Sora is in favor too. Then Luna and Sora gave their approval. The remaining two. I think it's fine. Sounds good to me. There are lots of benefits, right? If you can get promoted, there's no reason not to. They agreed as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Actually, why'd you even ask us in the first place? You're the leader, Rain. You could have just decided on your own. Yeah, no one would have complained. That's what Tina and Canade said, but honestly, deciding that way would have felt selfish. It's because I had all of them that I made it this far. If I were alone, I probably would have died in some ditch along the way. I can't just ignore their opinions. When I explained that, for some reason, everyone looked at me with warm, gentle eyes, like they were gazing at their grandchild. What's going on? Did I say something weird? Nope, we were just thinking. That's so Rain, right? Exactly. Canade said something vague, and everyone else nodded in agreement. Seems like there's a shared understanding of what kind of person I am in this group. Now I'm kind of curious how they actually see me. Section. Having decided to take the promotion exam, I went to the guild the next day. I told Natalie-san about it, and she handled the registration and prepared my letter of recommendation. 3 days later. Once preparations were complete, I headed for the city gates, where a line of carriages awaited. Among them were 3 headed for the royal capital, standard, premium, and deluxe class. Since I have the chance, I'd prefer a higher class one. The lower tier ones might be too bumpy to get any rest. Since the trip to the capital would take several days, this wasn't the time to be stingy. So I bought a ticket for the premium carriage. I had enough money for the deluxe, but it had limited seating due to the luxury interior, so premium was the best I could get. Ooh, a carriage. Canade's eyes sparkled like a child's as her tail swayed excitedly. Apparently, she found the carriage fascinating. She circled around it curiously, gazing at every detail. Then, with permission from the coachman, she happily petted the horse. Cat and horse, maybe they shared some sort of connection. The horse neighed contentedly, letting her pet it without fuss. We're taking a carriage this time. That's going to cost money, you know. I'm fine walking, personally. The royal capital's far, though. I heard it takes 2 weeks on foot. In that case, yeah, carriage it is. Carriages are the best. Upon hearing 2 weeks on foot, Luna threw her arms around the carriage. She really didn't like the idea of walking that long. Sora didn't either, chiming in with, "We should absolutely take the carriage, no matter the cost." Can't blame them, they're not the athletic type. Wait a minute. Wouldn't it be easier to just have Tania transform like last time and carry us? I'm not the carriage kind, though. If you did that, it would cause a huge commotion. People would scream, "A dragon?" and you'd probably get shot down with magic. Can't you even imagine that much? Is your head really that empty, Luna? That's right. You actually admitted it. We're departing soon. Since the carriage was fully occupied by us, it was essentially a private ride. No need to wait for other passengers, we could leave right away. First, I grabbed Nina by the waist and lifted her up into the carriage. She's so small that she can't get in and out by herself. Thank you, Rain. Much obliged. Before I knew it, doll-form Tina was perched on top of Nina's head. She must have slipped on while I was lifting Nina. Tina could fly with magic, but, well, she was just being lazy. She's diligent and serious when it comes to chores and housework, but for everything else, she can be a bit lax sometimes. But that's just part of who Tina is. Next up were Canade and Tania. What did you say? You want to go? I gladly accept. I said we're leaving. Hurry up and get in. Actually, never mind. I'll just toss you in. Ewawawa. Sora and Luna had apparently started fighting again, so I just tossed them both into the carriage. Lastly, I climbed aboard. Now everyone was in. Wow, these seats are really comfy. For real, I always thought carriage rides would be a pain in the butt, but this isn't bad at all. Since it was designed to carry passengers rather than cargo, the carriage was outfitted with cushions and other thoughtful features for comfort. The ride seemed like it'd be smooth and pleasant, and this was just the premium class. Makes me wonder how luxurious the deluxe class must be. If we ever go on a proper trip, I'd like to try it with everyone. Hey, Rain. How long does it take to get to the capital? If everything goes smoothly, about 5 days. That's longer than I expected. It's mostly a carriage trip, so we shouldn't get tired. Might be boring though. It's my first carriage ride, so I'm excited. Same here, I'm honestly looking forward to it. Me too, I want to pet the horse again. Nina's too cute. I'll pet you instead. Luna, you can see the front from that window. Ooh, amazing. Not just the sides, there's a view from the front too. I feel like I'm the one driving. Everyone seemed to be having a great time. We should really go on a real vacation together someday. Yeah, I want to make that happen for real. I know it'd be a blast. Now go forth, Black Thunder. Carry us to the royal capital. Could you not give weird names to my horse? Sorry. My apologies. I quickly bowed my head to the driver, who looked troubled. Luna, settle down, don't trouble the coachman. Why does it always come back to me? I haven't done anything. You seriously don't realize. Luna, you're kinda weird sometimes. Even Canaid hit her with a blunt remark. Well, it was Luna's first time riding in a carriage, so her excitement was understandable. Let's just turn a blind eye, so long as she doesn't cause any more trouble. All right, shall we get going? Just follow the route we discussed earlier. Understood. The coachman tugged the reins, and the horses began to move slowly. Ooh, it's moving. Luna, don't get so worked up. It's embarrassing. Oh, it's faster than I thought. Sara, you're excited too. So close. A little noisy, sure, but just like that, we set off for the royal capital. Section, Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks, Chapter 8. Saria. It had been several hours since we left the city. We traveled quite a distance, enough that the scenery outside had changed to places I didn't recognize. Unfamiliar landscapes slowly passed by as the carriage rolled along. Right now, we were moving through a plain with nothing particularly notable, but even so, just being somewhere new was enough to lift my spirits. Clatter, 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 the sound of turning wheels. Occasionally, the horses neighed, and the coachman would pull on the reins. Then came a loud thud and a jolt as the carriage rocked. Probably ran over a small stone or something. The ones who reacted most sensitively to it were the twins, Sora and Luna. This is bad, seriously bad. It looked like they were getting motion sickness. Both of them had gone pale and were slumped over. Apparently, for people who aren't used to this kind of thing, even minor vibrations can be tough to endure. This carriage had cushions and other features to reduce shaking, but it wasn't possible to eliminate it entirely. And since both of them weren't good with physical activity to begin with, they were probably even more sensitive to it than most. You two okay? Want some water? No need, if I drink water now, it's all gonna come back up. This is real bad, ultra bad. Luna had none of her usual energy, and Sora's speech was falling apart from how awful she felt. The rest of the group. Nya, the breeze feels so nice when you open the window like this. Traveling by carriage isn't so bad after all, it has its charm. Kind of makes me sleepy, yawn. A slow trip like this ain't so bad either. Everyone else seemed to be enjoying the ride just fine. Looks like the only ones suffering from motion sickness were Sora and Luna. The trip to the capital would take around 5 days. The promotion exam wouldn't begin right away, so even if we were delayed a bit, it shouldn't be a problem. I slid open the small window up front and called out to the coachman. Sorry, could we take a break somewhere? Just for a bit. Rain, don't worry about us. Yeah, this is nothing, You say that with blue faces, we're not in a rush, so let's take a break and figure out how to help. So yeah, I'm counting on you. Understood. We should be nearing a rest stop soon. About 30 minutes later, a rest stop came into view. Just as the name implied, a rest stop was a simple facility built for travelers to take a break. It had space for carriages to park and even a designated area for camping. The distances between towns were long, and traveling between them couldn't be done in a single day, so places like these were set up along major routes. How long would you like to rest? Looking up, I saw the sun was directly overhead, probably early afternoon. Spending the night here wasn't realistic. I wanted to rest for about an hour, but if we didn't come up with a solution, Sora and Luna would just get sick again as soon as we left. Isn't there something we can do? While mulling it over, I asked the coachman, is there any remedy for motion sickness? Well, we could try adding more cushions, or they could drink a special potion. But unfortunately, I don't have either on hand. Sorry. No, don't worry about it. There didn't seem to be any easy fix. For now, I decided to set the problem aside and just let Sora and Luna rest. 1 hour break for now. Got it. With that, I gently helped Sora and Luna out of the carriage. They were completely done and too weak to move on their own. It had gotten bad enough that I was honestly starting to worry. Taking care not to jostle them, I carried them over to the beds at the rest stop and laid them down. The place even had basic beds set up for sick travelers. You okay? Nope, Sora is already out cold. Rain, you must step over my corpse and carry on. I'll hold the line here. What are you two even fighting? Even in this state, they were still trying to crack jokes. I couldn't help but let out a wry smile. At least they still had the energy to talk. Seems getting off the carriage helped them recover a little. Still, they didn't look like they could move anytime soon, and if they got back in the carriage, they'd probably be down again in no time. Now then, what should I do? Moments like this really made me wish we had a healer. If we had one, we might have been able to fix this with magic or medicine. But the only ones in our group who can use healing magic, Sora and Luna, were currently out of commission. The rest of us, myself included, had no real knowledge in that area. If possible, I'd like to find a solution during this 1 hour break. Rain. Canade came running over in a hurry. Oh no. This doesn't feel like it's about motion sickness anymore. I just heard a scream coming from over that way. Yep, called it. I looked in the direction Canade pointed, but didn't see anything unusual. Still, if Canade, a Nekomata, said she heard something, she was probably right. Her eyesight and hearing far surpassed that of a human, and more importantly, I trust my companion. Man, if it's not one thing, it's another. What should we do? We can't just ignore it. Let's check it out. Aye, sir. Canade snapped a sharp salute. Seriously, where does she even learn this stuff? Canade and Tina, you're with me. Tania, Nina, watch over Sora and Luna, and keep an eye on the carriage. Firing off instructions, I immediately broke into a run. Section. After running for about 10 minutes, we came upon a carriage surrounded by monsters. It was clearly different from the one we had taken, ornately decorated, larger, and built from finer materials. Even the horses were wearing embroidered cloaks with elegant stitching. No doubt about it, it was a high-class carriage. Possibly carrying a noble? Surrounding it was a group of monsters, ogres. Ogres are C-rank monsters known for their brute strength, strong enough to snap a tree in half. Their most notable trait is their high regenerative ability. Unless you deliver a massive, devastating blow or strike a vital point, their wounds heal quickly, making them difficult to bring down. I could see 3 knights positioned around the carriage. They were doing their best to protect it, wielding swords and shields against the ogres. There were 6 ogres. In terms of individual power, the knights might have had the edge, but the numbers put them at a disadvantage, and it was clear they were struggling. So far, none of the knights had been taken out, but they also hadn't managed to bring down any of the ogres. The battle was locked in a stalemate. No, that's not quite right. Looking closely, the ogres' formation was slowly closing in. The knights were losing ground. Something felt off. The knights looked like they were fighting seriously, but at the same time, it seemed like they were holding back. Like they weren't going all out. To put it bluntly, it felt like they were pulling their punches. Sometimes their movements were oddly sluggish, almost like they were trying to lure the ogres toward the carriage. Is it just my imagination? Either way. Now wasn't the time to be thinking. Right now, we had to step in. Nyan. First strike is mine. Canade launched the first attack. She slammed a kick into the face of an ogre who had just raised its weapon toward one of the knights. The blow landed from the side and sent the monster flying as if it had been hit by a wrecking ball. That's the strength of the Nekore. Even an ogre's massive frame couldn't resist that kind of power. I'm up next. Tina, who had been perched on Canade's head, leapt into action. She controlled a few nearby stones with magic and fired them like arrows. Don't underestimate them just because they're rocks. Launched at ultra-high speed, they became piercing projectiles, cutting clean through the ogre's chest and striking a vital point. The hulking beast collapsed, and its body turned into a magic stone. And third in line, me. I dashed forward last. I flung Narukami's wire, wrapping it tightly around the ogre's legs, and yanked it to the ground. The moment its movement was sealed, I drove Kamui into its chest and then gouged it sideways. The ogre screamed and died on the spot. I'm about to take the A-rank promotion exam. No way can I afford to get held up by a C-rank monster like an ogre. Wah, who the hell are you people? Save the questions for later, we're here to help. Focus on protecting the carriage. GH understood. You have my thanks. Though surprised, the knights quickly regrouped and repositioned. With practiced coordination, they moved to shield the carriage, weapons and shields raised. Quick thinking. Smooth execution. These knights weren't ordinary foot soldiers, probably elite guards from the royal capital or something similar. Rain, one's headed your way. Got it. Who's inside that carriage? I could think about that later. For now, we had to finish off the ogres. I raised Kamui and charged at the one roaring and charging toward me. Section. It was over in about 5 minutes. Ogres are tough monsters, sure, but there was no way they could stand up to Canaid, one of the strongest. And with Tina and me, we weren't exactly pushovers either. The chance of losing? Practically zero. I sheathed Kamui, made sure neither Canaid nor Tina were hurt, then walked over to the knights. You all okay? Yeah, we're fine. The knight also sheathed his sword, removed his helmet, and bowed his head. He was unusually polite. Either it was because of how he was trained by his master, or he was simply expected to be this formal so as not to disgrace them. If it's the latter, then whoever's in that carriage must be someone of considerable status. We owe you our lives, thank you. If you're in trouble, we help each other. No need to thank me. Still, thank you. The knight bowed again. Though something about it felt off. It didn't seem like genuine gratitude. If anything, I sensed a subtle edge to it, like we had interfered in something we shouldn't have. There's no hard evidence, just a hunch. Maybe they were confident they could have handled it on their own, and their pride was hurt. Best not to dig too deep. Anyone else hurt? Is the person inside the carriage all right? No injuries to report, but... The knight frowned. I realize this is terribly rude, especially after you saved us, but our master cannot show their face. We know it's selfish, but please understand. Alex, I do not recall granting permission for such discourtesy. A clear, dignified voice rang out as the carriage door opened, and a girl stepped down. She looked about the same age as me. She had the air of someone standing between girlhood and adulthood, still a touch of innocence to her. Her long, golden hair flowed down to her waist. It looked like a nightmare to maintain, yet not a strand was out of place. A gem-studded hairpin adorned her head. Her eyes were a deep emerald green, so vivid and pure it felt like I could fall into them. The white dress she wore radiated a sense of purity, but also carried an ethereal mystique. Its intricate craftsmanship sparkled with brilliance. It was obvious at a glance that this was the work of a true artisan. Princess. Why would you step outside the carriage? One of the knights panicked the moment he saw her. Wait, what did he just say? Alex. Why, yes, ma'am. The knight named Alex quickly knelt before the girl and bowed his head. If not for these people, we might have lost our lives. They are our saviors. To leave without even offering our thanks would be a disgrace to the name of Van Rolries. My deepest apologies. It's fine, as long as you understand. Van Rolries. That name, I definitely recognized it. Well, of course I recognized that name. Everyone living in this country hears it constantly. We live under its rule, day in and day out. Pleased to meet you. The girl walked over and gave a small smile. Then, delicately pinching the hem of her skirt with both hands, she offered a graceful curtsy. I am Saria Van Rolries. Thank you very much for coming to our aid. I am deeply grateful for what you've done. That name is you're a princess. Yes, my father Argus is the king of this country, and I am his third daughter. My deepest apologies. Just like the knights, I dropped to one knee and bowed my head. I'd suspected she might be a noble, but I wasn't expecting a princess. Her status was far beyond what I imagined, and it sent me into a minor panic. I didn't do anything rude, right? I didn't commit some grave offense, right? Nya, Rain, what's wrong? Canaid tilted her head curiously, completely relaxed. Being a Nekore, she probably didn't know what it meant to be a human king's daughter, a princess. Besides, the strongest races don't belong to nations, so they have no reason to bow before royalty. Owawawa. As expected, Tina, who's technically a ghost but still human, clearly knew what a princess was and began trembling violently. In a panic, she started smacking Canaid's head. Canaid, you gotta bow like Rain's doing. Huh, why? She's super important, a real-life princess, royalty. Oh, really? Yes, really. And whatever you do, don't talk casually to her, okay? We're not even the kind of people who should be allowed to speak to. A princess means she's like the daughter of the leader, right? I'm not the leader's daughter or anything, but my mom's the strongest one around, so I guess we're kinda the same. I'm Canaid. Nice to meet you. Uwawehe. Tina's warnings went completely ignored as Canaid smiled and greeted her with baffling familiarity. Seeing that, Tina went pale and nearly passed out, foaming at the mouth. And honestly, I probably looked about the same. Sorry, everyone, I might actually get executed for treason. Just as I was half resigned to my fate. Foo-foo. The princess let out a soft laugh. It was a gentle, bell-like giggle, and strangely enough, she looked genuinely delighted. She's not upset. Whether she noticed our collective panic or not, the princess turned her gaze to Canaid. You're a Nekore, aren't you? Yup, that's right. I see, pardon me for staring. I've read about your people, but this is the first time I've seen one in person. It's fine, I'm used to that kind of reaction. And yeah, you seem like a good person, so I'd rather you just call me by name. Understood, Canaid-san. Then you may call me Saria. Okay, nice to meet you, Saria. For some reason, Canaid had instantly become friends with the princess. Canaid's communication skills are honestly kind of scary. You insolent brat. Speaking to Her Highness like that is unforgivable. Alex barked furiously, but Alex, stand down. But Canaid and her companions saved our lives. Drawing your sword instead of offering thanks would be the height of foolishness. Besides, the princess smiled gently as if amused. When was the last time someone spoke to me so casually? It's such a refreshing feeling. I quite enjoyed it. I'm not bothered in the slightest, so please stand down. But what about your dignity, Your Highness? The only ones present here are ourselves. As long as you and the others keep silent, it won't be a problem. Or would you rather go to my father and tell him I acted in a way that diminished the kingdom's dignity? And no, I would never. Then could you leave this matter to me? Understood. It seemed the situation had settled down. Though Alex still looked displeased, he didn't push the issue further and quietly backed off. My heart can't take this. Tina collapsed limp on top of Canaid's head. I get it, I really do. Even now, my heart's still pounding like crazy. Now then, would the rest of you mind relaxing a bit as well? And if you could introduce yourselves like Canaid-san did, no need to be overly formal. Well, as I told Alex, this isn't a public setting. There are no nobles here who would criticize you based on status. Please don't worry about formality. If possible, I'd like to treat the ones who saved my life as equals. Well, or would you prefer if I gave it as a royal order? I get it. For someone who's a princess, she sure had a surprisingly friendly personality. I couldn't help but smile at how unexpectedly casual she was. Alex glared at me, but I decided not to let it bother me. If the princess herself said there was no issue, then there probably wasn't one. And honestly, I kind of wanted to keep talking with her. She seemed like a genuinely pleasant person to be around. I stood up and brushed the dust off my knees, then I gave a respectful bow. Even if she said not to worry about it, it didn't feel right to skip formalities when introducing myself. Nice to meet you. I'm Rain Shroud. I'm an adventurer. May I call you Rain-san? Sure, call me whatever you like. Then I'll call you Rain-san. Please call me Saria too. I don't know about that. I won't force you, but I would prefer it. It makes me feel like we're closer, like we're actually friends. Or, are you saying you're going to leave me out, while everyone else uses my name? Well, now you're just playing dirty. I gave up. The princess was more mischievous than I expected, but that kind of response was kind of fun. I smiled and tried saying her name. In that case, Saria-sama. Is the sama really necessary? Even if you say it's okay, there's no way I could just call you by name without any honorific. I suppose that's a fair compromise. Though the polite tone still bothers me a little. Please cut me some slack on that too. There was just no way I could talk as casually to a princess as Canaid did. Foo-foo, very well. But you must at least call me by name, all right. Understood, Saria-sama. The princess, no, Saria gave a playful wink, her expression like that of a mischievous child, clearly enjoying herself. Section. For now, we returned to the rest stop to regroup with the others. It was safer to stay together, so Saria-sama decided to come along with us. Alex looked like he'd just bitten into something sour, but with Saria-sama giving the order, he couldn't exactly disobey. And so we made our way back to the rest area. You're late. Wells come back. Tanya and Nina greeted us. Wow. The moment Saraya-sama laid eyes on Nina, her eyes practically turned into heart marks. She was clearly enchanted by Nina's adorable appearance and her fluffy trio of tails. Can't say I blamed her, though Saraya-sama really was far more approachable than I'd expected. Rain, who are these people? Ah, right. I gave a quick rundown about Saraya-sama and Alex. So you're a princess. Well, I guess I'll treat you somewhat nicely. I'm Tanya of the Dragon Tribe. Just like Kanade, Tanya showed absolutely no fear or hesitation. In fact, she gave off the air that she was the superior one. It was very Tanya of her, but from where I was standing, I couldn't help but worry if she'd offend Saraya-sama. I'm Nina. Nice to meet you. Nina seemed a little nervous, but that was probably just her usual shyness. I don't think her reaction would have been much different even if it weren't a princess. She was still speaking casually, but given how Saraya-sama looked completely smitten by her cuteness, I figured it wouldn't be a problem. Ugh. Sora and Luna were still passed out cold. Since they weren't in any condition to speak, I went ahead and introduced them myself. The coachman, by the way, remained quietly seated on the driver's bench, as if to say, my job is to hold the reins and nothing more. I could feel the soul of a true professional. After finishing introductions, I explained our objective to Saraya-sama and Alex. So, that's why we're currently headed to the royal capital. I see. You're on your way there to take the promotion exam. Rain-san, you truly are impressive. What makes you say that? Not only do you have someone like Kanade-san, a member of the strongest race, as your companion, but you've also reached B rank at your age. I've never heard of such a thing. Really? Fufu, isn't it strange that I, a non-adventurer, know more about adventuring than you do? I feel like it should be the other way around. Haha, you're not wrong. The more I talked to her, the clearer it became. She really was incredibly easy to talk to. Maybe not the most stereotypical princess, but if someone like her is in a position of power, I'd feel pretty reassured. She doesn't just look down from above. She seems like the type to step down, understand the full picture, and handle things with care. Someone you can rely on. Nya, Rain's getting all buddy-buddy with another girl again. Is he not the least bit concerned about us? For some reason, I felt the sting of Kanade and Tanya's sharp gazes. If you don't mind, Rain-san, would you tell me more about what you've done so far? I find stories from adventurers really interesting. Princess, we shouldn't waste time with idle chatter in a place like this. Calling it a waste is quite rude, wouldn't you say? In that case, how about this? Rain-san and his group should travel with us. We're also on our way back to the capital, after all. Travel together? No, not quite. Would you be willing to act as my escorts? The unexpected request left me stunned, and a clumsy sound escaped my lips. I knew it wasn't polite, but I couldn't stop myself from blinking in disbelief. Why us, of all people? Why have us escort the princess? What about Alex and the others? And why is Saraya-sama even here in the first place? A flood of questions left me completely flustered. That's pretty sudden. After a few moments, I managed to collect myself and ask calmly. I apologize, but I truly hope you'll consider it. Why are you so set on asking us? Because you seem dependable. You saved us earlier, after all. Rain-san, your strength is obvious, and your companion is one of the strongest. Don't you think relying on you would be the natural choice? Well, I guess I can't argue with that. I glanced toward Alex. His expression was sour, understandably so. Saraya-sama's request, when boiled down, was essentially saying, I don't trust Alex and his knights to handle this on their own. That would be a huge blow to any knight's pride. Accepting this request would further trample on that pride. If you're concerned about Alex and the others, don't be. We were already short on escort personnel, so more help is actually quite welcome. It was like Saraya-sama had read my mind. Actually, now that I thought about it, her entire situation raised more questions. If I may ask something more basic, why are you even out here, Saraya-sama? Are you familiar with Seal Rock in the southern continent? That's the port town at the southernmost tip, right? Yes. I had a small matter to attend to there. I'm now on my way back to the capital. And that matter was... Forgive me, I'm not permitted to disclose the details. I know that may seem selfish, but I hope you'll understand. No, don't worry about it. I got the general idea. Sarya-sama had gone to Seal Rock on official business, handled something there, and was now returning. Whatever that job was, it was likely classified, which is probably why she avoided drawing attention and kept her escort group small. But that decision had backfired. Fewer guards meant being vulnerable to monster attacks. Now that the job was done, hiring extra protection, like us, was probably deemed acceptable. What exactly was she doing in Seal Rock? I was curious, of course, but this wasn't something I needed to pry into. In the end, this all came down to whether or not I trusted Saria Van Rolries as a person. I glanced around at everyone, silently asking for their thoughts. Aside from Sora and Luna, who were still drained, everyone gave a firm nod as if to say they had no objections. Understood. If you're okay with us, we'd be glad to accept. Thank you very much. And just like that, we officially became Princess Saria's escorts. Section, at that moment, in a state of extreme tension, I shouted boldly, "Foolish beast, repent for your sins and return to the earth." That's what I said. My, how brave you are. What happened to the monsters after that? They trembled before my glorious presence and fled in panic. Phew ha ha ha. I'd advise against taking Luna's stories at face value. 90% of what she says is fabricated. That's not true. I only embellish about 80% of it. Not really an improvement, is it? Fufu, Sora-san and Luna-san are quite amusing. Laughter echoed from the carriage as it rolled along at a gentle pace. Since we were assigned as escorts, Sora and Luna were allowed to ride with Sarya-sama. Apparently, the ride quality of a royal carriage was so comfortable that neither of them felt any motion sickness. By pure chance, we'd found a solution to their carriage problem. Lucky us. Behind Sarya-sama's carriage, ours followed at a steady pace. Kanade, Nina, and Tina stayed in our carriage. Tania and I walked alongside the knights, serving as the outer perimeter for the escort. If you're willing, could you share more stories with me? Of course. I have more than 1,000 grand tales to tell. Don't you mean 1,000 ridiculous ones? What did you say? What's that supposed to mean? Fufu, the two of you are very close, aren't you? Sarya-sama seemed thoroughly entertained, and both Sora and Luna were in unusually good spirits. Maybe it was because they'd recovered from the motion sickness, but it wasn't just that. They genuinely seemed to like Sarya-sama. Being members of the spirit tribe, Sora and Luna generally didn't get along with humans. While they've grown friendlier toward people in Horizon, they can still be pretty standoffish with strangers. But with Sarya-sama, they showed no such reservation. In fact, they treated her like an old friend. Sarya-sama must be incredibly charming, enough to win them over instantly. Meanwhile, the mood outside the carriage was tense. The source was none other than Alex and the other knights. They marched beside the carriage in silence, their faces rigid and unreadable. I'd tried making small talk earlier, but was completely ignored. Every now and then, I'd catch one of them sneaking a glance our way, and there was clear hostility in those eyes. Even if they were following orders, they clearly didn't like that we'd been brought on as additional escorts. It was understandable, I guess. Having us join the mission probably felt like a blow to their pride. Still, it felt like an overreaction. My eyes met Alex's, and he clicked his tongue at me, loud and clear. We were all on the same side, protecting Sarya-sama until we reached the capital. I had hoped we could at least be cordial, but yeah, that wasn't happening anytime soon. Sheesh, I let out a quiet sigh. As dusk began to settle, we decided not to push ourselves and moved to a nearby rest stop. It was a small one, no beds. We'd have to camp. We started with a perimeter check to make sure there were no large beasts or monsters nearby. After confirming the area was safe, we got to work gathering firewood and setting up tents. It was a little disappointing not to find any wild beasts. I had hoped to tame one and have it help us stand guard, but no luck. Alex and the knights also set up camp. They pitched 2 small tents and 1 large one. The large tent, adorned with ornate craftsmanship and the royal family's crest, would clearly be Sarya-sama's. Shortly after everything was ready, night fell. Alex and the knights took the first watch. We offered to rotate shifts with them, but for some reason they refused. Maybe they didn't want to be too friendly. But even so, the way they glared at us felt excessive. We didn't press the matter and instead focused on eating dinner. "May I join you?" "You may." Meals taste better when shared, after all. Luna and Sora welcomed Sarya-sama without hesitation. The rest of the group didn't complain either and accepted her presence naturally. Eresha. Alex, who stood on watch at a distance, looked visibly irritated. But something about his gaze bothered me. At first, I thought he was just upset about having his pride as a knight wounded, but the hostility in his eyes seemed a little too intense for that. Even though more escorts should be a good thing, his attitude was like we were nothing more than an unwelcome nuisance. Maybe I was overthinking it, but better to be safe than sorry. After finishing my meal, I spotted a spider crawling nearby, tamed it, and assigned it to keep watch around the perimeter. I hope it's just my imagination, but if it's not... Rain-san. Hi. Before I noticed, Sarya-sama had taken a seat beside me, sitting on one of the logs arranged around the campfire. She stared at me intently. Sorry, I guess I spaced out for a second. Are you tired from guarding? Thank you for everything you're doing for me. No, it's fine, this is just part of the job. Even so, I can't just pretend it doesn't matter. You're doing all of this for my sake. If there's anything I can do to help in return. Forgive me for saying something so blunt, but Sarya-sama doesn't feel like a princess. The way she interacts with everyone so openly is not what I'd expect from royalty. When I thought of royalty, I imagined someone imposing, someone who keeps their distance from commoners. But she's not like that. She doesn't seem to care about status at all. Granted, this isn't a public setting, but even beyond that, she doesn't strike me as someone who holds tightly to the concept of social rank. As a member of the royal family, some might even say that makes her unfit, but as a person, I find her incredibly likable. In that case, how about I give you a massage? She said it with such pride, like she'd just had a brilliant idea, but please no. If word got out that I let a princess give me a massage, I'd probably be arrested for lèse majesté. No, I think I'll pass. I may not look it, but I'm actually quite skilled. What a shame. I'm not that tired, really. And I'm already resting here, so no need for concern. Is that so? Then, would it be all right if I made a small, selfish request? What kind of request? I'd like to hear your stories, too, just like Sora and Luna's. About your adventures. Sarya-sama looked genuinely happy, like this kind of casual, mundane conversation brought her real joy. Maybe, as royalty, she usually lived a pretty restricted life. And that's why something as simple as chatting around a campfire felt so refreshing to her. The thought crossed my mind. I don't mind that at all. I began telling her, slowly and carefully, about some of my past experiences. And that's how we ended up fighting the group illegally mining mithril. That must have been dangerous. It was, yeah. They had monsters under their control, and there were a few close calls, but thanks to my companions, we made it through. Wasn't that because of your strength? No way. I only made it through because I had my friends at my back. I didn't have to worry about what was behind me, I could focus on fighting. If I'd been alone, I probably would have lost. I see, Fufu. Sarya-sama gave a small smile. She looked at me with a soft, admiring gaze, like she was seeing something dazzling. I'm jealous. Jealous? I don't have anyone I can truly call a trusted companion. That's why I envy you, Rain-san. I find myself wishing I had people like that in my life. Because she's a princess, she has to live in isolation. Then I'll be one. Before I even realized it, the words had already left my mouth. I mean, I'm not saying I could be your best friend or anything, but someone you can trust. A secret companion, maybe? If you're ever in trouble, I'll help. And if I'm the one who's in trouble, I'd like it if you helped me too. Rain-san, what do you think? Why would you go that far for me? I know it's forward of me, but I really want to be friends with you, Sarya-sama. So I just blurted it out. Sarya-sama. Sarya-sama stood frozen, eyes wide. Even when I waved my hand in front of her face, there was no reaction. After a brief pause, her eyes slowly regained focus. Sorry, I was just so happy, I kind of spaced out. So then, does that mean? Yes, if you'll have me, I'd be delighted. I look forward to spending time together. Same here. We shook hands, both smiling. I knew full well how bold it was to do something like this with a princess, but I didn't want to stop myself. I genuinely wanted to get closer to her. Would it be all right if I told Canaid and the others about this? I'm sure they'll be happy to welcome you. Yes, I'd be very happy. Great. Sarya-sama beamed like the sun, her smile warming my heart. Strange. We had only just met. And yet, despite her being royalty, here we were, laughing together as if it were the most natural thing in the world. It might sound like an exaggeration, but this meeting felt like destiny. Something felt like it would change from this point on, because I met Sarya-sama and we became friends. I'm glad. It feels like I might finally be able to make real friends. I was a bit nervous, but I'm glad I took the chance and asked you to be my escort. Speaking of which, why did you choose me for the job? Was it because you wanted to be friends? Well, that's part of it, but there's another reason. A more serious one. Can I ask what it is? I know I shouldn't say things like this, but I'm not very comfortable around Alex. You're not, why not? Alex only recently became my escort knight, but I haven't been able to connect with him at all. More than that, I can't help but feel that his gaze toward me is cold. I know it's improper for me to say, but it doesn't feel like I'm imagining it. I had already sensed something suspicious about Alex. And now Sarya-sama was feeling uneasy around him too. Can I really chalk that up to coincidence? No, I don't think I can. Sorry for troubling you with something so trivial. Not at all. If anything, what you said helped confirm a suspicion I had about a certain problem. Huh, what do you mean by that? Would you mind lending me your ear for a moment? Okay. I leaned in and whispered quietly to Sarya-sama. She looked confused at first, but her expression quickly turned to one of shock. No way, it can't be. I don't have any solid proof yet, but too many strange things are lining up, and it's deepening my suspicion about a particular issue. If I'm right, this could be serious. I see. Yes, considering the nature of it, we can't afford to ignore this. Exactly. That's why I'd like to set a little trap. If I'm right, something should happen tonight. Sarya-sama, will you help me? Understood. I'll follow your lead, Rain-san. Another side. Midnight, inside the tent, Sarya lay asleep, her breathing slow and peaceful. She was wrapped in soft bedding and a warm blanket pulled up over her head. The way she slept made her look almost like a child. 3 figures silently slipped into the tent. They moved with practiced stealth, merging with the darkness, their footsteps soundless as they approached Sarya. One of them slowly drew a sword. Stepping up to her side, the figure reversed their grip on the blade, then brought it down with a violent swing. Clang, what? The blade tore through the blanket, but stopped there. It struck something hard hidden underneath and bounced off. A magically deployed shield had activated. GH. The sloppy thrust caused a painful jolt in the attacker's hand, prompting a sharp click of the tongue. That's far enough. In that instant, a sphere of light appeared. The darkness inside the tent vanished and bright illumination filled the space. The 3 figures were revealed in full, their identities Alex and 2 knights. Section. What in the world is going on? Alex was shaken by the sudden turn of events. The other 2 knights were equally rattled. Well, of course they were. They had snuck into the tent to assassinate the princess, only to fail, and now I was standing before them. Even for trained assassins used to killing, this was clearly beyond their expectations. Their confusion was hard to hide. Why are you here? I got suspicious and decided to keep watch. After speaking with Sarya-sama, I had my doubts. She said she was traveling incognito with a minimal escort due to the sensitive nature of her mission. That made sense, but something didn't sit right. The problem was the strength of her knights. With so few of them guarding her, each one should have been a warrior capable of taking on an army. And yet, they struggled against a mere ogre. Pathetic. At first, I thought Alex and the others just lacked the strength expected of royal escorts. But when I looked closer, I noticed something odd. They didn't flinch in the slightest against the overwhelming aura coming from Canaid and Tania. That told me they were no pushovers. So why did they struggle against the ogre? Back then, it looked like Alex and his men were holding back on purpose, letting the ogre attack the carriage, trying to make it look like an accident, so they could kill Sarya-sama. If they were plotting something like that, then everything clicked into place. I didn't know the motive, but the scenario made sense. I didn't have proof. Maybe I was overthinking it. Still, watching Alex and the others, it didn't feel like just paranoia. So I decided to set a trap. We had Sarya-sama pretend to sleep in the tent, when in fact, she was taken elsewhere. Then I waited to see if Alex would make a move. The result, as you can see, guilty. They probably panicked when we entered the picture, an unpredictable variable. I bet their plan was to finish her off quickly, then pin the murder on us afterward. Few fun, I, Luna, clearly and vividly witnessed your evil deeds. Throwing off the blanket, Luna revealed herself. She had been playing Sariasama's decoy. The sword had been blocked by magic, so she was completely unharmed. Damn you! I was planning to keep watch for a few days until we reached the capital, but I guess we got a bite on the first night. Lucky, I guess. No, maybe unlucky, since I never wanted to believe Sariasama's own guards would try to kill her. Where's the princess? Like I'd tell you. Then die. A murderous aura surged from Alex as he lunged forward. The other two knights also drew their swords. Rain, watch out, Luna cried, alarmed, but that worry was unnecessary. Ha! As Alex swung his sword down, I drove a kick straight into his arm. Gah! I felt the bones in his fingers crunch. Still, I had to give him credit as a knight. Even through the pain contorting his face, he didn't drop his sword. He forced his hand to grip it tighter and launched a second attack. At the same time, the other two knights swung their blades down. While covering for Alex, the other knights also cut off my retreat, a flawless combination. With this level of skill, ogres should have been no problem. Yet another piece of evidence that they had been holding back. Material creation. What? I conjured a chunk of stone beneath one of the knight's feet, and he tripped perfectly over it. It was a ridiculously simple trick, like something you'd use to fool a child, but that's precisely why it worked so well on someone too used to textbook combat. The knights' fall opened a gap in their formation. I slipped into it, dodged Alex and the other knight's attacks, and immediately countered, kicking the fallen knight in the head and knocking him out. Spinning like a top, I struck the second knight with a backhand. As he staggered, I bound him with Narukami's wire. Fools, have you forgotten who I am? I remember perfectly. Alex came slashing at me, earthbind. With Luna's spell, he was restrained and fell to the ground just like the others. WN did you? Few fun, you were too focused on Rain. Ignoring me was your biggest mistake, your ultimate downfall. Buhaha, buhaha, ha 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 ha. Luna puffed her chest proudly and let out a booming villain laugh, like some evil syndicate executive. It actually suited her. I gave a wry smile as I wrapped another layer of Narukami's wire around Alex. Section. Just in case, I scouted the area to ensure there were no other enemies nearby. Once the surroundings were secured, we headed for the carriage we were using. Knock knock, I tapped the carriage door at regular intervals. The door opened, and Sariasama and the others peeked out. Oh, it's Rain and Luna. Rain-san, good work. So, how'd it go? We heard some kind of scuffle. Did they take the bait? We had Sariasama take refuge in our carriage instead. Her own might have been tampered with, there could have been traps laid out inside. Being with everyone else made it the safest option. What happened? Alex and the others. Unfortunately, they were guilty. I see. With a deep sigh, Sariasama covered her face with one hand. Through her fingers, I could glimpse the bitter expression on her face. Knights who were meant to protect her had instead tried to take her life. The harsh truth had clearly shaken her. I wasn't sure what I could say to comfort her, but unexpectedly, she pulled herself together quickly and asked in a calm voice, "Are Alex and the others alive?" "Yes, we didn't kill them." "Then, I hate to trouble you further, but I would like to bring them to the royal capital. We must investigate their motives and who might be backing them." "You're right, that needs to be done, but transporting them would be a problem. We only had 2 carriages. The only option was to make them walk. But would they really comply peacefully? Worst case, they might flat out refuse to move. Rain, it's okay." Nina stepped down from the carriage and headed towards Sariasama's tent. A short while later, she returned with Luna in tow. What did she do? For some reason, Luna looked at Nina with what seemed like fear. "Luna, what happened to Alex and the others?" "Nina just went poof with them." "Poofed." I looked at Nina. She gave me a sweet smile. "They're in a place where they absolutely can't escape. Poof." "Wait, you mean subspace?" "Yup." Nina nodded proudly. Apparently, she'd thrown Alex and the others into subspace and locked them away. She's been growing so fast lately that holding 3 people inside at once is no problem anymore. Still, to trap them in a pocket dimension like that, even if they did try to assassinate Sariasama, I can't help but feel a little sorry for them. Nina, you kept Alex and the others restrained in subspace. They absolutely can't escape, you know. I see, yeah, well done. When I patted her head, her three tails wagged happily. What she did was pretty extreme, but she did good work, so she deserved proper praise. Thanks to her, we didn't have to worry about how to transport them anymore. Sarya-sama. Before heading to the capital, would you like to question Alex and the others here? No, that won't be necessary. Surprisingly, Sarya-sama shook her head. You're not curious about why they did it. I have a rough idea already. Her expression faltered slightly as she said that. She was doing her best to remain composed, but she couldn't completely hide the shock of being targeted by her own guards. Even if she claimed to have some idea, the emotional toll was clear. To be betrayed by those you were supposed to trust, it must be incredibly painful. I couldn't help but recall when I was exiled by Arios and the others. Maybe Sarya-sama was feeling something similar. So I really am alone, aren't I? She looked so sorrowful that I couldn't bear to watch. Before I realized it, I had reached out and taken her hand. Rain-san, you're not alone. We may have just met, but I'm here. We're here. Rain-san. Yeah, I'm on your side too, Sarya. You were kind to me and I really like you. Well, it's not like I care that much. But hey, we've gotten to know each other now, so I'll make sure you get to the capital safe and sound. Kanade smiled warmly, and though Tania sounded prickly, her feelings were genuine. I like you, Sarya. For a human, you're refreshingly straightforward. It's admirable. Indeed, it's rare to see a human like you nowadays. If we ever get the chance, I'd love to invite you to the Spirit Tribe's village. I think you'd get along well with Mother and the elders. Luna and Sora spoke with sincere smiles. I mean, I might not be much help since I'm a ghost, but don't go saying sad stuff like that, okay? I'll be here with you. I'll stay with you too. Tina and Nina took Sarya-sama's hand, just like I had. Everyone, thank you. Tears welled in her eyes as Sarya-sama bowed deeply. Still bent over, she whispered again, thank you. Her voice trembled faintly with tears, but the sadness had vanished, replaced by joy. Our words had reached her heart, and that made me truly happy. To be honest, I did anticipate something like this to an extent. You did. There were some unclear elements in this mission from the start. Just a slight possibility, but I had considered the chance something like this might happen. I see, so that's why you sought us out. Yes. It all made sense now. Sarya-sama is approachable and not bound by her status. But even so, there's no way she would reveal her true identity or request protection from someone she had just met. Unless she already had suspicions about Alex and the others. If we hadn't run into her, she likely would have found and hired alternative guards, or perhaps had already arranged some. She's sharper and more perceptive than I imagined. She's not just some sheltered princess. In many ways, she's remarkable. And to be able to call someone like her a friend, it made me genuinely proud. For now, let's rest for the night. We don't have to worry about them escaping, and it's already quite late, so traveling now would be a bad idea. Yes, let's do that. And Sarya-sama looked at us once more and bowed her head. I must report this incident to the king. That means I absolutely must return to the capital. I'll be imposing on all of you again, but please, lend me your support. Leave it to us. I nodded firmly. Nya will definitely protect Sarya. Few fun, just relax and leave it all to us. That was going to be my line. Lately, it feels like Luna's personality is getting overwrit. There. Don't, Nina, being comforted just makes it worse. Fufu, thank you everyone. You're all so reliable. Even though this wasn't a formal setting, Sarya-sama never acted superior. She always spoke to us as equals, and with such intelligence and clarity. To think someone like her was being targeted, what kind of scheme was behind it? Maybe it's not my place to worry about that, but I couldn't help it. Chapter 9. The truth revealed. Our journey continued without any major issues, and, just as planned, we arrived in the royal capital 5 days later. The royal capital was many times larger than Horizon, surrounded entirely by towering stone walls. Entry gates were installed on the east, west, south, and north sides, and only a limited number of people could pass through at once. Knights were stationed at each gate, keeping a sharp eye out for suspicious individuals or criminals. Apparently, there was also a fifth gate, one reserved exclusively for the royal family. This was news to me, but I heard it was built to avoid unnecessary confusion and to prevent incidents involving royalty. We entered the capital through that exclusive royal gate. Normally, I was told one would undergo strict inspections there, but thanks to Lady Saria, we were allowed through without hassle. The process went smoothly, and I was grateful for that. From there, we accompanied Lady Saria to the royal castle. Located at the very heart of the castle towered over all other buildings in both height and scale. It had a mystic aura about it, likely inspired by church architecture. The castle itself was protected by walls even higher than the city's outer ones, and its gates looked strong enough to repel any kind of attack. It was a veritable fortress. Again, thanks to Lady Saria, we were let inside without issue. The knights looked a bit confused when they saw Canaid and Tania, but after a brief inspection, we were allowed in. It was another reminder of just how powerful Lady Saria was. Even though she was the third princess, her influence was immense. But what kind of turmoil would follow the attempted assassination on someone like her? We had gotten involved, but what would happen next? I couldn't help but feel nervous. After we entered the castle, Lady Saria left us shortly after. She said she wanted to speak with the king in advance. In the meantime, we waited in the guest room. Considering we were in the royal castle, it was hard to relax. Wow, this room is huge. It's about the size of my entire house, isn't it? Hey, check out this couch. It's super soft and bouncy, you bounce right off it. Tania and Canaid, true to form, weren't the least bit intimidated. They wandered the room curiously, marveling at the furniture and decorations. I wish I had their nerve. Ooh, Rain, what's wrong? You're making a weird face. Are you nervous, perhaps? Sora and Luna noticed how tense I looked and spoke up. Seeing a nervous Rain is pretty rare. It's like a collector's item. Come on, even I get nervous sometimes. We'd followed Lady Saria to the castle so she could thank us, but then she said, I believe the king would like to speak to you as well, which caught me completely off guard. I thought it'd just be a thank you from Saria and maybe a gift, then done. But she insisted, as royalty, I can't let it end so casually, and now here we are meeting the king himself. My stomach hurts from the stress. I was supposed to be taking a promotion exam, but somehow now I'm meeting with royalty. How did it come to this? Well, it can't be helped. You did save a royal princess. The king would have to acknowledge that in some way. Exactly. I thought you helped her out with that much foresight in mind, Rain. Sorry, I really didn't think that far ahead. I think what Rain did was a good thing. Yeah, you might need to think ahead a little more. But the fact that you didn't hesitate to help someone is one of your best traits, Rain. Nina and Tina offered words of support. Thanks to their kindness, I was able to calm down just a bit. But then, excuse me, the audience chamber is ready. Please come with me. With that announcement from a knight, the tension flared up again. Good luck. Go get him. Haha, I'll do my best. With encouragement from Nina and Tina, I managed to steady myself once more. Section, raise your heads. As we knelt before him, we slowly lifted our faces at the king's command. Meanwhile, Canaid and the others had also knelt and bowed their heads. They must have picked up on the atmosphere, as unlike with Lady Saria, they refrained from speaking casually and stayed quiet. When I looked up, I saw the ruler of this world, Argus van Rolries. They said he was over 60, but the aura surrounding him was anything but that of an old man. He was a seasoned warrior. Just standing in front of him was enough to make you feel overwhelmed. The king sat upon the throne, and beside him stood Lady Saria. Unlike during our journey, she was now dressed in a dazzling gown, adorned with sparkling jewels. I had always thought she was beautiful, but now she looked even more refined. I nearly found myself staring in awe. I've heard the story from Saria. Not only did you save her from monsters, but you also helped capture the traitor. I thank you. I'm honored by your words, thank you. I lowered my head in response to the king's words. The others followed suit. I had been a bit worried that Canaid or Tania might say something like, I don't know human customs, but they acted with perfect decorum. Thanks to you all, we were able to expose the traitor much earlier than expected. A welcome surprise, I must say. I am grateful. I'd like to grant you a reward. What would you wish for? Something about the king's wording caught my attention. Expose, a welcome surprise. As I thought about what those words could mean, a certain hypothesis came to mind. I had no proof. It could very well be pure speculation. But the more I thought about it, the more every other possibility seemed to fall away, until it solidified into certainty. If that's the case, then, instead of a reward, may I ask one question? Oh, what is it? Is it possible that Your Majesty was already aware that there was a traitor among Lady Saria's guard? Oh, the king's face shifted, as if he had just found something amusing. I couldn't see the others' expressions, but the air in the room changed. They were clearly surprised, probably thinking, what the heck is he saying all of a sudden? Lady Saria, on the other hand, showed no change in expression. She simply smiled quietly. You're suggesting that I knowingly assigned someone plotting against my daughter to be her bodyguard? Yes. HMPH, and what makes you so certain? Well, Lady Saria left the castle accompanied by only a few guards, as she was handling sensitive affairs. But all of those guards were actually assassins. Not just one, all of them. Is that really something that could happen? If so, that would make the king look like a fool, completely incapable of identifying those who would harm his own daughter. But the king isn't incompetent. Just like Lady Saria, he's sharp and strong. Facing him directly like this, I could feel it clearly. Someone like that wouldn't fail to notice a traitor. Even if he had the slightest doubt, he would have sent along someone he trusted with his life, someone who would never betray him. The fact that he didn't means he allowed the traitors to act freely. There could be several reasons to do that, but one possibility stood out. He chose those traitors deliberately to give them the opportunity to act so they could be caught. He created the perfect setup to provoke them into revealing their true nature, to expose them. When you think of it like that, everything starts to make sense. To put it simply, the king used Lady Saria as bait to draw out the traitors. Most likely, even if we hadn't stepped in, he had a plan to rescue her at some point and apprehend them all in one sweep. I see. After hearing my theory, the king let out a soft laugh. Even in a situation like this, he looked amused. You insolent cur, how dare you say such a thing to the king? Mind your tongue, do you wish to be executed? The aides around us raised their voices in outrage, but I paid them no mind. Right now, I was speaking with the king. There was no need to listen to the peanut gallery. An interesting theory, your logic holds up, but you have no evidence, do you? That's right, I don't. But would someone of your stature really try to deny it? HMPH. If this is nothing more than my delusion, then I'll gladly accept whatever punishment you see fit. Behead me, if you must. Do as you will. But if it's not, then I want you to apologize to Lady Saria. The king's eyes widened. She must have known everything from the start, otherwise she wouldn't have handled things so calmly. But even if she was aware, it still shouldn't have happened. Even if it was for the sake of the kingdom. Lady Saria is an extraordinarily wise person. Precisely because it was for the kingdom, it makes it even less acceptable. In fact, I forgot my place and glared at the king. A parent is supposed to protect their child. Putting them in danger, no matter the reason, is something that should never be justified. Watch your words, boy. His presence intensified, so overwhelming, it felt like I was facing one of the strongest races. Even so, I didn't stop speaking. The nervousness I'd felt at the beginning had long vanished, replaced by a heat rising from within my chest. I spoke with conviction, unwavering in my belief that I was right. Lady Saria may hold the title of princess, but before that, she's a daughter, your daughter. No matter how much she might have accepted the role she played, I'm sure she still had feelings about it. Her heart must have been hurt. So please apologize to her. That's all I ask for as my reward. You insolent, such disgraceful words to the king, right here, right now. Enough. A furious aide reached for his sword, but the king stopped him with a gesture. The king remained silent, expressionless. Was he so angry he had forgotten how to speak? Or was it something else? Our eyes met, and after a pause, the king let out a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, fascinating, truly fascinating. To say all this to me, it's been ages since I've felt this exhilarated. Father, Saria, the adventurer you brought is quite something. To think there are people like him out there. The world truly is vast. I had spoken with the risk of execution in mind, but it looked like he was actually pleased instead. Between Lady Saria and the king, do all rulers in this country just have unusual personalities? Phew. After chuckling to himself for a moment, the king rose from his throne. Then he turned to Lady Saria and slowly bowed his head, Father. Saria, I'm sorry for what happened. As a king, and as your father, I offer you my apology. You don't need to apologize, father. I agreed to the plan myself. If my life can serve this country, I'm willing to give it. You've grown into a fine princess. But because you're so dutiful, I sometimes take that for granted. That adventurer was right, what I did was wrong. I carried out the plan to expose the traitors as soon as possible, but perhaps there was a better way. I regret that. Father, it was clear she had been holding in her feelings. Upon hearing the king's apology, Lady Saria smiled. That smile was the greatest reward I could have asked for. Now then, the king sat back down on his throne and looked my way. Does that satisfy you, adventurer? Yes, thank you for hearing me out. Good, had this moment not happened, I might have said nothing and let a rift grow between myself and my daughter. In that sense, I should thank you. There will be no punishment for you. Agreed. The king's aides bowed in acknowledgement. You should stay at the castle tonight. I'd like to express my gratitude again for saving Saria. Then I'll gladly accept your offer. Come to think of it, I forgot to ask your name. My apologies. I'm Rain Shroud. The moment I gave my name, the king's expression shifted. Rain Shroud, did you say Shroud? Yes, that's right. The king looked shaken. His reaction visibly surprised me. He usually had the composure of a steel mask, never revealing anything. What could have rattled him this much? Father. No, it's nothing. Under Lady Saria's puzzled gaze, the king regained his composure. Well then, tonight we shall have our chefs prepare a feast in honor of my daughter's savior. Saria, guide Shroud and his companions to the guest rooms. I'm sure you have things you wish to talk about. Yes, thank you, father. This way, Rain-san. Ah, right. The king continued to gaze intently in my direction. I wasn't sure what that look meant, but I could tell now wasn't the time to ask. I bowed respectfully and left the audience chamber. Section. That evening, a banquet was held. The king had called it modest, but that couldn't have been further from the truth. The long table was packed with dishes that looked like works of art. Fragrant wine, seasonal fruits, and even desserts like cakes were all laid out, no detail spared. If this was modest, what on earth did a real royal banquet look like? Nom nom nom, MMMPH. Munch gulp chomp chomp chomp. MMMPH nom nom chomp so good, gulp more. Canade and Luna were devouring the food at full force, like they'd been starved for days. They were completely enraptured by the royal cuisine. If hearts could appear in someone's eyes, they would have been floating in theirs. Naya, everything's so delicious, I'm in heaven. We have to eat as much as we can now. And we have to ask if we can take some home too. Luna, that's disgraceful. Sora scolded her gently, but Luna didn't stop. In fact, she ramped up her pace and started eating with both hands. We might never get a chance to eat food like this again. I must consume everything I can now. My stomach is being tested. Good grief, she may be my sister, but that's embarrassing. This kind of meal should be savored calmly. Despite her exasperated tone, Sora was also piling food high onto her own plate. Her pace was more refined, but her appetite was no less impressive. Watching the two of them go at it, Tania, casually chewing on her meat, looked on with an exasperated face. It's so good, so they should at least slow down a bit. It's not like there's a time limit or anything, munch munch. Oh, Nina, there's some sauce on your mouth. HYNNN, is it gone? Not yet, I'll get it for you, hold still. Tina, who was perched atop Nina's head, floated gently down in front of her and used a napkin to wipe the sauce from her lips. They're all clean. Thanks. Nina, you're too cute to be getting sauce all over yourself. You shouldn't act like Canade. I'm not cute. Oh, come on, you always get shy at the weirdest things. Nina is cute. She makes me want to pet her every time I see her. Iwawe. Nina blushed bright red, clearly unaccustomed to being praised. And since her shy reaction was so cute, Tina praised her more, which made Nina blush even harder, creating a strange but adorable feedback loop. Watching everyone enjoy themselves, I quietly continued eating. Who would have thought that I'd end up befriending a princess and even meeting the king? Life is full of surprises. Rain-san. I turned at the voice and saw Lady Saria standing there. She was wearing a different dress than the one I'd seen in the audience chamber. Likely meant for the banquet, this one was even more elegant, making her appear as if she were glowing. Without exaggeration, she looked stunning, like a living jewel. Amazing how just one outfit could change someone's impression so dramatically. Are you enjoying yourself? Yes, more than enough. Everyone seems to be having a good time too, thank you. No, that's my line. If I was able to repay even a little of the debt I owe you for saving me, then I'm truly glad. She had already thanked me many times, and yet she bowed her head again, as if it still wasn't enough. Thanks to you and your friends, I was able to accomplish my goal safely. Please, allow me to express my gratitude again, thank you. Please, don't worry about it. If I could be of help to you, Lady Saria, then I'm happy. Hearing that makes me happy as well. Though, your goal was to capture Alex and the others, wasn't it? Yes, that's right. Is something wrong? No, it's just, I was thinking how tough it must be to be royalty, if you have to do things like that. Foo-foo, it's not something I do all the time, you know. But in that case, leaving the situation alone would have led to serious consequences, so I had no choice. My older brother and sister were actually against it, but with my low place in the line of succession, there wasn't much else I could do. I see. Please don't look so down. To be honest, I had my own thoughts about it too, but I had accepted it. Still, when you confronted my father like that, Rain-san, I was genuinely happy, although I was also extremely nervous at the time. Sorry about that. I tend to act based on emotion sometimes. Foo-foo, you're quite the interesting person, Rain-san. Lady Saria giggled softly. Her smile made me smile too. Our status difference couldn't be greater, but still, I thought of her as a dear friend. And just like this time, if she were ever in trouble, I secretly vowed to be there for her. I see you're getting along well with my daughter. This time, the king appeared. I quickly tried to bow, but he stopped me with a hand. It's fine. Tonight's banquet is for all of you. There's no point if I make you feel like you're walking on eggshells. Since father says so, please don't worry, Rain-san. Just for tonight, let's pretend he isn't the king. That's easier said than done, but understood. If that's what they wanted, I shouldn't be overly formal. This should be fine, right? Saria, have you taken a liking to Shroud? Yes. He's kind, dependable, and also very amusing. Oh, and we've become friends. Oh, friends with Saria, are you? Then how about becoming friends with me as well? That's far too much, I couldn't possibly. Are you saying I'm not enough? No, I didn't mean it like that. Oh, father, please stop teasing Rain-san. Haha, my apologies. I was just curious, you see, since you managed to win over Saria. I didn't win her over or anything like that. Lady Saria flushed red at the king's comment. Both she and the king seemed surprisingly casual when not in public. It made them feel a bit more relatable. That said, just talking to the king was nerve-wracking. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't even be allowed to meet his eyes. The gap in our positions was enormous. To spare my poor heart, I really wished I could retreat now, but apparently the king had something to discuss. He was looking straight at me. Saria. Sorry, but could I have a moment alone with Shroud? Are you trying to monopolize Rain-san? I said I was sorry, didn't I? I'll return him properly later. You can talk to him as much as you want afterward. Well, if that's the case. The two of them decided everything without me. Not that I minded. Talking with Lady Saria was fun, after all. Now then, shall we take in the night breeze for a bit? The king led me out onto the terrace. A cool breeze blew softly, brushing through my hair. The slight flush in my body from the alcohol faded, replaced by a calm sense of comfort. Out here, no one will overhear us. Is this something secret? Yes. What kind of conversation was this going to be? The fact that it was coming from the king made me instinctively tense up. First, I have a few questions. Shroud, are you from the southern continent? Yes, I am. Any family? No. I lost them long ago to monsters. Were you born in the village, known as the Beast Tamer's Haven? How do you know about that? Only a handful of people knew where I came from. There's no way the king would have met with me again without doing his homework. He must have used spies or something to dig into my background. But my hometown was destroyed over a decade ago. That kind of information shouldn't have been easy to uncover in such a short time. While I was still reeling from the surprise, the king gave a knowing nod. So it is as I thought, I see. Now that I look at you, I do see the resemblance to the Shroud family. Resemblance? Wait, known about my homeland all along. Yes, I have. Would you be willing to tell me what you know? Yeah, that's exactly what I intended. The king met my eyes directly. There was a nostalgic look in his gaze, but why? I'm going to jump topics a bit, but you know the legend, don't you? That the one who carries the blood of the gods becomes a hero. Yes, of course, I know that much. The hero is humanity's trump card against the demon lord. They cannot be lost. That's why several branch families were created, to spread and preserve the divine bloodline. You knew that? No, this is my first time hearing it. I figured. If word got out that multiple people carry the blood of the gods, someone might get dangerous ideas. For instance, someone might claim they are the true hero. To prevent that kind of chaos, this matter is kept under strict control. Only the heads of the branch families know the truth. Why are you telling me all this? What did this have to do with my hometown or the hero? I had a feeling, just a hunch, but no certainty, so I asked plainly. What's the connection between all that and me? There was a branch family in the beast tamer's village. That branch was known as the Shroud family. Your family? I'd had a feeling from the way he was talking, but hearing it confirmed still hit me like a thunderbolt. So divine blood flows in my veins, I qualify as a hero. Not once, not even for a second, had I ever thought that could be true. No one ever told me, not my father, not my mother, not even my childhood friends. Are you sure about this? Couldn't this be some kind of mistake? At first, I doubted it too. A survivor from a branch family that was wiped out over a decade ago sounds far too convenient. But as I continued investigating you, my doubts gave way to certainty. You've surpassed what anyone thought possible for a beast tamer. You've formed contracts with multiple beings of the strongest race. Not just that, you've also bonded with a ghost, and even insects. You exposed corruption in Horizon's ruling class and defeated a demon that was rampaging across the southern continent. You've done your homework. My apologies. I couldn't rule out the possibility that you were using underhanded methods to cozy up to the royal family. And since I remembered the name Shroud, I dug deeper. You managed all that in such a short time. The royal castle has its share of capable hands. The king gave a sly smile. All I could do in response was let out a dry laugh. Through my investigation, I became convinced. You're a survivor of the branch family, and you carry the blood of the gods. That's, even though I'd already suspected it from the conversation, actually hearing it was still hard to believe. Which made sense. You can't just hear "you're a hero" out of nowhere and respond with "oh, cool, that makes sense." Still, I could nod in recognition. At first, I thought it was just a fluke, but like everyone had been saying, my abilities as a beast tamer really are abnormal. Far beyond the ordinary. And not just that, I'd managed to form contracts with Canaid and the others, beings of the strongest race. Normally, that would be impossible, but if I had divine blood, then it would make sense. Everything that's happened, everything others called impossible, it all lines up now. You too are a hero. I'm a hero. It still didn't feel real. My body felt like it was floating, and my mind was in a daze. So then, Your Majesty, why are you telling me all this? What do you want from me? For now, nothing. The king gazed up at the night sky. What did he see reflected in those eyes? Only he could know. Arios was chosen as the hero because his bloodline was the strongest. The stronger the blood, the more power the hero can wield, or so we thought. That's why we made Arios the hero. But lately, I've been questioning whether his heart is fit to bear that title. I couldn't help but let out a wry smile. That's just Arios for you. I had nothing in me to defend him. If even the king was exasperated with him, it probably meant he'd already heard about the Iris incident. If something happens down the line, if a situation arises where the world is forced to change, then we may seek a hero to replace Arios. So you're saying I'm the one. I'd like to include you as a candidate. To put it bluntly, be the backup. That's pretty direct. There's no point in sugarcoating it. Besides, I figured it would be better to speak plainly with you rather than dance around the truth. He was right. I preferred straightforwardness over half-truths or misleading kindness. As expected of a king, his insight was sharp. If the time ever comes, I hope I can count on your strength. What do you say? Will you lend us your power? That's a selfish request. I knew I was speaking to the king, but the words still came out. They made Arios the hero, propped him up, and now that he might not work out, they're ready to turn to someone else. It was selfish. If it's for the sake of protecting this kingdom, I'll do whatever must be done. That is what it means to be king. Well, that said, I don't expect an answer right away. For the time being, we'll continue relying on Arios. I haven't fully committed to what we discussed tonight, which meant he had thought about it at least somewhat. You don't need to decide now, just keep it in the back of your mind. Think it over every now and then. And if possible, I'd like you to be prepared in case that time comes. I can't guarantee I'll live up to your expectations, you know. You're a good person. I don't believe you'd ever turn your back on the people. That was a rather underhanded way of putting it. Section. The banquet lasted late into the night, ending when everyone was finally too drunk to continue. With help from the castle maids and butlers, I carried everyone to their rooms. Canid and Tania had clearly drunk to the point of blackout, faces flushed, staggering about, then immediately started snoring once they hit their beds. Sora and Luna, being of the spirit tribe, held their alcohol better, but even they drank enough to start slurring their words before passing out. Nina and Tina shared a room together. Tina clung tightly to Nina like a child hugging her favorite doll. Still, they both looked content, so I figured it was fine. Well then, maybe I'll go for a walk. It was already quite late, but I wasn't feeling sleepy yet, so I headed for the courtyard. Wow, this is impressive. It wasn't just vast, it was meticulously cared for down to the smallest detail. Lush greenery and flowers filled the space, with a small stream running gently through it. Somewhere nearby, the sound of insects echoed softly, nature's orchestra, playing in the dark. Can't sleep. I turned to find Lady Saria behind me. She was no longer in her elegant banquet dress, but now in her pajamas. Is it really okay for me to see the princess in her pajamas? I hesitated, but Lady Saria didn't seem the least bit embarrassed, so it must have been fine. I just wanted a bit of fresh air. Can't sleep. Yeah, I've had a lot on my mind. Did something Father said have something to do with it? You're sharp, can you read minds or something? Yes, I'm actually a psychic who can read people's thoughts. Even though I knew she was joking, I played along. In that case, I'd better be careful not to think anything careless around you. By careless, do you mean naughty thoughts? Hack and no, of course not. Foo-foo, I'm just teasing. Please don't do that. But your reaction is so suspicious. You were thinking something naughty, weren't you? And not at all, I swear I wasn't. Well, I'll keep it a secret from Canade and the others for now. With a mischievous smile, Lady Saria brought a finger to her lips. Is she really a princess? It was hard to believe with how playful she could be. Maybe we'd become close enough that she could show me this more relaxed side of herself. If that were the case, I was glad. So you joke around too, Lady Saria? Of course I do. What kind of impression did you have of me? Since you're a princess, I figured you'd be very serious and strict when it comes to rules. So what you're saying is, I'm not serious and don't follow rules. And no, that's not what I meant. I quickly waved my hands in denial. Seeing that, Lady Saria let out a soft giggle. Foo-foo, you really are honest, Rain-san. Please go easy on me. My heart can't take it in more ways than one. My apologies. But you know, you're the only one I tease and joke around with like this. I'd be happy if you could understand that much. Am I supposed to be happy about that? Who knows? Lady Saria dodged the question with a smile. I wanted to press her for an answer, but that smile was just too charming. I ended up thinking, well, this is fine too. So, what was it you were thinking about? Did my father say something to you? Something that would put you in a difficult position? Well, yeah, something like that. Since the king had asked me not to talk about the divine blood, I kept the details vague. I see, I'm sorry. It sounds like father said something unreasonable. Ah, no, it's not something you need to worry about, Lady Saria. I am this kingdom's princess. If it's father's issue, then it's my issue too. So if there's anything I can do to help, please don't hesitate to say so. Anything, huh? Of course, even if it has nothing to do with my father, if there's ever something troubling you, and I can help, I will. I still haven't repaid the debt I owe you, Rain-san. You really don't have to think of it as a debt. Are you trying to make me a shameless woman who doesn't repay her debts? I'm sorry. That's not what I meant. Then if something comes up, don't hesitate to rely on me, okay? Lady Saria stepped directly in front of me. She placed a hand over her heart, and in a clear, dignified voice, as if making a vow, she said, I, Saria van Rolries, swear beneath the moon to stand by Rain Shroud. No matter the circumstances, no matter the situation, I will support you with everything I have, and I promise to bring a smile to your face. Bathed in moonlight, Lady Saria smiled gently, like a goddess descended to earth. Her eyes, her voice, her heart, everything about her was captivating. I couldn't take my eyes off her. Rain-san. No, it's nothing. Is that so? You look like you were zoning out. If it's nothing, then that's fine. There's no way I could tell her. I was mesmerized by how beautiful she looked. You made a promise, remember? If something happens, rely on me. Though now that I think about it, that's kind of a weird thing to say. It's like I'm hoping something happens to you. How troublesome. Lady Saria, I can't tell if you're serious or just mischievous. Foo-foo, women have many sides, you know. Lady Saria said it with playful charm. I let out a soft laugh, and she followed, her voice ringing gently beneath the moonlight. The blood that runs through me, the truth about the hero. The promise I made with Lady Saria. So much has happened since I arrived in the royal capital. Truly, so much. Maybe this is the turning point in my life. What will I do from here on? As I gazed up at the night sky, I couldn't find the answer. The moon shone quietly above. Epilogue, swelling malice. After completing their mission to subjugate the Chimera, Arios and his party returned to the royal capital. Cheers erupted as if to welcome Arios home, people praising the hero with loud voices. While his reputation had plummeted in Horizon, that wasn't the case here in the capital. He was hailed as humanity's hope, the savior who would defeat the demon lord, the banisher of evil, and many people supported him with genuine admiration. Some reports from Horizon had made their way to the capital, but since it was a distant town, the truth had likely been distorted. No one took them seriously. Ugh, I'm exhausted. Chimera hunting's such a pain. It's been a while since we had a job that annoying. Hey, we're not doing something like this again tomorrow, right? Back at the inn, Leanne sighed dramatically, looking completely worn out. Since she genuinely wanted to gain money, fame, and status with as little effort as possible, she had a deep hatred for anything that resembled hard work. I wonder what tomorrow holds. We might get another assignment, but even so, we shouldn't be picky. We still need to restore our reputation, and we must grow stronger. Having been raised by the church, Mina served both Arios and the kingdom. She didn't view assignments as a burden. That said, at her core, she also only cared about her own benefit, so in a way, she wasn't all that different from Leanne. Agatha turned to Monica with a question. What about you? Any idea if we'll get another job tomorrow? I can't say for sure until I check back at the castle, but I doubt it. We've had non-stop assignments lately. I think it's about time they gave us a break. That'd be great to hear. Yes. Finally, a day off. Hey, we've done more than enough lately. There better be some pay coming, right? Yes, I don't think that'll be a problem. From my perspective, everyone's fulfilled their duties properly. There's no reason to withhold your pay. Foo-foo, what should I buy? Maybe I'll go look at some accessories. Mina, want to come with me? I don't have much interest in those kinds of things. Oh, come on. You're a girl, learn how to enjoy dressing up a little. I'll teach you. Well, I'll leave it in your hands. How about you, Monica? Want to join us? I'm sorry. I appreciate the invitation, but I have a few errands to take care of. Well, can't be helped then. I'll have fun enough for you too, Monica. Please enjoy yourself and recharge properly. Oh, I plan to. In the past few days, Leanne, Mina, and Agatha had grown quite friendly with Monica. As for Arios, however, he kept his distance, choosing to spend most of his time alone. The hero, he should be the one at the center of the party, not some knight assigned by the crown. The idea that someone else would take that position was beyond absurd. That childish mindset aside, Monica's character was undeniably more appealing than Arios's, and the others naturally gravitated toward her. All Arios could do was sulk from a distance. It was like a teenager in a rebellious phase, embarrassing, really, but he didn't have the self-awareness to realize it. Section, the next day. As Monica had predicted, no new assignments came in, and Arios and his party were granted a much-needed day off. Mina was taken shopping by Leanne. Agatha decided to enjoy a good meal and headed into town as well. Arios, feeling no desire to go out, stayed in his room at the inn. Sitting on the sofa, he quietly read a book. Pardon me. Monica. Just as he was enjoying his peaceful moment, someone interrupted him. She had said she had errands to run, so why was she here? Arios scowled in suspicion, and as if sensing his thoughts, Monica smiled softly. My business today was to speak with you, Ario-sama. With me. I may be imagining it, but I get the feeling you've been avoiding me. Not your imagination. I am avoiding you. May I ask why? How could I possibly be friendly with someone who's here to keep tabs on me? I don't consider myself your monitor, though I understand why you'd think so. After all, I am under orders to report your activities to the king. See, what did I tell you? You think I could ever get along with someone like that? The answer is no. Arios waved dismissively, clearly telling her to leave. But Monica ignored him and sat down right beside him, pressing her alluring body against his. My apologies. It seems I may have given you the wrong impression. Wrong impression. It's true that I may be monitoring you, Ario-sama, but it's just part of my duty. Personally, I don't want to be doing that. HMPH. Anyone can say that. I have great respect for you, Ario-sama. I believe you're truly exceptional as a hero. And I also find you very attractive as a man. Monica whispered those sweet words as she leaned in close. Arios frowned, but some of the irritation in his expression began to fade. He'd always been wary of Monica, seeing her as the king's watchdog. But putting that aside, she was undeniably beautiful. Her figure was flawless, and her demeanor was perfectly attuned to pleasing men. Being admired by someone like her didn't feel bad. Still, Arios wasn't foolish enough to fall for bait so easily. He pulled back slightly. If you just want to talk, I'll listen. But if it's going to be some pointless chatter, you're leaving. Understood. Something that would interest Ario-sama, that's a tough one. If you've got nothing, get out. Unless you think you've got a topic juicy enough to hook me. In that case, I might be willing to listen. I do. Monica answered immediately. With a bright smile, she spoke. Rain Shroud. He used to be part of your party, didn't he? How do you know about Rain? I may not look it, but I'm quite elite. I have plenty of capable subordinates. Information gathering is one of my specialties. And what do you plan to gain by bringing him up? Because I thought you'd be interested. Arios didn't deny it. That said enough, according to my investigation. Monica began to explain what she had uncovered about Rain, smiling all the while. That he was now known as the hero of Horizon. That he'd formed bonds with 5 members of the strongest races and even had a ghost in his party. That he had slain a demon and been promoted to B rank. That he'd saved a princess and forged a royal connection. She laid out the events one by one. However, she made no mention of Rain carrying divine blood, or that, like Arios, he too was a candidate for hero. If she told him that, Arios would undoubtedly spiral out of control. And while that would be entertaining in its own way, now was not the time. Monica thought as much and left out that one crucial detail. Ridiculous. There's no way that useless nobody climbed that high. Impossible. It's just not possible. I won't accept it. Arios trembled with rage upon hearing Rain's accomplishments. That loser, that dropout, and now he was outshining him, unforgivable. It was selfish thinking to the extreme, but there was no one around to point it out. Dark feelings festered quietly inside him. I agree with you, Ario-sama. Rain Shroud may have made some notable achievements, but he lacks class. You, Ario-sama, who carry the blood of the gods, are far more deserving of the title hero. Now you're talking. Exactly, I'm better than that trash. He's just a beast tamer, I'm the hero. I'm obviously the superior one. Of course. That's exactly how it should be. Monica smiled softly as she continued to stroke Arios' ego. If Arios had been in a calmer state of mind, he might have noticed the twisted undertone behind Monica's smile. But with Rain's name brought up, he had lost all sense of composure. Guided by Monica's praise and manipulation, he sank deeper into the delusion that he was the rightful hero. Still, so Rain's in the capital now, huh? What's that guy plotting this time? From what I've heard, he's planning to take the A-rank promotion exam. I see, so that's his game. If Rain Shroud passes the exam, things could get rather unpleasant. The current record for the youngest ever A rank is 21, but if he passes, he'll shatter that record completely. People might start praising him, some might even start calling him a second hero. Ridiculous, I'm the only hero. There's no way someone like him could ever be a hero. Yes, exactly. Ario-sama is the one and only hero. That was just a hypothetical example, so please don't be too concerned. But I fear that if we don't act, that hypothetical might become reality. And if that happens, it'll be a very troublesome situation. So why not take care of it before it comes to that? What are you suggesting? Why don't we eliminate Rain's shroud? Arios stared at her, taken aback by how casually she said it. Amused by his reaction, Monica continued, her words slipping into Arios's heart like the whispers of a devil. Anyone who stands in Arios-sama's way should be removed. And are you even allowed to say something like that? Isn't your whole job to stop me from doing things like this? That is part of my job, but I prioritize Arios-sama above all else. Which is why I cannot stand the thought of Rain Shroud causing you distress. PFH haha. Now that's more like it. Pleased by Monica's words, Arios burst out laughing. He had thought she was an enemy, but no, this woman was an ally, someone who followed him. Just like Agath, Mina, and Leanne, another pawn he could use however he pleased. With that recognition, Arios flashed a twisted smile. Now that's an interesting proposal. I'd love to hear more. I assume you already have a plan. There are still details to iron out, but the core of it is already in place. Very well, let's go with your idea. Rain really is a nuisance. I've wanted to deal with him for a long time. If this will make that happen, then I'd say your proposal is worth considering. Then please just call me Monica, won't you? Foo-foo. Monica laughed, sensuously, darkly, seductively. That smile was worthy of being called demonic. Bonus chapter, Tania's Dark Past. This is the story of Tania before she met Rain. I'm so bored. Tania lounged around lazily in her home, in the Dragon Tribe village. Aside from the horns and tail, she looked entirely human. Staying in dragon form would require a massive house, so she usually remained in her human shape for everyday life. With a thunk, she shut the book she had been reading. So bland, why are books written by humans always this boring? Well, I guess it can't be helped. Humans are mediocre creatures, so of course they'd only be capable of writing mediocre books. Letting out a nihilistic smirk, Tania went to find her next read. Even as she complained about human literature, she still reached for another human book. Partly because there weren't any alternatives, but also, despite herself, she did enjoy them enough to lose track of time. Just then, Tania-chan, Fujio. Something crashed into her at full speed and wrapped her up in a tight hug. It was her mother, Milua. I'm whom, Tania-chan, Mommy's back. You weren't lonely, were you? I was so lonely. I can't settle down when I can't see your adorable face, and I get so anxious when I don't hear your lovely voice. Tania-chan, Tania-chan. See, cut it out, come on, I said stop it, Mom. Tania blushed and tried to pry Milua off her, as she relentlessly patted her head. I've told you 1,000,000 times already, haven't I? Stop clinging to me every time you come home. That's impossible, because you're just too cute, Tania-chan. That's not a real reason, Seriously, this mother of mine. Tania shot her a deadpan glare, but Milua wasn't fazed in the slightest. If anything, her smile grew even warmer, as if saying that her daughter was adorable no matter what expression she made. It wasn't like Tania was in a rebellious phase or anything. She genuinely respected her mother, but being smothered with affection like this every single day was exhausting. Fine, I'll just say it. Lately, or rather since forever, you've been super annoying, Mom. Annoying. With a gasp, Milua visibly flinched in shock. I know you love me, but when you cling to me like that all the time, it's just too much. Can you stop already? Mom. Phew wera. Acha. Milua suddenly burst into tears, big fat drops streaming down her cheeks. Tania-chan's turned delinquent. She doesn't love me anymore. Ooh, you used to say you'd marry Mommy when you grew up. Don't bring up stuff from when I was a kid. It was true, so Tania could only blush furiously. And don't cry over something like that. I haven't turned delinquent. But still, Oh, for crying out loud, fine, do whatever you want. If she had pushed Milua away right there, maybe the excessive coddling would have stopped. But she couldn't do it. Because deep down, Tania really did love her mom. Milua's face lit up, her tears vanishing in an instant and replaced with a radiant smile. Tania-chan, I knew you still loved Mommy, and Mommy loves you too, loves you so much. Lu of you. H.A. no hugging agai fudjuwu. Overwhelmed by Milua's emotional hug, Tania let out a strangled squeal. She put up a full effort just to wriggle free. After catching her breath, she looked at her mother with a curious expression. By the way, you're home early today. You usually don't get back until evening, but it's still bright out. I wanted to see Tanya-chan so badly, I pushed myself to finish early. Ah, but don't worry, I didn't cut corners or anything, I did the job perfectly. HMPH, wasn't your current job dealing with human negotiations? Something about setting up a trade agreement with some merchant who came nearby. Yup, that's right. He's a human who handles all kinds of goods, and if we can make this deal work, it'll be a big profit for us. I had to make it happen, no matter what. Sounds like a pain. Instead of dragging things out with boring little talks, why not just intimidate them? Humans will obey whatever you say if you just breathe a little fire in front of them, right? Tanya-chan, mommy's sad. Thinking like a criminal isn't good. I was joking, just a joke. Tanya rushed to defend herself, but honestly, she kind of meant it. If the other party were another dragon, she wouldn't go that far. But humans were a different matter. Why should she treat someone clearly beneath her with politeness and care? They weren't her equals. A little intimidation here or there wasn't anything to fuss about. That was how she thought. And Milua, being her mother, saw right through it. Her daughter might act childish at times, but a mother knows best. That's not okay, Tanya-chan. Even if they're human, you still have to treat them with sincerity. Sincerity? Why should I bother with that for humans? We dragons are the strongest race in the world, aren't we? There's no reason to go easy on the weak. Oh dear, my precious Tanya-chan is saying such cynical things. But maybe this rebellious Tanya-chan is cute in her own way. Hey, can I hug you again? Can I pat your head? Can I rub my cheek against yours? No. Awa Tanya-chan, you're so mean. Doesn't matter how sad you look, no means no. Tanya wasn't a child anymore. She was getting older, and before long, she'd need to leave home and go on a journey to become a full-fledged adult. And yet here she was, still getting spoiled by her mom. It was honestly pathetic. Absolutely not, she thought, choosing pride over pampering and pulling away from Milua. Though, to be fair, there was another reason she didn't want to be hugged. Milua's hugs were literally bone-crushing. Once she hugged Tanya so hard that she cracked one of her ribs. Her mom's love was intense and her strength even more so. Sometimes she forgot to hold back. Anyway, back to what we were saying, just because they're human doesn't mean you can treat them without sincerity, okay? I told you it was a joke. I'm not actually going to act like some bandit. I don't even like picking on the weak. Even as she said that, Tanya still looked down on humans. She belonged to the strongest race, and even within that, she stood near the top. There was no universe in which she would ever lose to a human. Therefore, they could never be her equals. That belief was written all over her face. Milua noticed her daughter's growing arrogance and tilted her head in concern. Tanya-chan, bad girl. Wah, what did I do to get scolded? Tanya-chan, you've never actually had a real interaction with humans, have you? So it's not fair to say they're insignificant. You need to have a more open heart and a broader perspective. But come on, aren't I right? Compared to us, the strongest race, humans are nothing but tiny, weak creatures. That's not entirely true, you know. There are plenty of powerful humans out there. Just look at the hero. You can't judge an entire race based on a few examples. You're being narrow-minded, Tanya-chan. Mommy wants you to be someone with a much bigger heart. Gah. Don't judge people by appearances. Let go of rigid thinking and learn to see with flexibility. Faced with her mother's sound reasoning, Tanya faltered. She believed dragons were the strongest, sure, but she wasn't foolish enough to completely ignore her mother's words. Could it be humans were actually amazing? Could they really be as talented as Milua claimed? Could they even match the dragon tribe? Tanya gave it some serious thought. Nah. She rejected the idea outright. Humans are the weakest of the weak. Sure, there are some weird exceptions, like the hero, but those are super rare. Most humans are just weaklings who can't do anything. Geez, Tanya-chan, you're starting to sound like Gosses or Elzaz. Okay, now that's just offensive. Don't lump me in with those two. Still, even with that reaction, she couldn't bring herself to see humans as equals. They didn't have any impressive power, yet walked around like they ruled the world. To Tanya, that kind of arrogance was laughable. If she ever got the chance, she'd love to beat some humility into them. Suddenly, an idea came to her. Soon, she'd have to set out on her training journey, and maybe, just maybe, she could try dealing with humans along the way. She could beat some sense into them and evaluate them properly, just like Milua suggested. Two birds with one stone. Yeah, that settles it. Once she leaves on her journey, she'll knock some humans around. Tanya-chan, are you thinking weird things again? It's just your imagination. As expected of a mother, sharp as ever. Not wanting to get prodded any further, Tanya quickly changed the subject. Anyway, what do you think of humans, Mom? You don't ever think stuff like they're the weakest, or they don't have any real power. Not at all. Seriously. Of course, I've met all sorts of humans. I'm very knowledgeable, you know. HMPH. She might look childish, but Milua was actually pretty sharp. She had a good eye for people and a quick mind to match. If someone like her was saying this, then maybe, just maybe, humans really were kind of impressive. Nope, definitely not. Tanya immediately shot the idea down. Humans just aren't all that. You say that now, but maybe once you actually meet them, your opinion will change. You might be moved and think, whoa, they're amazing. You might even enjoy being around them. No way, absolutely not. Who knows, you might even fall in love with one. Not a chance. If that ever happens, I'll grant you any request, anything you want. Tanya laughed, totally confident, but she'd come to regret those words for the rest of her life. Remember that. Milua, now staying at Rain's house, was enjoying some alone time with her daughter, happily reminiscing with a bright smile. So, Tanya-chan, what do you think about humans now? And what about Rain-kun? Still think he's nothing special? Still believe he's weak and beneath you? Aoag, just stop already, I was wrong, okay? I get it. Please just let me live. Tanya writhed and flailed atop the bed in agony. Back in the Dragon Tribe's village, she'd made a lot of embarrassing declarations. And having those memories retold by her own mother, and with a smile, no less, it was enough to make her want to scream things like Jaya and Gaia, words she'd normally never let herself say. Even embarrassed Tanya-chan is adorable. Just kill me already. Oh, by the way, Tanya-chan. What? You remember saying you'd do anything I ask, right? Foo-foo. Now, what should I have you do? That night, a very strange scream echoed through the house. But what happened exactly, no one ever found out. Afterward, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. This is Suzu Fayama, thank you, as always. Recently, I moved to a new place. I've moved a few times before, and unfortunately, caused a bit of trouble for various people along the way, but it seems like I'll finally be able to settle down this time. That said, I ran into a bit of a problem. My desk wouldn't fit through the door. It was too old to take apart, so there was no helping it. I ended up having to buy a new one. On top of that, I bought a new bookshelf and some storage cabinets, then had to assemble them all myself. What I'm trying to say is, my back hurts. I went out to buy some pain relief patches, but then I got hit with pollen and my eyes and nose went to war with me. Just one thing after another, a whole chain of misery. But that's all behind me now. The highlight of this arc is, without a doubt, Tanya. Roughly 70% of the story revolves around her, and I like to think it really showcases her charm. I'd be delighted if even a little of Tanya's appeal came through. Maybe some of you have even switched allegiances from the Kanade camp to the Tanya camp. Or maybe your Tanya fan level has gone up even more. Tanya's a pretty straightforward tsundere. Actually, no, there's barely any tsun, so maybe she's just a Dara. She's that kind of character, but as the second heroine of the series, she's one of my personal favorites. She's simple in her behavior, but I think that directness is part of what makes her appealing. She can be a bit intense sometimes, but that's just part of her charm. Please continue to give Tanya your love and support. Cast your vote for her in your heart. This is starting to sound like an election campaign. There's also a new character introduced this time, Tharia, a princess. Now, you might expect a hidden power within her capable of shaking the world, but no, she's just an ordinary person. I've noticed a lot of stories these days feature super powerful princesses. That's fun too, and I enjoy them. But to me, princess should mean normal, so I went with a more grounded approach. Of course, while she may be average in ability, she does have a few things going on. I hope to explore those another time, if all goes well. When compared to the last one, this arc was a bit more laid back. How was it? If you enjoyed it even a little, I'll be happy. I'll keep doing my best to make this series something you can continue to enjoy. To all the readers who continue to support this work so warmly, thank you all so much. Hoping we meet again soon. See you next time. End of Volume 6.